Chapter 445. Just as Xu Yuanming had said. When the Yuan Pavilion released the Divine Connection Cultivation Method and Divine Connection Martial Arts, many loose practitioners who were traveling in the mortal world were alarmed. These wandering cultivators. Almost all of them were top experts among the wandering cultivators in the cultivation world. The reason why they wandered the world was to sharpen their Tao heart and seek opportunities to break through. People who had reached this stage. Basically, they would choose to do this when their cultivation had reached a level where they could no longer advance. As early as when Yuan Pavilion was opened. They had already noticed the existence of this place. But, for these people, even divine-level cultivation method and martial arts could hardly move them. But now it was different. Divine Connection Cultivation Method. Divine Connection Martial Arts. All of them were supreme treasures that were above the divine martial realm. The divine martial realm had a lifespan of up to 3,000 years. The celestial realm had a lifespan of 5,000 to 7,000 years. It could be said that once one broke through to the celestial realm, one's lifespan would immediately increase from 3,000 years to 5,000 years. To a certain extent, such a leap could already be considered as longevity. One should know that the lifespan of the spirit martial realm was generally 1,000 years. After breaking through to the divine martial realm, one's lifespan would start from 1,000 years and slowly increase to 3,000 years. As for the divine martial realm, just crossing this threshold would directly increase one's lifespan by 2,000 years. This point alone was enough to make everyone crazy. For the wandering cultivators. Some people with great opportunities might not be unable to obtain divine-level cultivation method, and might not be unable to cultivate to the divine martial realm or even the peak of the divine martial realm. But the leap from the divine martial realm to the celestial realm was not something that could be achieved by simple opportunities. Divine Connection Cultivation Method. It had always been in the hands of the top sects. Even to say that some ordinary sects were not qualified to have such a level of cultivation method. This was also the reason why there were few celestial realm experts in the cultivation world for so many years. On one hand, it was extremely difficult to break through to the celestial realm. On the other hand, it was the restriction of the cultivation method. But now it was different. Yuan Pavilion released the news of the Divine Connection Cultivation Method. Even if many people thought it was just a gimmick, it was enough to make everyone crazy. Such madness. Not only the wandering cultivators, but even some sects of the major regions, as well as the major sects of the spirit domain would be tempted. There was no one who did not wish for their sect to be promoted to a top sect. However, the prerequisite for becoming a top sect was to possess the combat power of a diviner. Just this point alone cut off everyone's hopes. This was especially true for the sects and clans of the major regions. Throughout history, there had always been strong cultivators at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. However, there was almost no one who could truly cross this threshold. The reason for this was due to the limitations of the cultivation method. Divinity realm techniques were hard to come by. Aside from the divinity cultivation methods in the hands of the top sects, it was even more difficult to obtain the legacy of the strong than to break through to the celestial realm. Therefore, when the news spread that the Yuan Pavilion had divine connection cultivation techniques that could be exchanged for, it caused a huge commotion that was much bigger than what Yuan Zong had expected. Connecting to divinity technique. After Fang Xinglan heard this news, his fingers trembled slightly, and his expression could no longer remain calm. It wasn't just him. Even Mu Liang, the leader of the Heavenly Array sect, felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Martial uncle, do you think Qin Shujian will really take out the divine connection cultivation method? It's hard to say. This person's actions go against common sense. Perhaps he will really take out the divine connection cultivation method. Fang Xinglan took a few deep breaths, calmed down the trembling emotions in his heart, and then opened his mouth to speak. A cold light shot out from Mu Liang's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "If it's true, then we must obtain this divine connection cultivation method." It's easier said than done to obtain the divine connection cultivation method. Even if Yuan Zong really takes it out for exchange, the requirements are not low at all. Fang Xinglan shook his head. In order to exchange for the divine connection cultivation method, one must first reach the level of the Jade Token Envoy. As for the Jade Token Envoy, one must complete 10 level 5 missions, 3 level 6 missions, and 1 level 7 mission before being qualified to be promoted. As for the requirements of level 7 missions, he had some understanding of them. Back then, the Yuan Pavilion had placed a bounty on the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the completion condition of the mission was to destroy a top sect. It was a level 7 mission. From this, it could be seen that the level 7 mission was extremely difficult. It wasn't something that ordinary people could complete. However, no matter how small the probability of becoming a Jade Token Envoy was, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, it would still make people yearn for it. Hearing this, Mu Liang's expression was firm, and even a little crazy and passionate. So what if it's difficult? We must obtain the divine connection cultivation method of Yuan Pavilion. If there are no accidents, the divine connection cultivation method that Yuan Pavilion is offering should be the inheritance of the Heavenly Corpse sect. His obsession with the divine connection cultivation method. He was not much lower than anyone else. This was because the sect master of the Heavenly Array sect had also reached the peak of the divine martial realm. After taking another step forward, he would be able to reach the Heavenly Man realm. The reason why the Heavenly Array sect was a top sect was because they had the means of a formation Dao Grandmaster. If this point was ignored, they were actually no different from ordinary large sects. The divine connection cultivation method was also something that the Heavenly Array sect needed. In the past, there was also a formation Dao Grandmaster of the Heavenly Array sect who used his own strength to search for the divine connection cultivation method in the world. However, in the end, he only obtained an incomplete cultivation method. Although the method to reach the Heavenly Man realm was recorded in this cultivation method, it was extremely difficult. However, the difficulty of successfully cultivating it was extremely high, and the risk was not small at all. Because of this, even though the Heavenly Array sect had the status of a top sect and controlled the resources of a top sect, they had never produced a true Heavenly Man realm expert. This matter had always been a sore point of the Heavenly Array sect. So what if one was at the peak of the divine martial realm? So what if one was comparable to a Heavenly Man realm expert? As long as one did not truly break through to the Heavenly Man realm, it would be difficult to cross the limit of one's lifespan no matter how powerful one was. Therefore, after the Yuan Pavilion released the news of the divine connection cultivation method, this top sect was also tempted. At this time, Fang Xinglan sighed deeply. The Heavenly Array sect is really decisive. After doing this, I'm afraid that the Yuan Pavilion's power has firmly suppressed all the other sects. If it was said that the influence of the Yuan Pavilion had been weakened by a lot when the various sects opened businesses similar to the Yuan Pavilion before, then, after the Yuan Pavilion took out the divine connection cultivation method, the influence of the Yuan Pavilion would definitely soar, leaving the other sects far behind. Moreover, there was almost no hope of catching up. The last time the Yuan Pavilion opened to recruit rogue cultivators, it violated the interests of all the sects. It separated the rogue cultivators and sects in the cultivation world, and took a part of it for its own interests. This time, the divine connection cultivation method was to distinguish all the sects from the real top sects that had Heavenly Men realm experts. This was because the exchange of the divine connection cultivation method only touched the interests of the top sects. But for the rogue cultivators and other sects, this was a great thing. Therefore, compared to the first time, there was the risk of becoming the target of public criticism. This time, the Heavenly Array sect was as stable as Mount Tai. This was also something that Fang Xinglan could not help but admire. Decisive in action, astonishing courage. After all, many top sects had divine connection cultivation methods, but there would never be a sect that dared to publicly throw out their own inheritance. There had never been a top sect that dared to have such an idea. It could be said that the Heavenly Array sect's move affected the entire cultivation world, and at the center of the storm were the top sects that had Heavenly Men realm experts. However, although Fang Xinglan and Mu Liang had the idea of getting the divine connection cultivation method, they also understood that with the reputation of the Heavenly Array sect, they definitely could not go to the Yuan Pavilion directly. Otherwise, It would be slapping their own face. If they could not go to the front openly, then they would hide their identity. Anyway, most of the people who accepted the task in the Yuan Pavilion did not know who was who, and only used the identity token as a basis. It was similar to the practice of the Heavenly Array sect. It was a condensed shadow of the many sects in the current cultivation world. Especially the sects of the big regions, they were even more eager to get it. Because in the sects of the big regions, most of the forces had experts of the divine martial arts realm, and some even had great practitioners of the peak of the divine martial arts realm. For them, the only thing that stopped them from going further was the door to the heavenly man realm. The divine connection cultivation method was the key to opening this door. As for whether they had the ability to really open the door after it was unlocked, that was another matter. But if they could not even open the lock in front of the door, then they could forget about the rest. Therefore, for these sects, obtaining the divinity realm cultivation method was something they had to do. On the other side, one of the 13 prefectures of the Great Jiao, the West Chong Prefecture, the Supreme Sect. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from the sect, and the impact caused the clouds to disperse. In an instant, the sky changed color, and everyone looked in the direction of the source of the aura with horror. Brat! Brat! Su Zhang was furious. Everything around him had been destroyed by the aura he emitted, and even the ground had cracked a lot. Regarding this, the anger in his heart did not stop at all. Ever since he learned that the Yuan Pavilion had publicly released the divine connection cultivation method, Su Zhang had the impulse to destroy the entire Yuan Pavilion, and even the Yuan sect. If not for the fact that the Yuan sect had previously destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect and was suspected to have subdued the Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, which made him fearful, the Supreme sect would have already sent experts to the North Cloud Prefecture's Liang Mountain spiritual region to completely destroy the Yuan sect. The Yuan Pavilion's matter has affected the foundation of many sects in the cultivation world. Now that they have released the divine connection cultivation method, they are openly dividing the foundation of our top sects. I will definitely not let you off for this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, Su Zheng directly cursed out loud. He wasn't a refined person to begin with. As the sect master of the Supreme sect, he was already known for his violent and rough temper. However, as a heavenly human cultivator, no one dared to say anything. It was the first time Su Zheng had encountered someone like Yuan Zhong, who directly jumped up and slapped his face in public. As for the other Supreme sect elders, under the cover of this aura, their hearts trembled. Fortunately, Su Zheng's aura erupted for only a moment, and it quickly disappeared without a trace. When the aura dissipated, these elders could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Facing Su Zheng's anger, no one said anything. Because they knew that it was useless to say anything now. Yuan Zhong's actions happened to borrow the current general trend of the cultivation world. It was not something that could be stopped by one or two top sects joining forces. Moreover, ignoring the power of the cultivation world, Yuan Zhong's strength was not weak. A Sky Corpse and an Array Formation Grandmaster. They had the combat strength of two heavenly humans. With such strength, even if the Supreme sect wanted to go against them, both sides would most likely suffer. The circulation of the divine connection cultivation method had a great impact on top sects like them. However, if they were to fight to the death with a tyrannical top sect, they would have to consider whether this loss was worth it. After a long time, Su Zheng suppressed the anger in his heart, but his eyes became extremely cold. Yuan Zhong, Qin Shujian. These two names were now deeply engraved in his mind. If there was a chance, Su Zheng would definitely not mind teaching the other party a deep lesson. However, after the anger, he also felt a little helpless. Indeed, Yuan Zhong's current actions were right in front of the Supreme sect's lifeline. First, the Yuan Pavilion was opened. Now, the news of the divine connection cultivation method was released. Yuan Zhong's power could be said to be like the sun in the sky in the entire cultivation world. If the Supreme sect wanted to contend with him, they would have to take out the divine connection cultivation method. However, this was impossible for the Supreme sect or any other top-notch great sect. The divine connection cultivation method was related to the inheritance and lifeline of a sect. If it was spread out and someone found the flaw in the cultivation method, it would definitely be a devastating blow to the sect. Yuan Zhong could do this. That was entirely because the divine connection cultivation method that Yuan Zhong had obtained came from the Heavenly Corpse sect. It could not be considered a true inheritance cultivation method within the sect. Just as all the top sects were furious, but there was nothing they could do. The 33 sects, who had originally turned a blind eye to Yuan Zhong's message, were now in a difficult situation. Boom! A terrifying fluctuation spread out, and a mountain protecting array shattered with a loud bang. Who dares to invade my green rainbow sect? Quickly send a message, a strong enemy has invaded. The disciples guarding the mountain gate looked at the mountain protecting array that had been broken with a loud bang, and their faces were filled with shock. The mountain protecting array. That was the first line of defense of the Green Rainbow sect. Even a great cultivator of the divine martial realm would not be able to break through this array so quickly. At this moment, there was no need to send a message. The commotion caused by the shattering of the mountain protecting array had long alarmed the other experts in the Green Rainbow sect. Immediately, one after another, tyrannical auras erupted, and one after another, people rose into the air and rushed towards the mountain gate. There it was. An old daoist with tattered clothes, who looked like a beggar, was slowly walking towards the Green Rainbow sect's mountain gate. When they saw who it was, the disciples of the Green Rainbow sect all made their moves. For a time, astral energy filled the air. However, before the sharp astral energy could even touch the old daoist, it had already dissipated at a distance of 10 meters away. With every step the other party took, the ground beneath his feet rippled slightly. All the disciples who touched it felt as if they had been struck by lightning. After stiffening for a moment, they fell to the ground and died. Martial arts realm, true martial realm, spirit martial realm. No matter what level the cultivator was at, when the old daoist walked past them, they all fell to the ground and died. They couldn't even struggle. In a short moment, there were already heavy casualties at the mountain gate. As for the remaining Green Rainbow sect disciples, when they saw the strange scene in front of them, they were so scared that they retreated one after another, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Retreat. Quick. If the other party had made a move, then even if they were defeated, these people wouldn't have been so shocked. However, the other party didn't make a move. He just walked with his hands behind his back and killed people without a trace. Such a shocking method made the other disciples of the Green Rainbow sect understand that the two sides were not on the same level at all. The old daoist's strength must have reached an unfathomable level. At this time, the experts of the Green Rainbow sect had finally arrived. The first to arrive was an elder of the Zephyr realm. When he saw the many disciples who had fallen to the ground and died, the elder was immediately enraged. Without thinking too much, he immediately summoned a spirit artifact sword and slashed at the old daoist. Anyone who invades my Green Rainbow sect, die. The sword astral that was over 10 feet long slashed down, giving off an unstoppable might. The old daoist's footsteps did not stop. He raised his head to look at the sword astral that was slashing down and shook his head slightly. An ant trying to shake a tree, a futile struggle. With that, he pointed his finger into the distance. In that instant, a terrifying force that seemed to be able to shatter the void instantly erupted. In front of this force, the sword astral was as weak as paper. In the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed by this force. In the next moment, the spirit artifact sword shattered. The elder of the airborne realm didn't even have the time to react before he was completely engulfed by this force. Boom, his body exploded in the air, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. An airborne realm fighter was easily blasted into smithereens, as if he was unable to fight back at all. Seeing this scene, many people were absent-minded again. Elder Zhong is dead. Impossible. How could Elder Zhong die so easily? Some of the disciples of the Green Rainbow sect looked at the scattered blood mist and shook their heads as they muttered to themselves in disbelief. This Elder Zhong was one of the top 5 experts in the Green Rainbow sect. In the end, in the hands of the other party, he didn't even last a single round. Immediately, some people felt that a calamity was about to befall the Green Rainbow sect this time. Just as this elder fell, the sect master of the Green Rainbow sect, a great cultivator of the illustrious saint stage, finally rushed over. Along with him were a few other elders of the Green Rainbow sect. The few of them arrived a little late, but not too late. They just happened to see the scene of the elder being killed. Right now, the sect master of the Green Rainbow sect was no less shocked than the others. It was only because he was the sect master that he couldn't retreat at the last minute that he had been forcefully holding on. May I ask, Senior, if my Green Rainbow sect has offended you in any way? If so, I am willing to apologize. I hope that Senior will not lower himself to our level. Wei Haiji could only greet him with a smile, afraid that he would anger the old Daoist in front of him again. As for the death of an elder or a disciple, it wasn't the most important thing for him right now. The most important thing right now was to protect the entire Green Rainbow sect. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. Standing in front of the old Daoist, Wei Haiji couldn't feel the slightest bit of the other party's depth. He was just like an ordinary old man, as if he didn't have the slightest bit of cultivation. Regarding this, he was even more shocked. The more he couldn't find out, the more unfathomable the other party was. Until now, Wei Haiji had never thought of where the Green Rainbow sect had offended such an expert. The old Daoist also stopped in his tracks. His turbid eyes looked at Wei Haiji as he slowly shook his head and said, "This old Daoist is just someone's money. If you want to blame someone, blame the Green Rainbow sect for offending someone they shouldn't have offended. Receiving money from others, eliminating disasters for others." Hearing this, Wei Haiji's expression immediately changed as he cried out involuntarily. Senior came from the Yuan Pavilion. At this point, if he still didn't understand the other party's background, then he would be the head of a sect in vain. After the shock passed, Wei Haiji immediately said, "I wonder what benefits the Yuan Pavilion has given Senior. My Green Rainbow sect is willing to pay double the price. Can't the Green Rainbow sect afford this price? Senior, please speak clearly. I will do my best to satisfy your request. Does the Green Rainbow sect have a divine technique?" Divine technique. Hearing this, Wei Haiji's mind buzzed. He finally knew what kind of conditions the Yuan Pavilion had offered to invite such an expert to destroy his Green Rainbow sect. Thinking of this, Wei Haiji did not give up and asked, "Senior, could it be that the Yuan Pavilion has taken out a divine technique to reward my Green Rainbow sect? Do you think the Green Rainbow sect is worthy?" The old Daoist shook his head and didn't plan to waste any more words. He immediately sent out another finger seal. The finger aura seemed to be able to shatter the galaxy, causing Wei Haiji's expression to change. Immediately after, a green copper mirror appeared, and 2 Dao seals appeared on it. Immediately after, a ray of green rainbow light shot out, and the finger aura collided with each other. Boom! A terrifying fluctuation erupted. The green rainbow light only lasted for 1 or 2 breaths of time before it directly shattered. But at the same time, the power of the finger aura had also been weakened by a lot. In the end, it bombarded the green copper mirror, causing the mirror to tremble. A rebounding force landed on Wei Haiji's body, causing his qi and blood to surge. Dao artifact. The old Daoist's eyes changed a little, but his expression was as calm as ever. If you rely on a 2-seal Dao artifact, you won't be able to stop this old Daoist. Finished. He had already made his move again. On the other side, Wei Haiji forcefully suppressed his surging qi and anxiously shouted, "Senior, please stop." However, just as he finished speaking, the attack had already descended once again. Helpless. He could only use the green copper mirror to block the old Daoist's attack. Right now, the only thing that could contend against him was the Green Rainbow sect's Dao artifact. However, although the Dao artifact was strong, it still depended on who had it in their hands. In addition, the green copper mirror was only a 2-seal Dao artifact, and it was not focused on defense. After blocking 2 attacks, Wei Haiji was finally injured by the backlash. "Quick, lend me a hand." Wei Haiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted angrily. The other party clearly wanted to kill the Green Rainbow sect. In this situation, If he did not defeat the other party, the Green Rainbow sect would definitely be destroyed. After hearing Wei Haiji's words, the few elders of the Green Rainbow sect did not hesitate at all. Immediately, a few people stood behind Wei Haiji and transferred all the true essence in their bodies to him. Immediately after, the green copper mirror shone brightly. Chapter 446. Gathering the power of a few elders, Wei Haiji pushed the power of the Green Rainbow sect's Tao artifact to its limit. The green bronze mirror floated in the air, and a dim light shone from it. Then, as if the vast light had gathered into a terrifying eye, a terrifying power shot out from the eye. "Come at me." The old Daoist's expression became serious. He slowly struck out with his palm, and his power was like a mountain toppling the sea. The palm aura grew to a size of over 100 feet, and an aura that could crush the void erupted. Bang! With a palm strike, the dim light shattered. The huge eye that had been condensed forcefully withstood the attack. Then, the eyes of the dark light were filled with cracks, as if they would shatter at any moment. However, as Wei Haiji's true essence surged in, the cracks healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the old Daoist flicked his sleeve, and a vast amount of astral energy blasted out, once again extinguishing the dim light that shot out from his eyes. In the next moment, a vast spirit god spread out from his body, and then he reached out with his palm from his sleeve, imprinting it in a mysterious trajectory. A cool breeze rose from the ground. In an instant, it swept out in all directions. All the disciples of the Green Rainbow sect who were affected stood rooted to the ground. In the next second, they saw their bones and flesh turn into dust and dissipate into the air. At this moment, the green bronze mirror shone brightly, as if it had sensed some terrifying threat. The eyes formed by the dim light erupted with strong fluctuations, trying to block the old Daoist's attack, but to no avail. Shatter. Starting from the corner of the eyes, it was like a ceramic plate that was destroyed inch by inch. Seeing this scene, Wei Haiji could not care less about the grief in his heart. Instead, he seemed to have thought of something and cried out in shock, "Bone-piercing breeze, Nirvana world, this is the Tao art of Qing Wei. You are Daoist Lord Qing Wei." At this moment, Wei Haiji was truly shocked. If he didn't know the old Daoist's identity before, then when he saw this move, he already had an answer in his heart. Daoist Lord Qing Wei. It was rumored that the other party had already reached the peak of the divine martial realm 300 years ago, and had completely disappeared 150 years ago. Many people guessed that the other party might have died from the exhaustion of his lifespan. But now, it seemed that Daoist Lord Qing Wei hadn't died at all. Instead, he had killed his way to the Green Rainbow sect. After receiving this news, Wei Haiji felt even more despair. The two-seal Tao artifact combined with the strength of the Green Rainbow sect, even if it was above the 7th level of the divine martial realm, even if it was an expert who had stepped into the late stage of the divine martial realm, they would still be able to deal with it. As for ordinary warriors of the divine martial realm, he could kill them directly. This was the strength of the great sects of spirit realm. However, if he wanted to deal with a peak divine martial expert, especially one as old as Daoist Lord Qing Wei, he would be unable to do so. Unless the Green Rainbow sect could control a three-seal Tao artifact, they might still have the power to fight. It was a pity. The Green Rainbow sect did not. The old Daoist Lord Qing Wei, turned a blind eye to Wei Haiji's shock. He used the Qing Wei Daoist art to shatter the eye formed by the azure mirror. Then, he used his finger to gather a vast amount of power and unleashed it. Boom! The finger energy shattered the void and blasted toward the green bronze mirror. At this moment, the power of the peak of the divine martial force was fully displayed. Wei Haiji and the others poured their quintessential essence into the azure mirror, wanting to block Tao Lord Qing Wei's attack. However, the difference in strength between the two was simply too great. Boom! A terrifying force bombarded the azure mirror, causing it to shine brightly. Then, it dimmed and was forcefully fixed in midair by a force. As for Wei Haiji and the others, they all spat out a mouthful of blood and were severely injured. Since the Yuan Pavilion won't give you the divine technique, why do you have to destroy my Green Rainbow sect? Wei Haiji clutched his chest with one hand as he stared at Tao Lord Qing Wei. Even now, he still didn't understand why the other party had made a move. If the Yuan Pavilion didn't give him the divine technique, could it be that an expert at the peak of the divine martial force would be tempted by other things? While he was speaking, Tao Lord Qing Wei had already made his move once again, and the terrifying power completely engulfed him. However, before his divine sense completely dissipated, Wei Haiji heard a sentence. Who asked the mission to destroy the Green Rainbow sect to give the most contribution point? The contribution points given were the most. Before Wei Haiji died, he finally knew the reason why the other party had targeted the Green Rainbow sect. Even though there were tens of thousands of thoughts and regrets in his heart, they were useless at this moment. With a loud bang, Wei Haiji and the other elders of the Green Rainbow sect were completely annihilated at the hands of Tao Lord Qing Wei. Subsequently, a huge spirit god rose from Tao Lord Qing Wei's body, and then a terrifying spirit sense swept out, covering the entire Green Rainbow sect. Immediately after, the spirit god exploded. Under the terrifying impact of the spiritual will, everyone in the Green Rainbow sect, from top to bottom, lost consciousness in the blink of an eye. It was only a breath or two. There was no longer a single living being in the Green Rainbow sect. Tao Lord Qing Wei smiled and muttered to himself, this time, the sect extermination mission should be completed. With that, his figure disappeared from where he stood. Very quickly, the news of the Green Rainbow sect's destruction spread. Although the destruction of a large sect in the spirit realm was not enough to affect the entire cultivation world, it was still enough to shake a prefecture. However, the Green Rainbow sect was just the beginning. Following Yuan Pavilion's announcement of the bounty, a total of 13 sects had been destroyed in less than 3 days. This time, the remaining 20 sects were scared out of their wits. Then, they hurriedly sent people to the Yuan sect to seek peace. Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. Yuan sect. After spending a lot of time, Qin Shujian used up all the materials in several storage rings. In the end, he refined 700,000 identity tokens and finally ended his seclusion. Just as he walked out of the forbidden area, he bumped into Shu Yuanming. Sect Master. When he saw Qin Shujian, Shu Yuanming was obviously stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. You came at the right time. Here are 700,000 identity tokens. If they are distributed to the various Yuan pavilions, it should be enough to alleviate the urgent situation. Qin Shujian directly handed the 5 storage rings to Shu Yuanming. Hearing this, Shu Yuanming immediately took the storage rings and solemnly put them away. Then, the two of them walked and chatted. Qin Shujian also needed to understand what had happened in the Yuan sect during this period of time. During this period of time, have there been any unusual movements? How are the matters of the 51 sects being handled? This matter is about to be reported to the sect master. Tell me. Yes, Shu Yuanming did not hesitate and told him everything that had happened in the Yuan sect during this period of time, including the matter of the various sects imitating the Yuan Pavilion and the Yuan Pavilion's bounty. In the end, Shu Yuanming lowered his head and said, this time, I used the divine connection cultivation method as bait without permission. I hope the sect master will not blame me. What crime is there? Qin Shujian shook his head, then smiled faintly and said, whether it is the divine connection cultivation method or other treasures, it is most useful to be able to turn it into an advantage that is beneficial to oneself. Elder Shu has handled the matter well this time. With the release of the divine connection cultivation method, those top rogue cultivators should be unable to hold back this time. Regarding this matter, Qin Shujian really did not mean to blame Shu Yuanming. For the Yuan sect, the real inheritance had never been the divine connection cultivation method of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Although this was the key to the celestial realm. However, that was all. In Qin Shujian's view, the real foundation of the Yuan sect was himself. If the Guyuan ancestral canon continued to be deduced in the future, it would be able to reach the divine connection level sooner or later. As for this powerful cultivation method, he would not easily impart it, and would only choose the right person. Shu Yuanming said, in the past 3 days, 13 sects have been destroyed. I think the remaining sects should have enough fear by now. Fear will be forgotten. Pain is the permanent scar that will be left behind. Qin Shujian sneered, and his face became cold and stern. Since they are so lucky, let them understand the consequences of not obeying the orders of our sect, and let those sects that follow our orders know how correct their decision was. Sect Master is right. The two talked as they walked, and along the way, they met many disciples of the Yuan sect. But when these disciples saw Qin Shujian, they all stopped far away to greet him, and then took a detour. As time went by, Qin Shujian's power and influence in the Yuan sect had been increasing day by day. No one dared to have the thought of disobeying him. Even those players had extinguished the last bit of hope they had for this Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. No one knew when it started. The Cold Mountain Stockade Master was already on a different level from them. He stood at a height where they needed to look up to see his back. Just as the two of them were walking forward, Xu Yuanming's footsteps paused, and a communication jade tablet appeared in his hand. After his divine thought landed, a message appeared in his mind. He then put away the jade tablet, and turned to look at Qin Shujian. Sect Master, some of the remaining sects have sent people here. Do you want to meet them? Let him come to the inherited martial hall. Qin Shujian thought for a while, and then nodded. Hearing this, Xu Yuanming sent out the message. Then, the two of them changed direction and walked toward the inherited martial hall. Inside the inherited martial hall, Qin Shujian had just sat down on the main seat, and his butt hadn't even warmed up when an outer sect deacon came in with a young man. Sect Master, the person is here. Millimeter, you can leave. Yes. The outer sect deacon bowed and left. At this moment, after the young man saw Qin Shujian on the main seat, his heart suddenly jumped, and he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Shiju sects Hu Ming greets Sect Master Qin. As he spoke, he kept a bowing posture, and couldn't lift his head. After he finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Hu Ming looked at the ground, and waited for Qin Shujian's reply for a long time. Sweat faintly appeared on his forehead, and his heart beat violently. An invisible pressure had already landed on his body. After a long time, only then did Qin Shujian's calm voice resound in the great hall. You may rise. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. Hu Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then straightened up, but when he looked at Qin Shujian, his gaze moved down slightly, and he didn't dare to look at him. I don't remember having any dealings with Shiju sect. What are you doing here? Looking at Hu Ming in front of him, Qin Shujian said indifferently. He didn't open his mouth to give him a seat, and he didn't cover up his words at all. It was almost a merciless interrogation. Regarding this, Hu Ming's heart tightened, but he had already expected it. My sect had some misunderstanding and friction with your sect before. Now, I specifically came to apologize to Sect Master Qin, and his words paused, and he took out a storage ring from his bosom, and then he lifted it with his qi. This is a little token of my sect's appreciation. I hope Sect Master Qin will kindly accept it. There was no quibbling, and there was no excessive nonsense. Before coming here, Hu Ming had already scouted out the general nature of Qin Shujian's character. He also knew that the other party only saw benefits, and the other etiquette was just an illusion. The other simply didn't place them in his eyes. Therefore, when he saw Qin Shujian's first words, he directly expressed Shiju sect's sincerity. Qin Shujian looked at the storage ring in front of him, held up by his qi, and didn't immediately reach out to receive it. However, Hu Ming's straightforwardness also eased his complexion a little. How much are the things inside the storage ring worth? The sudden question made Hu Ming stare blankly for a moment. Then, he answered truthfully, if all the resources are converted, it's probably around 40 to 50 million taels. This price was information that Shiju sect had scouted out. The value of the resources that the sects had previously apologized to Shiju sect were roughly between 20 to 40 million taels. Shiju sect considered that the current situation was relatively serious, so they paid according to the highest 40 million taels. His words fell. Qin Shujian waved his hand, and the qi wrapped around the storage ring was annihilated. Soon after, an even more powerful force acted on the storage ring. With the momentum of a sudden clap of thunder, it flew back towards Hu Ming. The sudden unforeseen event made Hu Ming's mind tremble. It was obviously a storage ring, but it gave him a kind of illusion of death. He didn't dare hesitate. True essence erupted, and Hu Ming reached out with a hand, wanting to catch the storage ring. Just as the two made contact, a terrifying force erupted, and in a flash, the true essence in his palm was smashed apart. Immediately after, the storage ring bombarded his body, sending him flying straight away. Poochie, a line of blood was spat out from his mouth, streaking through the air. Hu Ming's body fell to the ground, and it was difficult for him to stand up for a while. Qin Shujian retracted his palm, looked at him with cold eyes, and sneered, 40 million taels. That was the previous price. If Shiju sect can't take out 200 million taels of silver, this Qin will destroy your sect and kill you. Sect Master Qin, Hu Ming was alarmed and frightened at the same time. His original calm and unruffled appearance had long since disappeared without a trace. How could he have anticipated that Qin Shujian would make a move just like that, not giving him the slightest bit of face? But at this very moment, Hu Ming really didn't dare to give birth to any anger or resentment. The situation was stronger than the person. Not to mention him, a mere 10 Ultimates sect elder, even the entire 10 Ultimates sect wasn't enough to look at in front of Origin sect. Now, even if Qin Shujian directly made a move to kill him, the sect behind him absolutely wouldn't dare to say a word. For a moment, Hu Ming's heart welled up with immense fear. In this present situation, it wasn't impossible for Qin Shujian to make a move to kill him. A single moment of carelessness and he really would die. He would die. Thinking of this possibility, Hu Ming's mind trembled even more. He originally thought that there shouldn't be any problems with Shiju sect coming to apologize this time and even attaching 40 million taels of silver as compensation. However, what happened now was beyond his expectations. Get lost. This one will definitely pass on Sect Master Qin's word. Hearing this, Hu Ming struggled to stand up from the ground as if he had been granted amnesty. Then, he staggered out of the main hall. But when he left, he didn't forget to take that storage ring with him. 40 million taels of silver. For Shiju sect, which was only a great sect of spirit domain, taking it out wasn't an easy matter. Looking at Hu Ming's departing figure, Xu Yuanming's expression didn't change, but when only the two of them were left in the main hall, he tilted his head to look at the main seat. Sect Master, with the power of spirit domain's great sects, to take out 200 million taels, I'm afraid they'll have to take out all of their family's assets. They may not be willing to do so. If they're not willing, then destroy them. Why waste words with them? Qin Shujian didn't comment and casually replied. In one sentence, the killing intent was fully revealed. Previously, they didn't take the opportunity to apologize. Now, facing the situation of their sect being destroyed, they came to ask for peace. How could there be such a good thing in the world? In any case, even the Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed, and indirectly destroyed many of Spirit Domain's great sects. Now, Qin Shujian didn't mind destroying a few more. Anyway, there was a reason, and he wasn't afraid of arousing the hostility of other sects. After all, in the end, this was still a grudge between Yuan Zhong and other sects. It wasn't a matter of destroying sects and killing people for no reason. Moreover, with Yuan Zhong's current power as a top great sect, and with the momentum of destroying the Heavenly Corpse sect, there weren't many sects that had nothing better to do. To put it bluntly, if anyone casually interfered and didn't handle it well, they would have to consider whether they could bear the anger of Yuan Zhong. Subsequently, Qin Shujian said again, in addition, send a message to other sects. If they want to ask for peace, the great sects of Spirit Domain have to take out 200 million taels, and the great sects of Spirit Domain have to take out 1 billion taels. Otherwise, they can just wait to die. Yes. Qin Shujian's words were so straightforward that even Xu Yuanming was stunned. Fortunately, the two of them were originally mountain bandits and bandit leaders, and most of their actions were straightforward, so they reacted quickly. Very quickly. Qin Shujian's words directly spread. Many cultivators and sects were also stunned when they heard this, and then they immediately admired him. They had seen extortion, but they had never seen such a straightforward and rampant extortion. If other sects did this, they would only make others laugh. However, no one had any funny thoughts about Yuan Zhong's actions. This was because Yuan Zhong's strength was too strong, so strong that others thought it was normal for them to do this. At most, when they heard this news, they would be a little stunned. After the news spread, there were already people who wanted to see how those sects would deal with it. With the price that Yuan Zhong offered. Basically, it was stuck on the lifeline of these sects. If they wanted to take out enough compensation, it would be light to say that it was to the extent of breaking their bones, or even to the extent of emptying their assets. Once they really did this, the overall strength of the sects would at least regress by a few decades. However, if they didn't take it, with the current development of the situation, it would be difficult for these sects to be spared. The temptation of the divine connection cultivation method was too great, so great that it was beyond the expectations of all the sects. Only after Yuan Zhong took out the name of the divine connection cultivation method did they know how many peak powerhouses were hidden among the loose cultivators. In the end, how many loose cultivator powerhouses were once famous throughout the world? As it turned out, they were all hidden in some corner. The so-called rumors of their lifespans being exhausted and passing away were all nothing more than rumors. 10 Ultimates Sect. When Hu Ming dragged his heavily injured body back, the entire sect was immediately shaken. You're going too far. Yuan Zhong's way of doing things is really too savage. Inside 10 Ultimates Sect, many elders had angry expressions. They had the idea of going over and having a showdown with Yuan Zhong. As for Hu Ming, he sat on the side in silence. Right now, his injuries weren't light, and he had to rush back to 10 Ultimates Sect without stopping. It wasn't good for him either. Qin Shujian's seemingly casual attack was enough to make ordinary spirit martial realm cultivators lose their lives. Hu Ming could perceive that the other party had restrained some of his strength in the end. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to walk out of the inherited martial hall. He spared my life just to let me bring back a message. Hu Ming smiled wryly in his heart. For the first time in so many years, he felt how weak he was in front of a powerhouse of that level. As for the sect master of 10 Ultimate Sect, he sat motionless on the main seat at this time, allowing the group of elders below to be agitated. When the others were almost done speaking, he calmly opened his mouth and said, "Since the elders are so indignant, it would be better for my sect to declare war on Yuan Zhong and let you vent this anger." With one sentence, the entire great hall fell silent. The elders who were clamoring all flushed red. They wanted to follow up, but they didn't know how to. To put it bluntly, they were only indulging in their mouths. If they really wanted to go to war with Yuan Zhong, it was no different from courting death. Aren't the elders very angry? Bayan was expressionless, and said neither salty nor indifferently, "Why haven't you killed Yuan Zhong and redeemed the face of my 10 Ultimate Sect?" No one answered because they didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Bayan shook his head again, and then looked at Hu Ming on the side, elder who is currently unwell. "It's better to go back and have a good rest. If you need any spirit medicine, just ask. As long as the sect can take it out, we won't be stingy." "Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. I'll go back and recuperate for a few days." "That's good. Elder who doesn't need to participate in this matter for the time being. Go back and rest." "Thank you, Sect Master." Hu Ming didn't insist on anything. He was indeed holding on now. Therefore, after hearing Bayan's words, he cupped his hands and got up to leave. After Hu Ming left, Bayan looked at the other elders who didn't look too good and said, "Yuan Zhong offered 200 million taels. What do you think my sect should do? Everything will be decided by the sect master. As far as this lord knows, each elder has a lot of property under their hands. Now that the sect is in a crisis, you should share the burden of the sect." When Hu Ming spoke, he paused for a moment and continued, 200 million taels of silver. The sect will take out 100 million. The remaining 100 million will be shared by you. Hearing this, the elders of 10 Ultimate Sect were all stunned. Obviously, Bayan's words were completely beyond their expectations. No one thought that the other party would do such a thing. Chapter 447. Inside Shiju Sect. Many of the elders were dumbfounded. Bayan said faintly, "What? Could it be that the elders don't want to share the sect's burden? We're willing to share the sect's burden, but we really can't take out 100 million taels of silver. Can't take it out?" Bayan suddenly sneered and said sarcastically, "In the past, you were the ones who resolutely opposed Yuan Zhong and refused to lower your heads. Are you still planning to stay out of this situation today? Speaking of this." He suddenly became furious and shouted sternly, "I'm telling you, if you can't take out 100 million taels of silver today, then you and Shiju Sect will perish together. Whoever dares to run away, I'll be the first to behead him." His words fell. A terrifying power erupted and pervaded the main hall. Hum! A clear and melodious sound of a sword rang in people's hearts. A long sword was already suspended beside Bayan at some unknown time. The two seals engraved on the sword were telling others. This wasn't an ordinary long sword, but a two-seal Dao tool. As for the others in Shiju Sect, how could they not recognize the long sword's identity? Seeing that Bayan even took out the sect's Dao tool, these elders suddenly felt an endless chill in their hearts. They were aware of the seriousness of the situation when they met the sect master's cold and emotionless eyes. The other party's words. He wasn't joking. If someone dared to say no, they were afraid that the sect's Dao tool would have already been cut down. For a moment, there was a touch of fear in the eyes of Shiju Sect's elders. "Sect Master, please calm down. Sect Master, calm down." They were really scared now. They were afraid that Bayan would go crazy under the pressure of Yuan Zhong. "Calm down. If it weren't for you all trying to stop me, how could my Shiju Sect fall into this situation today? If it weren't for you all trying to stop me, how could my sect's disciples suffer heavy losses under the Yuan Pavilion's bounty? If it weren't for you all, how could my sect lose 160 million taels of silver for nothing?" Bayan's eyes were terrifyingly cold as he glanced at everyone, angrily questioning them. "If it weren't for the fact that you all have worked for the sect, I would have killed all of you now. Don't think that I don't know anything about the little tricks you all have done behind the scenes. Using the reputation of the sect to secretly take over the industries of other forces, they did it very quickly. What's wrong? Are you all reluctant to part with the money in your pockets? Let me tell you, you have to take it today whether you want to or not. Otherwise, you can try and see if you can walk out of this hall." He no longer had any intention of calmly discussing this matter. The current situation. There was no need for further discussion. Over the years, these elders before him had turned the entire sect upside down, constantly weakening the authority of the sect master. However, for the sake of the sect's stability, Bayan didn't really make a move. Instead, he accompanied the elders. But now, under Origin Sect's coercion, 10 Ultimate Sect already reached the point where they could not retreat. Bayan did not intend to endure any longer. This opportunity before their eyes was precisely the chance to reorganize 10 Ultimate Sect. Indecisiveness will only lead to chaos. When he took out the sect protecting Dao artifact, he had already made a decision in his heart. In terms of strength, Bayan was 10 Ultimate Sect's #1 person. The other party also had a sect guarding Dao artifact in hand. No one in 10 Ultimate Sect could stop them. Therefore, under such circumstances, the elders of 10 Ultimate Sect finally yielded. Unless they really wanted to fight to the death with Bayan, they could only yield. But the problem was, they didn't dare to risk their lives against Bayan, but Bayan really dared to risk his life against them. In this situation, there was simply no room for choice. Soon, 10 Ultimate Sect gathered 200 million taels of silver, and then Bayan personally brought it to the Liang Mountain spiritual region. Origin Sect, inside the Inheritance Martial Hall. 10 Ultimate Sect's Bayan greets Sect Master Qin. At this time, Bayan no longer had the imposing manner of the Sect Master of 10 Ultimate Sect. He was just like an ordinary cultivator, standing in front of Qin Shujian and cupping his hands with a solemn expression. Qin Shujian said, "Sect Master Bayan, may I know the reason for your visit this time? In accordance with Sect Master Qin's previous request, I have now sent an apology gift." Bayan took a storage ring from his finger, and then lifted it in front of Qin Shujian with his true essence. There are 200 million taels of silver inside. I have already converted them all into cash. Sect Master Qin can count them. No need. This Qin still trusts the credibility of 10 Ultimate Sect. Qin Shujian glanced at the storage ring in front of him and put it away. Then, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Sect Master Bayan, please take a seat. Many thanks. Bayan didn't decline. After saying a word of thanks, he sat down on a seat to the side. Facing this sect master of Origin Sect, to be honest, he also suffered a lot of pressure. However, as the sect master of 10 Ultimate Sect, his psychological quality wasn't weak at all. Even though he was very afraid of Qin Shujian, he didn't show it on the surface. After he sat down, Bayan cupped his hands and said again, previously, it wasn't 10 Ultimate Sect's intention to be enemies with your noble sect. Therefore, this 200 million taels of silver is my sect's apology gift. I hope Sect Master Qin can disregard the former enmity. Rest assured. This Qin has always paid attention to credibility when doing things. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, since 10 Ultimate Sect is so straightforward, my sect master won't be willing to set up another enemy. It's just that this time, 10 Ultimate Sect can use silver to reconcile. However, if there's a next time, the matter can't be solved with a mere 200 million taels of silver. I hope Sect Master Bayan can understand this point. Bayan made an attitude of listening with respectful attention to Qin Shujian's words. After the other party finished speaking, he nodded and replied, rest assured, Sect Master Qin. As long as I'm still in power, 10 Ultimate Sect will never be enemies with Sect Master Qin. That's for the best. Qin Shujian was in a good mood because Bayan was so understanding. After all, he didn't want to work hard every day and hurt his spirit. If everyone was as understanding as Bayan, then many things would become simple. However, such thoughts were always extravagant hopes. If 10 Ultimate Sect hadn't been destroyed, Bayan wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. In the end, it's the fists that are hard enough that words are useful. A woman's benevolence will harm others and herself in the end. After 10 Ultimate Sect, the other sects also sent silver taels over one after another. Sect Master Qin threw out the Divine Connection cultivation method, instantly gathering a large number of loose cultivator powerhouses. In the face of so many top cultivators, even the great sects of large territories were under great pressure. Although taking out 1 billion taels of silver was a serious injury, compared to the destruction of the sect, 1 billion taels of silver was over with gritted teeth. For a time. After receiving the silver taels from the various sects, Sect Master Qin's foundation improved a lot. After all, the compensation from so many sects added together wasn't a small sum. After a period of time, Qin Shujian still lived in seclusion in Sect Master Qin, silently cultivating the Origin returning ancestral canon as well as those Divine Connection martial arts. The Divine Rank Origin returning ancestral canon pointed to the great circle of the Divine Martial Realm. He was now only at the second level of the Divine Martial Realm, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. At the present stage, every time he advanced a cultivation method, the consumption of life source was calculated in the hundreds of millions. Therefore, Qin Shujian would rather spend some time cultivating. If he could break through the original threshold, he could save a lot of life source. However, breaking through the Origin returning ancestral canon wasn't just difficult. As for the 3 Divine Realm martial arts that he had learned, he was also very interested in them. Especially that 9 Tribulations immortal body. Now Qin Shujian had just gone through the lightning tribulation and stepped into the first level. To step into the second level, he needed to encounter the wind tribulation. The so-called 9 tribulations meant that at every level, one had to experience a tribulation. Only after passing it could one step into the next threshold. If one couldn't pass it, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Among the 9 tribulations immortal body, the lightning tribulation was considered the lowest level. Therefore, passing the lightning tribulation was only the beginning of this martial art. However, what really piqued Qin Shujian's interest in this martial art was that it was completely different from what he had expected. It would clash with the immortal body of the ancients. Not only did the two not conflict, but they even had a kind of intention of complementing each other. If the ancient immortal body was to unlock the hidden potential of the human body, causing the cultivator's physical body to transform, then the Nine Tribulations' immortal body could speed up the process of unlocking the hidden potential of the human body. In the process of accelerating, it could further refine the cultivator's physical body and vital energy, causing it to reach an even more powerful level. After stepping into the Nine Tribulations' immortal body, Qin Shujian's Gang Qi also changed. The light purple Gang Qi surged, like streaks of lightning flashing within, and a destructive aura spread out. Thunderblast. Feeling the power of the Gang Qi, Qin Shujian murmured. Even though it wasn't the first time he saw Thunderblast, every time he felt this power, he felt a kind of shock in his heart. Breaking through the first level already had such an effect. Qin Shujian really wanted to know what kind of level he could reach if he cultivated this martial art to the end. However, divine connection martial arts were extraordinary. Even with Qin Shujian's current vision and talent, after a period of hard work, he didn't make much progress. Soon. More than a month passed. It wasn't until Wu Lang's arrival that he finally ended his seclusion. As for the imperial court's envoy, Qin Shujian had always been very attentive. Although Beiyun Prefecture was peaceful now, the demon disaster was still raging in other prefectures. In some prefectures, it was even showing signs of getting worse. The reason was that the altars that sealed the demons were destroyed one after another. Even though the imperial court had been strictly guarding them, the players were everywhere. As a result, several months passed. More and more demons broke out of the seal and came out. Qin Shujian also saw these demons breaking out of the seal, and his heart was filled with desire. These demons that were like the Grim Reaper in the eyes of others were walking luck points in his eyes. However, Wu Lang didn't take any action after reporting to the imperial court, so Qin Shujian could only temporarily suppress the impulse in his heart. Now that the other party came again, there was no need to think about the reason. As for the imperial court's envoy, no matter what his identity was, he represented the imperial court's face. As for this, Qin Shujian also had to give him some face. Therefore, when he received the news, he immediately went to the Martial Heritage Hall to meet Wu Lang. Envoy, long time no see. How have you been? Everything is fine. But Sect Master Qin's actions during this period of time have opened my eyes. Wu Lang smiled and cupped his hands. His tone was full of admiration. Beiyun Prefecture's cultivation world is really blessed to have Sky Origin Sec. He didn't exaggerate the last sentence. Although the Great Jiao cultivation world was a whole, the Great Jiao divided the 13 prefectures, so the cultivation world was also divided, resulting in different resources. In this way, the cultivation world of each prefecture would have fights and robberies with each other. At this time, the strength of the cultivation world in each prefecture played a huge role in determining the strength of the cultivation world. The weaker prefectures occupied more resources, so the prefectures that didn't have enough resources naturally turned their attention to these prefectures. As for the cultivation world, the imperial court generally didn't care. As long as it didn't rebel or threaten the foundation of the Great Jiao, the imperial court would turn a blind eye to the fighting between cultivators. In this way, the strength of each prefecture's cultivation world was very important. Just like Beiyun Prefecture. Among the 13 prefectures of the Great Jiao, Beiyun Prefecture's foundation was relatively shallow. After all, as a prefecture that was close to the limit of heaven and earth, it already meant that its foundation was weaker than the other prefectures. So the cultivation world's strength wasn't very strong. For a long time, Beiyun Prefecture's cultivation world didn't have a top sect to oversee it. Only a few large sects from large regions joined forces to contend with the cultivation world of other prefectures. Although they could maintain the situation, it was still difficult. But it was different now. Sky Origin Sect was added to Beiyun Prefecture. Previously, Sky Origin Sect was only in name, but now, his successive achievements and methods were enough to establish his supreme position. In this case, even if Sky Origin Sect wasn't officially the leader of Beiyun Prefecture, if the sects and forces of other prefectures wanted to interfere, they would have to consider the intentions of this top sect. Therefore, although it wasn't entirely a good thing that Sky Origin sect was added to Baiyun Prefecture, it at least gave the prefecture some protection and deterrence. Especially during this period of time. Sky Origin sect had first established the Yuan Pavilion, then destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect and other sects. Wu Lang had also received the news, so he was no less shocked than the others. In fact, some people had mentioned the Yuan Pavilion in the imperial court. However, the civil and military officials had their own opinions, so the imperial court had left this matter unsettled. More importantly, now, they couldn't do without Sky Origin sect's help to deal with the demons of the other prefectures. If the demons had broken the seal in the spirit domain, it would have been fine. The imperial court didn't lack heavenly man experts, so it wouldn't be a big problem to deal with them. However, in the true dominion, everyone's strength was suppressed. The demons' physical strength was extremely strong, so the human race couldn't compare to them at all. Comparing the two, the gap and advantage between them were obvious. This was also the reason why the imperial court hadn't dealt with the demons for such a long time. The biggest reason was that it was too difficult to find an expert who could contend with the demons in the true dominion. Therefore, Qin Shujian, who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks and broken through, was very important. You flatter me. May I know why you're here this time? I've already reported to the imperial court about what I discussed with Sect Master Qin. Now that I've received accurate information, I've come again. What does the imperial court mean? The imperial court understands that Sky Origin sect has just been established, so its foundation is slightly lacking. It should be in need of spirit stones. Therefore, Sect Master Qin's reward for killing the demons will be in spirit stones. Are you satisfied? Wu Lang cupped his hands and said from his seat. Spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression changed. The imperial court wasn't wrong. After the Sky Origin sect had annexed the Heavenly Corpse sect, it didn't lack many things for the time being. Instead, it needed spirit stones to improve its foundation. There were already many spirit stones on Liang Mountain. However, one would never complain about having too many spirit stones. With each additional spirit stone, the spirit chi would become denser, which would be of great benefit to the future. After all, many little drops made a mickle. After a few decades or a century, this would be a considerable gain. A few decades or a century might sound very far away. However, in reality, after breaking through to the divine martial realm, Qin Shujian realized that it was actually possible for him to endure for a few decades or a century. However, spirit stones were just spirit stones. The main issue was how much he had. How will the spirit stones be settled? 5 demons for 1 spirit stone. What do you think, Sect Master Qin? It's a deal. Qin Shujian nodded his head and replied without hesitation. 5 demons for 1 spirit stone. This was no different from giving him money. According to his estimation, there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 demons in the true dominion within the Great Zhao Nation. Upon thinking about the 2,000 to 3,000 demons and the fact that he could exchange 5 demons for 1 spirit stone, Qin Shujian felt a little excited. If this deal went through, the Origin sect would really make a fortune. Although it was impossible to leave all the demons for him to kill, it was not a small number. However, even if he only killed 500 evil spirits, he would still get 100 spirit stones. If 100 spirit stones were thrown into the Origin sect, the density of the spirit chi there would definitely reach a frightening level. When the time came, if a pig was thrown into this place for a period of time, it might even have a chance of developing spirit intelligence. On the other side, when Wu Lang had first mentioned this matter, he had felt somewhat apprehensive. After all, even though spirit stones were precious, it depended on the situation. The power of the demons was extraordinary. Their strength was comparable to a heavenly man major cultivator. No matter which region one was in, this level of existence was not something that ordinary people could contend against. To be honest, exchanging 5 demons for 1 spirit stone, this price was on the low side. The imperial court had even deliberately lowered the price because of the difficulty of killing the demons for Qin Shujian. Wu Lang had originally been prepared to bargain with the other party. However, he had not expected that the other party would agree immediately. Upon seeing this, he immediately replied, "Sect Master Qin is a straightforward person. This matter is settled then." Now that the matter had been settled, Wu Lang was not afraid that the other party would go back on his word. After all, the imperial court and Qin Shujian had worked together before, so they had some understanding of the other party's credibility. After the matter was settled, Wu Lang heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Shujian also smiled faintly. In Wu Lang's opinion, exchanging 5 demons for 1 spirit stone was a little underhanded by the imperial court. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, exchanging 5 demons for 1 spirit stone was no different from picking up money from the ground. Subsequently, after the matter was settled, Wu Lang left behind a jade stone and an identity card. The jade stone recorded information about the current fiend calamity in the various prefectures and the location where the demons of the true dominion were sealed. As for the identity token, it was to allow Qin Shujian to freely enter and exit the place where the demons were being suppressed without any obstructions. It could be said that this identity card was similar to the one given by Marquis Baiyun in the past. However, in terms of importance, the identity card given by the imperial court was naturally more important. After all, Marquis Baiyun was only in charge of the Baiyun prefecture. The imperial court was in charge of the entire world. After sending someone to send Wu Lang away, Qin Shujian picked up the jade stone and enveloped it with his spiritual force. Perhaps he would obtain the information he wanted. Boom! A huge amount of information surged over like a tide. However, his spiritual spirit was extremely powerful now, so it was not affected by the information at all. Instead, it disintegrated rapidly as the information surged over. Soon, the jade stone in his hand turned into powder. In Qin Shujian's mind, he had also obtained what he wanted. There doesn't seem to be many demons in the Great Zhao dynasty. After obtaining the information, he discovered that the demons sealed in the other prefectures were somewhat different from what he had expected. In the past, there had been more than 170 true dominions sealed in the Baiyun prefecture. Based on this, the number of demons in the Great Zhao 13 prefectures was estimated to be at least 2,000 to 3,000. However, in reality, this number was much lower than what he had expected. In the Great Zhao 13 prefectures, apart from the Baiyun prefecture, there were only about 1,500 demons sealed in the other 12 prefectures. This number was equivalent to 3 of the North Cloud Mansion's demons combined. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian understood why there were so few demons in the other prefectures of the Great Zhao dynasty. It was different from the Baiyun prefecture. Most of the other prefectures had existed for a long time. If there were really demons born, many of them would have broken the seal and escaped or been killed by the Great Zhao dynasty. On the other hand, the Baiyun prefecture was located at the limit of heaven and earth. Recently, new areas had been born. That was why there were so many demons. Most of the other prefectures did not have this problem. Naturally, there were not many demons sealed in them. However, although there were more than 1,000 demons, this number seemed to be much smaller compared to the Baiyun prefecture. One had to know, more than 1,000 demons were equivalent to more than 1,000 heavenly beings. It would be a problem if there were even 100 heavenly beings in the entire Great Zhao dynasty. Apart from that, this number of demons did not include the Spirit Protectorate, the Great Protectorate, and the various ordinary protectorates. Based on this calculation, the number of demons was not small at all. However, the Great Zhao dynasty has only existed for about 6,000 years. It is impossible for the entire world to be born in just a few thousand years. Therefore, the demons that were born in the new areas before the Great Zhao dynasty must have been suppressed by someone else. However, I don't know if it was the human clan or the demon clan. Qin Shujian pondered silently. One had to know that before the human emperor had established the Great Zhao dynasty, the demon clan had not been driven to the endless mountain range. At that time, the demon clan and the human clan had coexisted in this world. Chapter 448. After obtaining the information that he wanted, Qin Shujian made some simple arrangements in the sect and planned to head to the other prefectures immediately. To him, every single evil spirit was worth luck points. Although the evil spirits were wreaking havoc and seemed very powerful, there were many experts in the Great Zhao dynasty. However, there were many strong practitioners in the Great Zhao. There were bound to be powerful people as well. After all, the Marquis of Northern Cloud was a powerful person. The imperial court could not possibly only have one or two powerful people. If experts of this level were to attack, the evil spirits that had broken out of their seals would not be a match for them. Furthermore, although very few players had reached the spirit martial realm, many of them were at the true martial realm. If so many players swarmed together in the true dominion, even the evil spirits would be doomed. From Qin Shujian's point of view, after obtaining the imperial court's identity card, all these evil spirits belonged to him. A bunch of people were coveting what belonged to him. To this, Qin Shujian was very anxious. The demon calamity. Sky-covering skeletons were spreading in all directions. The fiendish qi accompanied the skeletons as they advanced, constantly eroding the ground beneath their feet. Everywhere they passed, living beings were exterminated and turned into a demonic land. However, the place where these skeletons were advancing was an even bigger encirclement. It was an encirclement formed by players to prevent the demon calamity from spreading. Swoosh! A sword slashed out at lightning speed, causing a black-armored skeleton to retreat continuously. Zhong Gaojie did not show any mercy. He took a step forward and attacked like a storm. When the sword flashes exploded, a cold glint could be seen. Every sword slashed out with an extremely fast and ferocious force before accurately landing on the same position of the black-armored skeleton in front of him. After dozens of sword slashes, the power that had gathered suddenly exploded. The sword flashes swept past like a crescent moon before the black-armored skeleton's head was chopped off. When the head fell off, the entire skeleton fell apart instantly. However, the head that fell on the ground did not turn into ashes. Instead, it rolled on the ground, as if it wanted to kill the enemy. F***ck. It's still not dead. Zhong Gaojie was speechless. Then, he slashed out with all his strength, barely piercing the black armor that protected the head and extinguishing the soul fire inside. After that, only this skeleton could be considered truly dead. He glanced at his experience bar and saw that the cultivation method bar had only jumped a little. Regarding this, Zhong Gaojie shook his head in resignation. These demonic disasters gave the least amount of EXP, but they were ridiculously strong. If he had not accepted the Imperial Court's quest, he would not have been willing to raid these monsters. However, now that players' levels were getting higher, the amount of EXP they needed was also increasing. Aside from the demon beasts in the Endless Mountain Range, there weren't many places for players to grind and level up. The main reason was because the monsters in other places gave pitiful amounts of experience. However, if one were to compare them seriously, even though the demonic calamity gave less EXP, it was only when compared to demonic beasts of the same level. However, there were so many of them. If they weren't too hard to kill, it would be a good place to train. After killing a devil calamity skeleton, Zhong Gaojie panted slightly, then looked at other positions. The number of demonic disasters was huge, but the number of players was even greater. In terms of average strength, the players were not any weaker than the demon disaster. Therefore, when the two sides fought, the players actually had a lot of advantages. After all, the biggest advantage of the demonic calamity was that it could turn any corpse into its own kind. However, the players didn't have any corpses, so naturally, they couldn't be turned into the demonic calamity. As a result, the biggest advantage of the demonic calamity was gone. Using the profound insight, Zhong Gaojie kept looking for suitable targets. Finally, he locked his eyes on a weaker demonic calamity skeleton and directly attacked it. The profound insight was very useless in the early stages, but it was very useful now. Many players regretted it, because the profound insight could only be learned in the novice village. Once they left the novice village, they would not have the opportunity to learn it. Now that players left the novice village, there was almost no novice village in the world. As a result, The profound insight had become an exclusive ability for some people. At first, this ability could not detect much information, but as it was used more and more, some players could deduce the profound insight, and the usefulness of this ability gradually increased. For some people, having the profound insight could save them a lot of detours. Even when fighting monsters, they could live a little longer than others. Because not all powerful monsters would have a ferocious appearance and a terrifying aura. Some were very well hidden. If one didn't use the profound insight to look, they would fall down in minutes. At this time, Cao Hong also joined forces with Liu Qinghong and the others. They formed a small group and constantly killed the demonic calamity skeletons around them. The strength of the demonic calamity mainly lay in the bone armor. The bone armor was hard, and it was difficult for a normal grade weapon to damage it. At least, it required a weapon of 4th grade or above to cause a little damage. However, Cao Hong and the others could be considered to have the support of the Imperial Court and had accumulated a lot of merit points. In addition, they weren't ordinary people in the real world, and now players could also come into contact with spiritual weapons. Therefore, after paying a relatively large price, Li Jie was able to make a decision. They didn't have a spiritual weapon, but for people like Cao Hong and the others, it wasn't a problem to have a spiritual weapon. Although the skeleton's bone armor was powerful, it couldn't withstand the sharpness of a spiritual weapon. The long sword pierced through the skeleton's facial bone armor and extinguished the soul fire inside. After losing the soul fire, the entire skeleton instantly fell apart and completely lost its function. How are the people in the other places now? Cao Hong asked as he killed the demonic calamity skeletons. Hearing this, the others also knew what Cao Hong was talking about. One of the players shook his head and said, "There's no news yet, but they should be similar to us. Try to contact them and see if they have any thoughts of rushing in." As Cao Hong spoke, a black light flashed in front of him. He didn't hesitate to take a step forward and immediately slashed out with his long sword, colliding with the black light. Bang! The two collided. The moment the black light broke, a bone blade fell to the ground. Immediately after, in the distance, a skeleton with only half a bone blade was standing in the distance. In the next second, another attack came. It was also at this time. A huge skeleton bird swooped down from the sky, immediately putting a lot of pressure on the entire team. The demonic calamity was very strong and there were many of them. Although the players weren't weaker than the demonic calamity in all aspects and were even better than it, perhaps that was based on the overall situation. Seriously speaking, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. In the face of such a demonic calamity, there were still many players who went back to revive. Every time they died, they would lose a level. In the past, it would take a few days to train back, but now it might take a month or two, or even more. So, not dying if possible, this was the first standard for players. For Cao Hong, there were so many skeletons. If they were to encircle and suppress them for a long time, although they could still kill them, it would take too much time. Moreover, once too many players participated, for them, it would also be a loss of benefits. In his opinion, compared to the demonic calamity skeletons outside, the real demons that caused the demonic calamity were the main show. In order to reward the demons, the Imperial Court had also given out generous rewards. This reward, even if they could only revive once or twice, it would definitely not be a loss. So, many people had their eyes on the demons. But in order to encircle and suppress the demons, they had to break through the blockade of the demonic calamity skeletons. Otherwise, if the two attacked from the front and back, they would only have a dead end. In this way, someone had to join forces and turn into a sharp knife to break in and exterminate the demons. This was because the demonic calamity skeletons only chased after the smell of the flesh and blood of living beings. The large number of players fighting outside was the target of these things. If a small group of players broke in, they would not attract too much firepower. This also meant that the people who did this had to be elites. Upon hearing this, Liu Qinghong nodded and said, "However, given our current strength, it is not that easy to deal with the demons. It is rumored that these true Dominion demons are comparable to experts who have condensed the universal skylock." So what? The demons' biggest advantage, other than their strength, is their ability to transform the demonic calamity. Cao Hong shook his head and said, "We can revive. The demon's ability to transform the demonic calamity is already useless. What's left is the problem of strength. Although the ones who have condensed the universal skylock should be very strong, our strength is not weak either. Plus, isn't defeating a powerful boss our player's strength?" Quite a few people agreed with this statement. How could a monster that was not stronger than the players be called a boss? It was inevitable that the players would be able to defeat a boss. Players who had not defeated a boss would not have a complete gaming life. The boss in this game was very different from the boss in previous games. They could not be defeated as they wished. However, the game had been open for a long time. Apart from some powerful bosses, such as the Liang Mountain Fort Master, who were still standing strong, many powerful bosses had been defeated. Even the true martial realm Airborne realm and the prominent sage realm had been defeated. However, they had to pay a huge price to do so. When Liu Qinghong saw this, he did not say anything. Then, he took out his communication jade talisman and sent the message out. Most of the players who had accepted the mission this time had been randomly selected. However, some powerful player groups like theirs had left some connections with each other so that they could be used to communicate at such times. They had the idea of defeating the demons, and so did the other groups. However, everyone knew that a group of dozens of players would not be able to defeat the demons. It would take at least a few hundred players to defeat the demons, which were rumored to be as strong as the heavenly lock of the universe. As for how strong the heavenly lock of the universe was, the details could be found by referring to the Liang Mountain Fort Master. On the other side, more than 20 players formed a group and kept hunting the demon disaster skeletons. Every player could release physical invulnerability, which showed that they were at least in the physical invulnerability realm. Furthermore, they could control their swords with their divine thoughts to kill their enemies in the air. To be able to do this, one had to at least break through to the spiritual god realm. Cao Hong has sent a message. A player released a burst of energy and forced a demon disaster skeleton to retreat. Then, he took out the communication jade talisman at his waist and read the message inside. Hearing this, the leader of the group, a young player, happened to be controlling his sword with his divine thoughts. His sword pierced through the air and pierced through a fallen bone demon. Then, he released a burst of energy and killed the fallen bone demon of true martial realm level 4 in one hit. After doing all this, the long sword rolled back and was caught in his hand. Then, he turned his head and looked at that person. What did Cao Hong say? He wants to join forces with us to kill that evil demon. As expected, the young man shook his head and laughed. That player said, Cao Hong's group is quite strong. Big brother, do you want to join them? Going together is not a problem. The important thing is how to split the benefits. Cao Hong won't just come to our side. When the time comes, there will only be one evil demon. There will be more than one team. When the young man spoke, he paused for a moment and then continued. Let's find a chance to meet up with them and then discuss this matter in detail. Okay. Then, the young man looked at the boundless demon disaster in front of him and felt a little afraid. Fortunately, this was just a game. After players died, there would be no corpses left. If these things appeared in the real world, the entire world would probably be destroyed. In the past, he might not have thought so much. But now, many things in the real world were slowly approaching this world. He couldn't help but worry. The end of the age of Dharma. The recovery of spiritual energy. However, the young man only thought about it for a moment and then threw this thought away. It wasn't his turn to think too much now. Although he was an expert in the spiritual god realm in the game, in reality, he was only a cultivator who had barely stepped into the inner energy realm. Even if the realm in the game could affect the real world, it didn't mean that one would immediately have the same strength as in the game. In the game, one could level up by killing monsters or taking pills directly. But in reality, there was no experience bar. In addition, spiritual energy had just recovered, so having spiritual herbs was almost the same as not having them. Therefore, taking pills had basically become an extravagant hope. Even if there were some pills, they weren't very useful for those in the true martial realm. So until now, there hadn't been any powerful experts in the real world. At the same time when the young man received the message. Just as he said, the other players who were fighting against the demonic calamity received the same news. They have agreed. Liu Qinghong looked at the communication jade token and then looked at Cao Hong. What do you mean? As Cao Hong spoke, he didn't stop attacking. A murderous aura rose from his body, and there was a hint of killing intent in the biting cold sword light. He had exchanged for this sword technique at the government office where he was working. It was a sword technique that focused on killing enemies and stopping killing with killing. In terms of power, it was at the top of the true rank martial arts techniques. Coupled with his strength at the peak of the true martial realm, killing ordinary demon disaster skeletons wasn't a problem at all. No problem. It's just that there's only one of us now. If we want to kill it, we need to split the benefits with them in advance. Give us a meeting point. We can only negotiate when we meet. Okay. Liu Qinghong immediately picked up the communication jade token and sent the message. It didn't take long for a reply to arrive. After a simple communication, Cao Hong immediately shouted, "Everyone, follow me in." As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking sword chi erupted and instantly extinguished the soul flames of the two true martial realm demon disaster skeletons. Boom. With Cao Hong leading the way, Liu Qinghong's strength wasn't weak at all. When he blasted out his palm energy, a silver needle made of fine iron shot out and instantly pierced the soul flames of the demon disaster skeletons. In order to deal with these devil calamities, one's physical strength was ultimately weaker. If he used weapons, it would be much easier. In the vast battlefield of demon disaster skeletons and players, a team of more than 20 players slowly went deeper and deeper, forcibly opening a path. Seeing this, immediately, some players wanted to follow in. Everyone knew that these people were going in at this time to attack the boss. The Imperial Court had issued missions to eliminate demon disasters, and naturally, there were missions to kill demons. Especially the latter. The bountiful rewards of the missions were enough to tempt people. Kill them. Liu Qinghong saw the players following in the back. As the number of players increased, more and more demon disaster skeletons surrounded them. His face instantly turned cold. The only reason these players followed him was to get a share of the loot. But it was fine if they just wanted a share of the loot. It just so happened that solo players were the easiest to spoil. Perhaps, if these people were to get involved in this matter of exterminating the evil devil, then perhaps it would fail. So, when he saw that someone was following him, he immediately took out several silver needles from his bosom and threw them out at an extremely fast speed. Under the illumination of the sun, the 5 silver needles were almost blinded to the point where it was hard to see them clearly. Ah! A few players who were caught off guard screamed. Some had their eyes pierced, and some had their heads pierced. Some had their throats pierced, and they all dissipated into white light. At the same time that Liu Qinghong made his move, the other players also made their moves, forcing back and killing the players following behind them. Even though they were all players, there were differences between the two. On one side was an elite team of players who were at least true martial realm level 7, while on the other side were solo players who had barely entered the true martial realm and perhaps not even reached the physical invulnerability realm. Comparing the two, the gap between the two was huge. As for what Cao Hong and the others did, it also infuriated many players. But they could only be angry. There was no other way. If the demon disaster hadn't interfered, it would have been fine. Now that the demon disaster had interfered and they had to deal with players stronger than them, these solo players immediately fell into a disadvantage. Then, under the demon disaster's obstruction, the two sides completely separated. With Cao Hong as the spearhead, he directly pierced into the demon disaster and headed in one direction according to the results of the message. 2 hours later, in a dilapidated village, several teams of players gathered here. This village used to be full of people. Now, with the outbreak of the demon disaster, the people inside were either taken away in advance or devoured by the demon disaster. In short, there was no sign of life here. Only the arrival of players made this place a little livelier. After Cao Hong and the others arrived, It didn't take long for the other teams to basically all arrive. Then, the leaders of several teams met directly. Let's cut to the chase. There's only one demon that broke out of the seal here. The Imperial Court's mission rewards also stipulated that only one demon will be rewarded. So when the time comes, everyone will rely on their own abilities. After meeting everyone, Cao Hong went straight to the point and said in a deep voice, "But whichever team completes the mission will have to give 70% of the profits to the other teams." There were a total of 5 teams here. The team that killed the demon would get 30% of the profits. The other teams would divide the remaining 70%. On average, each team would get about 20%, which wasn't a small amount. The main problem was, no team alone had the strength to kill the demon. There was only hope if the 5 teams worked together. Hearing that, the others didn't have any objections. Sure, but there's one more condition. If anyone dares to hinder or stab us in the back before we kill the evil spirit, everyone has to eliminate the hidden danger. Even if they're from the same team, we can't be lenient. Okay. No problem. The others, including Cao Hong and Liu Qinghong, didn't have any objections. This was the right thing to do. Before killing the evil spirit, if there were people who would drag them down or stab them in the back, then this cooperation would be over. If things went wrong, all the teams would die in the hands of the demon disaster or the demon. Those who could enter this place were all at least of the physical invulnerability realm. If they died and dropped a level, it would take at least a month for them to have a chance to cultivate again. This loss wasn't something that anyone could bear. After a simple discussion, the few teams, they directly left the place, pierced through the demon disaster that was besieging them, and charged toward the location of the demon according to the intelligence. Although the demon had broken out of the seal, most of them would just stay in the fortress to recover. At the same time, they would also command the demon disaster to invade other places to plunder enough energy for them to recover and increase their strength. Not long after, a dilapidated fortress appeared in everyone's line of sight. Although there were no bloodstains on the walls of the fortress, there was a bloody and austere smell, as if there were still undying war spirits howling on it. The destruction of a fortress usually meant the death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Therefore, the soldiers guarding the fortress were fine before the demon broke out of the seal. But once the demon broke out, the survival rate was close to 0. At this moment, a monstrous demonic aura was spreading out from the fortress. The clear sky had long disappeared, leaving only dense demonic aura that gathered into demonic clouds that covered the sky. When the scorching sun barely penetrated the demonic clouds and shone on the land, there was a kind of oppressive darkness. Bloody, oppressive, brutal. All kinds of inexplicable emotions surged into the hearts of the players, causing many of their expressions to change drastically. Everyone knew that there were demons in the stronghold. Even though the devilish skeletons didn't dare to approach the location of the sinister devils before receiving their orders, this place was much less dangerous than other places. But standing in front of the fortress, the pressure that Cao Hong and the others felt was even greater than when they faced the mighty devil disaster. Chapter 449. Boom. The earth shook and buzzed as a 100-foot-tall skeleton, which looked like a giant beast, suddenly charged over from afar. Its ferocious and brutal aura instantly engulfed the surroundings. Quick, use the insightful art. Many people's expressions changed when they saw the skeleton. Cao Hong turned his head to look at the people in his team and said in a deep voice. Actually, he did not need to say anything. When the huge skeleton had appeared, someone had already used the insightful art to check the monster's attributes. This monster is called the Broken Bone Lord. As for its strength, it cannot be detected at all. After using the insightful art, a player said solemnly. Upon hearing that, the others also looked solemn, but they were not too shocked. Now that they were deep in the heart of the devil calamity, it was normal to encounter powerful monsters. If a true martial realm player could not detect it with the insightful art, the monster had to be at least at the spirit martial realm. However, in this place, regardless of whether it was at the spirit martial realm or the divine martial realm, it could only unleash the strength of a peak true martial realm. If Cao Hong and the others had encountered the Broken Bone Lord in the Spirit Protectorate or above, they would have definitely run as far away as possible. However, in the True Dominion, given their strength, there was no need to run away. Furthermore, if they could not even deal with the Broken Bone Lord, then conquering the evil fiends would be a joke. After all, the Broken Bone Lord was just one of the devil calamities transformed by the evil fiends. No matter how powerful it was, it could not be compared to the evil fiends. On the contrary, they could take advantage of this opportunity to predict the evil fiend's strength in advance from the Broken Bone Lord. With a soft swoosh, a long sword pierced through the air and charged toward the Broken Bone Lord. The long sword sped forward as fast as lightning, creating a loud noise. In less than a breath, it had already arrived in front of the Broken Bone Lord. Boom! At an abnormal speed, the huge palm slapped toward the long sword. A terrifying force immediately bombarded the long sword and sent it flying. The sword-wielding player's face turned pale immediately, as if his spiritual force had suffered some damage. However, he recovered quickly and continued to control the long sword with his spiritual force to attack the Broken Bone Lord. These devil disaster skeletons were powerful, but their weakness was also the most obvious, and that was their soul fire. No matter how powerful a devil disaster skeleton was, as long as its soul flame was extinguished, it would immediately fall and turn into a pile of bones that would scatter, no longer able to be used by the evil demons. While the young man was flying on his sword, the other players also made their moves. This was not a personal battle. If they wanted to kill the boss, they had to clear all obstacles as quickly as possible and at the least cost. In an instant, astral energy streaked across the sky as numerous attacks shot toward Lord of Shattered Bones. Although the Bonesetter King was huge, its speed was also shockingly fast. Moreover, its attacks were powerful and heavy, far surpassing other monsters. The monster also knew where its weakness was. Every time someone tried to attack the soulfire, it would firmly protect itself, not giving the player the slightest chance. However, if players were to attack other areas, the Lord of Shattered Bones would not pay much attention to them. In terms of defensive power, the bone armor on his body was not much weaker than a spiritual weapon. It was not an easy task to break through such a defense. The battle unfolded very quickly, and it did not take long for it to reach a white-hot stage. A palm that was like a huge millstone came crushing down. A player could not dodge in time and could only support his protective aura to block the Bonesetter King's attack. However, although the protective aura was strong, the Bonesetter King's attack was obviously stronger. With just one touch, the protective aura was directly shattered. However, there was also a gap in the middle, which allowed the player to successfully escape the attack range. Those who cultivate Frost True Essence, slow down this monster's attack speed. Liu Qinghong immediately shouted. The NPCs in this game were no different from ordinary people. If one wanted to deal with them in the traditional way, it could only be said that the results were minimal. However, if one wanted to deal with monsters without intelligence, it was no different from the previous games. It could be said that there would be such people in every regular player team. Suddenly, more than a dozen players attacked, using their Frost True Essence to bombard the Bonesetter King's body. Although the Bonesetter King's body defense was strong, it was difficult to break its body defense with True Essence attacks. However, the goal of the players was not to rely on this to kill the opponent. They just wanted to use their Frost True Essence to slow down its movement and create opportunities for others. Immediately after, the leader of the team said, "Those who cultivate poison attribute cultivation methods or martial arts, try to see if you can corrode its bone armor. Those who have advanced movement techniques, try to interfere with the Bonesetter King's attack as much as possible. Those who have more powerful offensive martial arts, find a way to break the bone armor's defense and extinguish its soul fire." Orders were issued one after another. All the players attacked the Bonesetter King in an orderly manner. In a one-on-one battle, no one was a match for the Bonesetter King. However, with everyone working together, the Bonesetter King's movement suddenly slowed down. Although its attack was still fierce, for those who cultivated advanced movement techniques, such a slow speed was not very useful no matter how fierce the attack was. Although the bone armor's defense was comparable to a spiritual weapon, it was not invincible. Moreover, it was not like there were no players who had spiritual weapons. In addition, those who cultivated poison attribute cultivation methods and martial arts had a great corrosive effect on the bone armor. In this way, the Bone Setter King's defense was further weakened. Finally, under the intensive attacks, the Bone Setter King's bone armor finally showed signs of cracking. The moment the bone armor broke, a long sword flew out and disappeared into the Bone Setter King's eye socket in the blink of an eye. When the long sword went in, a shocking sword chi exploded. The flickering soul fire was like a flame that had been blown by the wind, and was extinguished in an instant. The moment the soul fire was extinguished, the Bone Setter King's huge body fell to the ground like a wooden frame. Cao Hong looked back at the young man who put away the long sword and said with a fake smile, "Brother Bien, good move." However, there was an extremely serious look in his eyes. Bien Hang. He was one of the few strong players in the Baiyun mansion. In terms of strength, Cao Hong was not confident that he could defeat him. When all the players were hovering in the true martial realm, Bien Hang had already stepped into the spiritual martial realm. One had to know. It had been more than 3 years in the game world, but there were still very few players who could advance to the spiritual martial realm. One of the problems was the cultivation method, and the other was the large amount of experience points needed to break through to the spiritual martial realm. It was easy to obtain a spiritual level cultivation method. With the means of the players, as long as they spent some time or found a way to join a sect in the spiritual realm, they would have a chance to get it. The real problem was the large amount of experience points needed to break through to the spiritual martial realm. Even Cao Hong himself, who had been at the peak of the true martial realm for a few months, was still a long way from breaking through to the spiritual martial realm. This showed how strong Bien Hang was. Even in the teams, there were only a few elite players who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Bien Hang in terms of realm. "You flatter me." Bien Hang smiled slightly, in a good mood. He had killed the Bone Setter King with a single strike and gained a lot of experience points. The facts proved that Bien Hang was indeed a monster in the spiritual martial realm. Even though the experience points given by the demon disaster skeletons were much less than those given by monsters, it was still extremely rich. As for the other players who had entered the spiritual god realm, their eyes flickered slightly. Although spiritual god realm cultivators could give birth to a spiritual god and strengthen their divine sense to a powerful extent, it was not something a spiritual god realm cultivator could do if they wanted to attach their divine sense to a long sword and reach the point of controlling a sword to kill enemies with peerless power. Bien Hang had definitely obtained some kind of martial arts to have such an ability. However, cultivation methods and martial arts were taboo for anyone. Although they had some guesses in their hearts, it was not good for them to say too much. The Bone Setter King is already dead. This monster should have been deliberately sent by the demons to stop us after noticing our arrival. Now that this monster is dead, the main culprit might be waiting for us to enter. Liu Qinghong looked at the fortress in front of him that was filled with demonic energy and said with a solemn expression. The battle just now had caused quite a commotion. But until now, they had not seen any movement from the demons. With the strength of the demons, it was impossible for them not to have noticed anything. The current situation could only mean that the other party was already aware of everything and was just waiting for them to enter. In fact, from the moment they stepped into the demonic land, the demons had already noticed their existence. Thinking of this, many people felt heavy in their hearts. Although the Bone Setter King did not cause much damage to the team, the powerful strength that the other party displayed also gave them a lot of pressure. Looking at the big picture, from the Bone Setter King's strength, one could more or less infer how powerful the demons were. In fact, many people were already prepared for this. After a short silence, Bien Hang said calmly, "Since this boss is so confident, then let's go in and take a good look. If we want the demons to come out, why do we have to go deep into the tiger's den?" "Brother Cao, what do you mean?" "Just watch." A mysterious smile appeared on Cao Hong's face. Then, a jade ring on his hand flickered, and a sealed package appeared in his hand. When they saw this, Bien Hang and the others were also moved. A storage ring. Storage rings were true treasures among players. They were extremely expensive, and players who could obtain such treasures could only be said to be rare. Even Bien Hang himself did not have a storage ring. It was not that he could not get it. It was because the price to get it was too high, so he was not willing to get it. But even so, Cao Hong had a storage ring in his hand, which proved that the other party's financial resources were not as simple as it seemed. This is explosives. Someone saw the thing in the other party's hand and asked in surprise. Explosives. Hearing this, the others also turned their gazes over, their expressions changing unpredictably. They did not think that Cao Hong would take out explosives. Explosives, whether in the game world or the real world, basically existed. Coupled with the realism of the game world, almost everything that existed in the real world, as long as it could be manufactured step by step, the power would be the same. But the problem was, the manufacturing of many powerful weapons required very complicated steps, and because of the difference between the two worlds, the materials were also very different, so it was very difficult to manufacture. Some simple guns and cannons could be manufactured, but those things were not very powerful. It could be used to deal with ordinary people, but to deal with cultivators, it was far from enough. Not to mention other things. When a cultivator reached the level of copper skin and iron bones, their defensive power would greatly increase, and the threat of guns and cannons would be reduced by 70%. If they reached the peak of basic martial realm, their body would become one, and they would be able to ignore the threat of guns and cannons. In the early days of the game, there were still some knowledgeable players who would make these things to kill monsters and level up. But now that he had leveled up, these things were basically obsolete. Among them, the explosives in Cao Hong's hand were included. The power of explosives was not fake, but cultivators were born with strong senses. As long as the explosives were detonated, just by jumping up in the air, the explosives would not have any effect. As for large amounts of explosives, although they could pose a threat to some true martial realm cultivators, the amount needed was too large, and the gains and losses were not proportional. And when sieging a city, explosives were not very useful. Basically, every city had runes engraved on it to protect the safety of the city walls, to prevent a powerful cultivator from destroying the city walls in just a few moves. So, things in the real world had very little use in the game world. At this moment, when they saw Cao Hong take out these things, the others were very surprised. Because these things were completely useless. Could it be that he was going to use explosives to blow up the demons? Cao Hong smiled and said, "If the demons don't come out, then we'll invite them out. The only protection of the stronghold is this city wall. Now that the stronghold has been breached by the demons, the runes on the city wall have long disappeared. At this time, explosives will naturally come in handy." The city wall was very large. Destroying it by relying on manpower alone would not only take time, but also a lot of true essence. On the contrary, if they used explosives to blow up the city wall, it would be much simpler. Even if the demons had made any arrangements, it would be within the stronghold. As long as the city wall was gone, all the arrangements would be useless. Then they saw Cao Hong continuously take out packs of explosives from his storage ring and pass them to the other players in the team. Then, they saw these people pile up the explosives at the foot of the city wall. Not long after, there were thousands of explosives piled up at the foot of the stronghold. Many people frowned when they saw this, and their expressions turned solemn. Thousands of explosives. Once such a force exploded, even the earth energy shield of a physical invulnerability realm cultivator would be shattered. After the last explosive pack was placed in place, Tang Wulin took a deep breath. Cao Hong said, "Everyone, step back a little to avoid being affected." Hearing this, the others immediately stepped back a little. Some of them had already activated their true essence, ready to deal with what would happen next. When everyone retreated, Cao Hong also retreated a very far distance. Then, a fiery Jin Yuan blasted out in the air and directly fell on top of one of the explosive packs. The next moment, boom! An earth-shattering sound, as if the earth had cracked, instantly resounded through the sky. Immediately after, a powerful heatwave swept out in all directions. At this moment, all the cultivators spread out their protective earth energy to resist the heatwave. At this moment, Their eyes all fell on the city wall of the stronghold, wanting to see if the explosives would work. In the eyes of the players, the city wall was like a piece of paper. Under the impact of the heat wave, it disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moment the stronghold shattered, a terrifying and tyrannical aura suddenly burst out from within. "How dare you!" An earth-shattering thunder roared. A terrifying figure that was nearly 300 feet tall had already stepped out of the stronghold. Everywhere it passed, there was a vast fiend chi. The heat wave caused by the explosion was drowned by the surging fiend chi. Evil Lord Sun Soul was filled with killing intent. His huge eyes stared coldly at the numerous players in front of him. He had already sensed these people when they had stepped into the fiend territory. However, to these people, Evil Lord Sun Soul did not take them to heart at all. As an evil spirit of the fiend abyss, he was born as a heavenly being realm expert. He also had the advantage of a powerful physical body. There were very few people in the same realm who could be on par with him. In the true dominion, he was comparable to an expert who had condensed the universal heavenly lock. According to Evil Lord Sun Soul's understanding of this world, the experts who had condensed the universal heavenly lock seemed to have perished. As for those who were also heavenly being realm experts, he was not the least bit afraid of occupying a dominant position in the fiend territory. In Evil Lord Sun Soul's opinion, Cao Hong and the others were more like something to adjust his mood after being sealed for thousands of years. He would slowly toy with them like a cat playing with a mouse. The bone-shattering lord had been a monster he had casually created and released to test the strength of the players. However, based on the previous battle, these people were indeed not weak. However, not weak was only a relative term. In Evil Lord Sun Soul's opinion, Cao Hong and the others were just slightly stronger ants. He had even planned to sit still in the stronghold and slowly create some monsters to play with them. In the end, Cao Hong had directly used explosives to blow up the stronghold's walls. Evil Lord Sun Soul was so angry that he exploded. Given the evil spirit's experience, he naturally did not recognize explosives. Furthermore, the force of the explosion could only threaten true martial realm cultivators at most. It would not cause any harm to spirit martial realm cultivators. In the past, he would not have cared about such things. Now, he was truly disgusted by these explosives. When Evil Lord Sun Soul appeared, the faces of Cao Hong and the others turned solemn. Evil spirit. Use the insight technique to check his attributes. His name is Evil Lord Sun Soul. I can't see any other information. A player used the insight technique to take a look and immediately shook his head. Even the bone-shattering lord's attributes could not be seen, let alone the evil spirit that created the bone-shattering lord. That terrifying aura and the body that was like a small mountain made everyone feel a great pressure. Such pressure. Among all the bosses they had encountered, Evil Lord Sun Soul was the first. Looking at the hill-like Evil Lord Sun Soul, Liu Qinghong's mind was also shaken. His gaze kept sweeping back and forth, trying to find the evil spirit's weakness. Before coming here, he had tried to find the evil spirit's weakness on the forum. But unfortunately, since the appearance of the evil spirit, there had never been a player who had defeated it, let alone a weakness. It could be said that, it was not that there were no players who had killed their way to the evil spirit, but there was not a single player who had completed the mission to kill the evil spirit. Everyone was well aware of how powerful this kind of boss that no one had defeated yet was. After scanning back and forth a few times, Liu Qinghong said in a low voice, "It is said that the evil spirit's physical body is extremely strong. Its weakness should be the weak parts of its body. It is the same as us humans, it also has 5 vital organs, so it mainly attacks these places." Hearing this, Bian Hang and the others turned around and nodded to each other, tacitly agreeing with each other's words. The huge body of the evil Lord Sun Soul in front of them gave off too much pressure. Therefore, they did not dare to delay for too long. Otherwise, before the boss was defeated, they would be scared before the battle even started. "Go!" Bian Hang roared angrily. The spirit god immediately controlled the long sword and took the lead to cut through the sky, charging towards Evil Lord Sun Soul. Immediately after, the other players also made their moves. Looking at the long sword coming towards him, evil Lord Sun Soul revealed a mocking smile. Then, the pillar-like finger stretched out, and demonic energy surged, turning into a terrifying finger aura that directly bombarded over. Bang! With a loud bang, the long sword let out a mournful cry and was instantly sent flying by the terrifying force. At the same time, the divine will on the sword body also dissipated in an instant. Bien Hang spat out a mouthful of blood and had already suffered quite a serious injury. So strong. This was the only thought in Bien Hang's mind. Without truly fighting with the evil spirit, one would never be able to understand how terrifying a boss of this level was. Ever since he obtained the spirit god's sword technique, he had been invincible. Even if he encountered some strong opponents, there had never been anyone who could defeat his spirit god in a single strike. One must know that for this kind of spirit god sword technique, the strongest was the spirit god, and the weakest was also the spirit god. Once the spirit god on the long sword was defeated, the person controlling the sword would also be severely injured. Subsequently, Bien Hang took out a pill and consumed it to alleviate the injuries on his body. Then, he used his divine sense to recall the long sword. There were already some cracks on the sword's body, and its spirituality had also dissipated by a lot. Seeing this, Bien Hang's heart ached again. In order to obtain this spiritual artifact, he had paid a heavy price. In the end, this spiritual artifact was almost destroyed in a single exchange. How could he not feel heartache? Chapter 450. Boom. Boom. The battle between the players and the evil demons reached its climax as soon as Zero Wing took action. Or rather, the players were suppressed by the evil fiend after just one exchange. Evil Lord Sun Soul was a heavenly man major cultivator. Even in the True Dominion, he was equivalent to an expert who had condensed 2 or 3 universal skylocks. In the True Dominion, when both of them were at the peak true martial realm, a cultivator who had condensed 1 universal skylock was more than twice as powerful as a cultivator who had not condensed one. This was not just twice as powerful. It was an all-around suppression. If the two of them exchanged blows, it would be easy for the person who had condensed the universal skylock to suppress the person who had not condensed the universal skylock. It was the same logic. An existence who had condensed 1 universal skylock would be much weaker than an existence who had condensed 2 or 3 universal skylocks. This suppression was on a completely different level. It was hard to understand if one had not reached this level. Although Cao Hong and the others knew that the evil devil's strength was comparable to an expert who had condensed the universal heavenly lock, there were differences in the strength of the universal heavenly lock. The strongest expert was someone like Qin Shujian, who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks. However, based on their understanding, an ordinary evil fiend would not be able to condense 4 universal skylocks. That was also why Cao Hong and the others had the confidence to defeat this evil fiend. After all, it was no exaggeration to say that the people gathered here were the elite players of the Fallen Moon Manor. Their strength and techniques were so strong that they could even contend with a great cultivator who was at the flight manifestation realm. However, no one would have thought that the strength of the universal heavenly lock would completely exceed the scope of their expectations. Boom. Demonic chi turned into threads that easily penetrated the physical invulnerability quintessential essence. Then, a 7th-level true martial realm player turned into white light and dissipated before he could even resist. Cao Hong's heart sank when he saw this. What other techniques do you have? Don't hide them anymore. Otherwise, no one will benefit. A player shouted angrily after dodging evil Lord Sun Soul's fatal attack. The moment he finished speaking, he had already taken out a jade stone and crushed it. Thousands of array patterns appeared and instantly formed an array formation that swallowed evil Lord Sun Soul. In an instant, evil Lord Sun Soul's huge body had already disappeared. Formation. Looking at the scene before him, Cao Hong's eyes flickered. He was no stranger to formations. The master of Mount Liang, who he had always wanted to conquer, was a grandmaster of formations. He could be said to be a top-notch powerhouse in the field of formations. This is only a grandmaster level formation. It shouldn't be able to trap the demons for long. Before that person could finish his words, the runes on the array crumbled and evil Lord Sun Soul walked out from within. However, this short delay was enough for the others to react. Bien Hang took out a jade talisman and crushed it. A terrifying aura Qi True Yuan shot out from the jade talisman and bombarded evil Lord Sun Soul. This was a jade talisman that he had paid a huge price to obtain. It contained an attack from a god martial realm expert. However, in the true dominion, such a one-time technique would be suppressed by heaven and earth. Therefore, the jade talisman, which should have been comparable to a divine martial strike, was only at the limit of a true martial artist. But even so, this attack was not something he could unleash at his current stage. When Bien Hang made his move, the others no longer held back and used all their trump cards. The evil demons were too strong. If they did not injure and cripple the other party first, they would not be able to play anymore. All of the attacks gathered together, forming a mighty force that was frightening. Like a torrential current, it slammed onto the body of evil Lord Sun Soul. Rumble. Boom. Boom. All the attacks exploded. Evil Lord Sun Soul's huge body could not withstand it and retreated a few steps. Blood flowed out of his wounds. Upon seeing this, the players all smiled faintly. But soon, the smiles on their faces stiffened. Under the surging fiendish chi, the wounds on evil Lord Sun Soul's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath's time, all the wounds disappeared and a terrifying aura spread. F***CK. Cao Hong could not help but curse. How could they continue playing? His wounds were healed instantly. This was an unlimited recovery of blood. It had not been easy for him to take out all his trump cards, but they had all recovered in a few seconds. This made him feel like he had wasted all his efforts. As for the others, their reactions were not any better than Cao Hong's. It was true that the evil demons were strong, but no one knew that apart from being strong, this boss's recovery ability was also heaven-defying. If they knew, they would not have taken down this boss so easily. It did not matter if his defense was strong. It did not matter if his attacks were unparalleled. Even if his recovery ability was strong, it was still acceptable. After playing the game for so many years, Cao Hong and the others had encountered all kinds of bosses. However, most of them only had one advantage and the other two were their weaknesses. However, for a boss like evil Lord Sun Soul with shocking defense, shocking attack, and shocking recovery ability, there was no way to play with it. Retreat. Cao Hong made a decision right away. Unless one's strength was absolutely overwhelming, it would be impossible to kill a boss like this bit by bit. Moreover, with the strength of both sides, it was not certain who would be the one killing who. If they retreated now, it would be equivalent to stopping their losses. Otherwise, the losses would increase. The other player teams had similar thoughts as Cao Hong. However, if they wanted to retreat, they had to ask evil Lord Sun Soul for permission. Humans, you have successfully infuriated me, evil Lord Sun Soul roared out. As a celestial evil demon, to think that he would be injured by an ant-like human. This was an insult to him. If he did not devour Cao Hong and the others today, he would not be able to vent the anger in his heart. Hence, just as Cao Hong and the others were about to retreat, evil Lord Sun Soul took a step forward, and a palm came crashing down like a collapsing mountain. Monstrous demonic energy exploded, and a black and red energy palm covered everyone. Boom. The players also counterattacked. Everyone's strength was pushed to the limit, and a terrifying energy exploded. When the two collided, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The moment the black and red energy palm shattered, everyone's hearts shook, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Some players did not even have time to scream before they were killed by the shockwave. Under this attack, hundreds of players were injured, and a few players died. The evil demon's power was shocking. How are we supposed to fight this? Some players were both angry and desperate. The two sides were not on the same level. No matter how they fought, they could not be his opponent. As for Cao Hong, Bien Hang, and the other team leaders, their expressions were gloomy, and they were already thinking of a way out. If they wanted to retreat, evil Lord Sun Soul would not give them the chance. In the previous head-on clash, they had already experienced the other party's strength. Ahem. Evil Lord Sun Soul suddenly tilted his head and looked at the distant sky. His huge eyes were filled with seriousness. This scene was immediately seen by the others. What's going on? Could it be that another expert has come? Regarding Evil Lord Sun Soul's actions, some players had already made their guesses, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. In the current situation, their teams could be said to be in a desperate situation. Any sudden change would not make the situation worse. Instead, it would give them a chance to turn the situation around. The players' thoughts, Evil Lord Sun Soul did not know, and did not want to know. In his eyes, these humans were as weak as ants, and he only needed to use a bit of strength to get rid of them. What was worth paying attention to was the powerful aura that was coming from afar. Just then, Evil Lord Sun Soul felt a warning in his heart. At the same time, he sensed that there was an expert stepping into the demonic land. That tyrannical aura made even him feel a little apprehensive. The Great Jiao has already sent a celestial. Evil Lord Sun Soul's mind was filled with thoughts. While guessing where that aura came from, he did not feel much fear. So what if it was a celestial from the Great Jiao? He was also a celestial, and he did not need to fear anyone. The reason why he was suppressed was not because he was defeated by the humans, but because he was defeated by the combined forces of several celestials. Now, it was different. In Evil Lord Sun Soul's senses, there was only one aura coming, which meant that there was only one person. You dare to come alone, you don't know your place. At this moment, the players finally sensed the tyrannical aura. Both sides involuntarily looked in the same direction, where a black dot was rapidly approaching. The black dot was moving extremely quickly. Occasionally, there would be flying demon disaster monsters that would come forward, but in less than a breath's time, they would be turned into dust. Soon, the black dot gradually grew bigger. With the players' current realm, their eyesight was extremely powerful, so they could naturally see the appearance of the person. After seeing the other party's appearance, Cao Hong's heart shook violently. Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Actually, there was no need for him to say it, as some people had already recognized the person. However, not everyone could remember Qin Shujian's appearance. Therefore, when Cao Hong blurted out the words Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, it instantly caused a huge commotion. Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Sect Yuan's Sect Master. This was a famous big boss, and all the players had heard of his name. In addition, Qin Shujian also had the title of the #1 expert in the cultivation world of Baiyun Manor. After all, there were no top sects in Baiyun Manor, nor did any sect have a celestial. Qin Shujian's identity as an Array Dao Grandmaster and his powerful strength naturally made him the #1 expert. However, this title had not been very well known at first. However, the opening of the Yuan Pavilion and the subsequent series of events had completely pushed Qin Shujian's prestige to the peak. Cold Mountain Stronghold Master? Naturally, Evil Lord Sun Soul could hear what the players were saying. He could not help but feel a little puzzled. He had never heard of this title before. Stronghold Master? The last title sounded more like the leader of some mountain stronghold bandits. Since when had the Great Jiao become so powerful? How could a mountain stronghold leader possess such powerful strength? Just as Qin Shujian was closing in, Evil Lord Sun Soul could already tell that the other party had not reached the celestial level. However, his aura was not much weaker than his in the True Dominion. On the other side, Qin Shujian was also approaching at an extremely fast speed. Evil Lord Sun Soul's 300 feet tall body was simply too eye-catching. It was very difficult to not see him. After receiving the information from the Imperial Court, he had rushed to one of the places without stopping. He wanted to kill all the evil spirits in front of everyone. Therefore, after arriving at the Fallen Moon Manor, Qin Shujian had immediately barged into the Devil Calamity and prepared to kill the evil spirits with lightning speed. However, after arriving, he realized that things were a little different from what he had imagined. There were not only evil spirits here, but also players. It was not difficult for Qin Shujian to distinguish whether they were players or not. When his Dharma eye swept over, he could roughly tell. He had not expected that players would kill their way into this place. Based on their stance, It was obvious that they wanted to rob him. To this, Qin Shujian's heart was also filled with anger. He had wanted to kill the evil spirits wholeheartedly, but players had wanted to rob him. Fortunately, these players' strength was average. If they were really strong enough, it would not have been his turn this time. At this time, Qin Shujian had already arrived near Evil Lord Sun Soul and stopped floating in the air. Then, he used his Dharma Eye and Evil Lord Sun Soul's attributes appeared in his mind. Compared to the spiritual eye, this time, the Dharma Eye revealed one more attribute. Name, Evil Lord Sun Soul Realm, Peak of the True Martial Realm, Level 5 of the Heaven Human Realm. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. With the strength of Level 5 of the Heaven Human Realm, Evil Lord Sun Soul was at least at the same level as the Moon-devouring Beast King. He might even be stronger than the Moon-devouring Beast King. But to him, Evil Lord Sun Soul's strength was not as tempting as the changes brought by the Dharma Eye. Directly seeing through the enemy's cultivation realm was a practical ability. However, when he activated his spiritual eye, on the other hand, Qin Shujian saw that Evil Lord Sun Soul also had an azure providence. However, above the azure providence, there was a black-red providence covering it. It gave off an ominous feeling. Evil spirits also have luck. A doubt arose in his mind, but it quickly dissipated. It didn't matter if evil spirits had luck or not. To him, it was even better if evil spirits had luck. At least when facing a strong evil spirit, he would have another way to deal with it. When Qin Shujian appeared, Evil Lord Sun Soul's gaze landed on him as well. His tyrannical voice rang out in the air. "Who are you? How dare you enter my demonic land? I'm here to save you." "Save? You're covered in dark clouds and a bloody light. I'm afraid you're going to face a bloody disaster soon. If it's serious, you might even lose your life. This is going to be tough." Qin Shujian looked at Evil Lord Sun Soul with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, "Ridiculous." Evil Lord Sun Soul laughed in anger. He did not believe Qin Shujian's words at all. Qin Shujian said, "The reason why you're in such bad luck is because you met me today. I'd like to see where you get your confidence from." The moment the words left Evil Lord Sun Soul's mouth, he sent out a palm strike that shook the void and crushed down on Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian's aura was powerful. But in his eyes, humans who had not reached the celestial being realm were no different from ants. At most, he would need to use a little more effort to deal with stronger ants. The moment Evil Lord Sun Soul attacked, Cao Hong and the others held their breaths and watched the development of the situation without moving. For them. Now that Qin Shujian had appeared, it was undoubtedly a good thing. Evil spirits were comparable to experts who had formed the universal heavenly lock, and so was Qin Shujian. The battle between the two sides would definitely be extremely tragic. They might even have a chance to take this opportunity to pick up ahead. As long as they killed the evil spirit, the Imperial Court's mission would be considered complete. Under everyone's gaze, thunderbolts suddenly emerged and turned into a powerful shield of upstanding qi, enveloping Qin Shujian's entire body. The next second, Evil Lord Sun Soul's palm had already descended. The two collided and the lightning instantly went berserk. The moment the protective shield shattered, Evil Lord Sun Soul let out a cry of pain and had no choice but to withdraw his palm. The originally huge palm was now charred black, as if it had suffered a terrifying attack. The charred skin cracked and blood flowed continuously from the wound. As the demonic qi surged, the wound was completely healed. This confrontation. It ended with Qin Shujian having the advantage. Although the protective thunderbolt was broken, the counterattack of the protective shield caused some minor injuries to Evil Lord Sun Soul. "My strength is a little lacking. It's my turn now." Qin Shujian took a step forward. His originally 7-foot body suddenly grew taller, turning into a 300-foot giant. At the same time, a violent force erupted. At the same time, he threw a punch at Evil Lord Sun Soul. In an instant, the terrifying power was vast and mighty, causing everyone's mind to waver. The sudden turn of events shocked Demon Lord Sun Soul. The greatest advantage of evil spirits was their physical body. Now that Qin Shujian's body had grown bigger, this gap was immediately closed. However, he couldn't be shocked for too long because the opponent's attack had already arrived. Evil Lord Sun Soul immediately punched out. Shortly after, the two fists collided. Boom! The aftershock appeared between the two, instantly turning into a violent wind that swept across the world, causing the demonic chi in the sky to show signs of dissipating. Kill. In the previous exchange, the two sides were evenly matched. Qin Shujian's eyes narrowed and he unleashed his full strength. Crash! The four heavenly locks of the universe pierced the heavens and the earth, traversing the void. The aura on Qin Shujian's body skyrocketed in an instant, and he threw out another punch. When the terrifying power erupted, it directly caused the void to explode, followed by a white airwave sweeping out. Four universal heavenly locks. Evil Lord Sun Soul was shocked. The four chains that pierced through the void had caused a great impact on his mind. He knew that Qin Shujian wasn't weak, but he didn't expect that his opponent would be an expert who had condensed four universal heavenly locks. Boom! Another punch, as if he had mobilized the power of the entire demonic land. The demonic chi turned into a huge fist aura that met the attack. A face-to-face exchange. The fist aura shattered. A power that far exceeded what Evil Lord Sun Soul could withstand exploded, causing the skin on his arm to crack and blood to gush out like a fountain. Before Evil Lord Sun Soul could be shocked, Qin Shujian's attack came again. Boom! Boom! Evil Lord Sun Soul's body retreated, his flesh cracked and blood splattered across the sky. From the beginning, he was at a disadvantage. Qin Shujian's killing intent piled up. Every punch he threw out could cause Evil Lord Sun Soul's body to crack. This made the demon in front of him not look like an expert who had condensed the universal heavenly locks, but an ordinary peak true martial realm cultivator. The divine realm martial art, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, original avatar of heaven and earth, has been changed, would not only increase his physique, but his physical strength would also increase as his physique grew bigger. This was the terrifying part of this martial art. Or else, if it only increased his body size without increasing his strength, the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth wouldn't be called a divine martial art. This was the only reason why Qin Shujian felt that this divine martial art was very similar to the techniques he had heard of in his previous life. His strength had already reached the level of condensing four universal heavenly locks. Then there was the divine martial art lawful embodiment of heaven and earth to support him. The combination of the two directly raised his strength to a terrifying level. Although it was still four universal heavenly locks, in terms of true strength, it couldn't be compared. This was also why. It was why Evil Lord Sun Soul was at a disadvantage in just one exchange. As for Cao Hong and the rest, they were all in a daze. They knew that Qin Shujian was very strong. After all, the title of Cold Mountain Stockade Master had never been fake. But no matter how strong he was, there was no reason for him to be this strong. The tyrannical Evil Lord Sun Soul was like a 3-year-old child in front of Qin Shujian. He was easily crushed and didn't even have the right to fight back. Compared to the situation where they were completely crushed by Evil Lord Sun Soul, it was a completely different situation. Such a strong contrast made Cao Hong and the others a little difficult to accept. At this moment, as Qin Shujian punched out again, Evil Lord Sun Soul's body was instantly sent flying. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal landed. After comprehending the true meaning of sealing, the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal had undergone a transformation. After taking a direct hit from the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal, Evil Lord Sun Soul immediately realized that the demonic chi in his body had been forcefully sealed by some kind of powerful force. Just as he was about to break through the seal, another attack came. Bang! Under the punch, his body exploded. Demonic chi rushed over to repair his body, but it couldn't keep up with the speed of destruction. Under such an attack, Evil Lord Sun Soul had no chance to break through the seal. Instantly. Thus, the evil spirit became a living target, allowing Qin Shujian to attack as he pleased. In the end, when the demonic chi completely disappeared, the injuries on Evil Lord Sun Soul's body stopped recovering. Boom! His mountainous body was sent flying. Evil Lord Sun Soul smashed into the ruins of the fortress, obliterating the last vestiges of the fortress. Then, Qin Shujian released 27 square array discs from his storage ring. In less than a breath, a large array was formed and swallowed him and Evil Lord Sun Soul. Chapter 451. Inside the Formation. Before Evil Lord Sun Soul could recover from the dense and suffocating attacks, he saw his surroundings change, as if the stars had moved. Formation. With his eyesight, how could he not see where he was? But what Evil Lord Sun Soul didn't expect was. Qin Shujian's strength was astonishing, but he was also proficient in formations. When did the human race have such an expert like you? Looking at the unparalleled aura of Qin Shujian, Evil Lord Sun Soul couldn't help but cry out. At this time, he was already seriously injured, his body cracked and blood flowed like a pillar. Under the premise that his demon chi had dissipated, he could only rely on his body to slowly heal his own injuries. Evil Lord Sun Soul didn't care anymore. Anyway, demons couldn't die and couldn't be destroyed. At most, they would return to the dark demon abyss. Compared to this, he was more concerned about Qin Shujian's tyrannical strength. An expert who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks. Evil Lord Sun Soul remembered that he had once met such a person. That human's strength was so tyrannical that ordinary demons couldn't contend against him. Even now, when he thought about it, he still felt a lingering fear. That was the first time he walked out of the demon abyss and met such an expert in the human race. It was also the first time he was killed and reborn in the demon abyss. So, Evil Lord Sun Soul had a deep impression of this. Now, the feeling that Qin Shujian gave him made him feel as if he had returned to that time. He had also condensed 4 universal heavenly locks, and was also unbeatable. Evil Lord Sun Soul even had a premonition that once Qin Shujian stepped into the diviner realm, the human race would definitely have another top expert who could suppress the world. Human, you can't live. When I am reborn in the demon abyss, I will definitely kill you when I step into this world, Evil Lord Sun Soul said with a serious expression. This wasn't a threat or a warning, but a statement of fact. For a top expert of the human race who could suppress the world in the future, they would never allow such an existence to appear. After returning to the demon abyss, Evil Lord Sun Soul already had plans to summon the other demons. Once the other demons knew of Qin Shujian's existence, they would never let him go. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression remained the same. A red lotus of purgation appeared in his hand. I will be waiting for your arrival. After saying this, the red lotus of purgation appeared. Just as Evil Lord Sun Soul was about to make a final struggle, Qin Shujian suppressed him with a punch, then used the red lotus of purgation to ignite him. The moment his body touched the red lotus of purgation, Evil Lord Sun Soul's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen something terrifying. No. Impossible. How could you have such a thing? What the hell is this? Ah. Evil Lord Sun Soul, who should have been prepared to die, roared crazily. His voice was filled with endless fear. But no matter how hard he struggled, he had no way to resist the red lotus of purgation. Very soon, Evil Lord Sun Soul was completely devoured by the red flames. And the moment Evil Lord Sun Soul died, a system message appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. You have successfully killed Evil Lord Sun Soul. You have obtained 100 luck points. 100 luck points. When he saw this message, Qin Shujian almost thought that he had seen wrongly. But after looking at it a few more times, he realized that he had not seen wrongly. It was indeed 100 luck points. Hiss, after killing all the demons, the luck points obtained are 10 points. Why would Evil Lord Sun Soul contribute 100 luck point? This sudden turn of events caused Qin Shujian's expression to change continuously. Then, he looked at the red lotus that was quietly floating in the air, then reached out his hand and beckoned. The red lotus was in his hand. Immediately, it turned into an unimaginably pure energy that flowed into his body. The purity of this energy, even the energy given by the moon-devouring demon king in the past, was slightly inferior. Originally, After breaking through to the second level of the divine martial realm, the divine spirit that had been raised to 200 feet instantly rose to 200 feet after being nourished by this energy. At the same time, the strength of all aspects of his physical body had also been strengthened. Although there was no change in his realm, his overall strength had increased by a level. In addition to that, Qin Shujian also noticed that his life source had directly increased by 200 million points after devouring the Red Lotus. 200 million points of life source. 100 luck points. It's even purer than the energy given by the moon-devouring Demon King. All kinds of information flashed through his mind one by one. Finally, Qin Shujian thought of a shocking thing. Could it be that the demons killed by the Red Lotus of Purgation can no longer be reborn from the demon abyss? This idea was very unrealistic, but it was the only possibility that was closest to reality. Or else, it was difficult to explain why the luck points given by evil Lord Sun Soul were 10 times that of the previous demons. It was also difficult to explain why the energy and life source given by him were far superior to that of other demons. Especially the energy that was purer than the moon-devouring Demon King's. Only an existence stronger than the moon-devouring Demon King could contribute that. If that's the case, evil Lord Sun Soul should have really fallen. Qin Shujian was basically certain of this conjecture. And from evil Lord Sun Soul, he could also deduce what realm the moon-devouring Demon King was in. Evil Lord Sun Soul, who was at the 5th level of the celestial being realm, had contributed more than the moon-devouring Demon King in all aspects. Then, the moon-devouring Demon King's realm should have been at the 4th level of the celestial being realm and had just stepped into the Demon King realm. Now Qin Shujian's thoughts were a little messy as he thought of many things. In the end, it still came back to the Red Lotus of Purgation. He had never expected that the Red Lotus of Purgation, who had evolved with the Wisdom King Hellfire, would be able to kill the demons. One had to know. As far as Qin Shujian knew, only Zhu Bing could kill the demons with a supreme treasure. Other than that, there was nothing else. Of course, there could be other things, but before the Red Lotus of Purgation appeared, he had never heard of them. But now that he had the Red Lotus of Purgation, Qin Shujian understood that he had grasped a great killing weapon, a terrifying help that could make his strength soar. Originally, he had only killed the demons for 10 luck points. As for the life source and energy contributed by the demons, after he reached the God Martial realm, it could no longer play a big role. But now it was different. The Red Lotus of Purgation could truly kill the demons and also refine the true power of the demons. For a race that was at least at the celestial being realm, the power that each demon could contribute could be said to be massive. In an instant, Qin Shujian thought of the more than 1,500 demons in the Great Jiao True domain. Originally, more than 1,500 demons were only worth 15,000 luck points. But now, after discovering the ability of the Red Lotus of Purgation, more than 15,000 demons were directly equivalent to more than 150,000 luck points. In addition, it also represented at least hundreds of billions of life sources and unimaginable energy. For a moment, Qin Shujian's mind was shaken. Not to mention anything else, even if he had 10 billion more life sources, he was confident that he could break through to the celestial being realm. As for hundreds of billions of life sources, he was afraid that he could become a powerful expert in one leap. When that time came, he was afraid of the imperial court and didn't dare to casually upgrade the level of the sect. He was afraid of the powerful experts of the demon clan and demons. In this world where the celestial being was the top and powerful experts were enough to suppress a part of the world. If he had hundreds of billions of life sources, he would be able to run rampant in the world without any scruples. Even if he faced the top celestial being experts of various races, he wouldn't have the slightest fear. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Calm down, I must calm down. He forced himself to calm down and not think too much. But when he thought of the bright future that followed, his fingers trembled a little. He didn't need to kill all the demons in the Great Jiao True domain. As long as he killed half or 1/3 of them, the resources he would get would be enough to fill his mouth with oil. After a long time, Qin Shujian suppressed his excitement and calmed himself down. The ability of the Red Lotus of Purgation can't be exposed yet. At least, before I become a powerful expert, this ability can't be exposed. Otherwise, it's hard to guarantee that it won't cause other troubles. Although there were some things that as long as one was strong enough, they wouldn't be afraid of being coveted by others. But it was obvious. The ability of the Red Lotus of Purgation was not something that a mere god martial arts realm or a formation master could handle. Even an expert in the 5th or 6th tier of the celestial being realm might not be able to protect himself. Unless one was a supreme expert in the 7th tier of the celestial being realm or above, one wouldn't be afraid of anything. Although he had the backing of Marquis Bayun, who was also an almighty, Qin Shujian didn't have the ability to protect himself. Because of the Red Lotus of Purgation, Qin Shujian couldn't guarantee that Marquis Bayun wouldn't have any ideas. To him, it was the most unreliable thing to put one's safety in the hands of others. Therefore, the ability of the Red Lotus of Purgation couldn't be exposed now. Apart from this, there was another matter that was the most important and had to be done immediately. That was killing the demons. To Qin Shujian, the ability of the Red Lotus of Purgation was very important. However, the demons in the Great Jiao True Domain were also indispensable. Otherwise, it would be useless to have the Red Lotus of Purgation but no demons to kill. After all, it wasn't easy to find so many celestial being experts everywhere. Not every celestial being expert would stir up trouble in the True Dominion. The celestial beings of the human clan and the demon clan all guarded the Great Dominion and wouldn't leave easily, let alone enter the True Dominion. It could be said that, if the demons didn't exist, the Red Lotus of Purgation wouldn't be of much use at the current stage. If he wanted to obtain a huge amount of life source and energy, he would need an expert to refine it for him. Or else, there wouldn't be any difference if he had it. The array disintegrated and the 27 square array discs were in his hands. Qin Shujian's figure appeared in front of Cao Hong and the others. However, Evil Lord Sun Soul was nowhere to be seen. In response, the others naturally knew what this meant. Evil Lord Sun Soul was dead. An evil demon comparable to the celestial being realm, who could easily crush their boss, had died just like that. From the start of the battle until now, it had only been about 10 minutes. No one had expected such an overwhelming battle. For a moment, everyone was speechless as they sank into silence. In their opinion, the evil demon was a boss. The Cold Mountain Stockade Master was also a boss in their eyes. Cao Hong, in particular, was sweating profusely. Ever since he had entered the game, he had forgotten how many times he had been defeated by the other party. In particular, he had been singled out by Qin Shujian when he had sneaked into the Origin sect. This had made him wary of it. As he thought of this, Cao Hong instinctively lowered his head, not wanting to be recognized by Qin Shujian. Liu Qinghong did the same. However, it was obvious, Qin Shujian didn't remember the existence of these two players. Plus, they weren't from the Origin sect, so he couldn't see their dazzling loyalty. After scanning the players below him, he immediately took flight and left. In his opinion, killing these players wouldn't do him any good. The life source that these 100 players could contribute to him wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Especially now that he knew the importance of the evil demon, he didn't have any plans to deal with these players. It was purely a waste of time. After Qin Shujian left, Cao Hong and the others felt an invisible pressure disappear from their bodies. On the other side, Qin Shujian took flight and rushed to the next location. Now that the Red Lotus of Purgation could truly refine the evil demon in the Great Jiao True Domain would be one less to him. He had to dare to snatch the head before the experts of the Great Jiao dynasty killed the fiendish devil. Baiyong Prefecture, as one of the Great Jiao 13 prefectures, it was also ravaged by the demon disaster. However, other than the demon disaster, there was another serious problem: the rebel army. Baiyong Prefecture was the same as Chenshan, Luoyu, and Nanfeng prefectures. After the death of the human emperor, they had directly overthrown the Great Jiao dynasty. Although they still called themselves the Marquis of Baiyong, they no longer obeyed the imperial court's orders. That wasn't all. When the demon disaster started, The Marquis of Baiyong took advantage of the imperial court's suppression of the demon disaster to mobilize his troops and attack cities on a large scale to expand his territory. On a vast plain, two armies stood in formation. On one side was the rebel army led by the Marquis of Baiyong, while on the other side was the imperial court's troops. Zhao Xinghuai, His Majesty has always treated your Zhao family well, allowing your Zhao family to have a stable foothold in the Baiyong prefecture and rule over an entire prefecture. Now that you've rebelled, have you ever done His Majesty justice? Now that the demon disaster is rampant in the Baiyong prefecture, the commoners have lost their homes and suffered heavy casualties. Yet, you attacked us while we were suppressing the demon disaster. Have you ever done His Majesty justice? Guan Kai angrily glared as he questioned Zhao Xinghuai. This time, the Marquis of Baiyong, Zhao Xinghuai's actions had truly infuriated him. He would never have thought that Zhao Xinghuai would dare to commit such a heinous crime and start a war during the chaos of the demon disaster. Not only did he cause the imperial court to suffer heavy losses, but he also had to divide his forces to deal with the demon disaster. Both armies were silent, and only Guan Kai's voice resounded throughout the wilderness. A few moments later, on the rebel army's side, a man sat in the middle of a carriage. He had a jade-like face, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes. His azure robes made him seem like a young master of the chaotic world. However, there was an invisible dignity between his brows that made others feel reverence. On the other side was the Marquis of Baiyong, Zhao Xinghuai. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. The human emperor is dead, and the imperial court has lost its virtue. The flames of war have already risen in the Great Zhao, and the various vassals have rebelled against the Great Zhao. Since you've been buried with the Great Zhao, why not submit to my Baiyong prefecture? This Marquis will definitely not treat you poorly. Zhao Xinghuai lazily leaned against the carriage as he spoke with a faint smile. He didn't seem angry at Guan Kai's question at all. This kind of attitude. Seeing this, Guan Kai's killing intent surged. A second later, he rose into the air, his gaze like lightning as he looked down at Zhao Xinghuai. He coldly shouted, "Zhao Xinghuai, you're a disgrace to the Marquis of Baiyong. Today, I, Guan Kai, am here. Do you dare fight? Guan Kai, you think you're worthy of challenging this Lord Marquis? Let me take you on." As soon as he finished speaking, an expert leaped into the air from the rebel army's camp and charged towards Guan Kai. The explosive aura in that instant revealed the opponent's frightening strength. Guan Kai's hand transformed into a saber and slashed down. A terrifying saber aura instantly sliced through the air. The man had just risen into the air when he was struck down. Boom! The earth shook. A deep saber mark was carved into the ground. The man lay there, coughing up blood. He was already heavily injured. You think you're worthy of fighting with this general? Guan Kai glanced at that person, and a mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. A half-step diviner. In front of a true diviner, he was just a slightly stronger grasshopper. He couldn't cause any waves at all. Of all the rebel soldiers, only the Marquis of Baiyong, Zhao Xinghuai, was worthy of his attention. After all, Zhao Xinghuai had presided over the Baiyong prefecture for many years and had become a diviner 1,000 years ago. He was fully deserving of the title of Baiyong Prefecture's supreme expert. Even in the entire Great Zhao, Zhao Xinghuai was one of the top experts. However, Zhao Xinghuai hadn't fought for many years, so no one knew just how strong he was. However, Guan Kai didn't feel too much fear. Although Zhao Xinghuai was strong, he wasn't weak either. As a fellow diviner, Guan Kai didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Zhao Xinghuai. On the other side, following the defeat of their commander, the rebel army's morale was somewhat low. As for Zhao Xinghuai's faint smile, it had receded a little, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Zhao Xinghuai, do you dare fight? Guan Kai arrogantly soared into the air, his voice resounding through the clouds. Since you're seeking death, this Marquis will fulfill your wish. Zhao Xinghuai's eyes were completely cold. Then, without any movement, he disappeared from the carriage. At almost the same time, there was a terrifying explosion in the air. Zhao Xinghuai's figure appeared in the empty space in front of Guan Kai. The two were less than 10 feet apart. Stellar energy erupted from their bodies, forming an oval-shaped stellar energy shield that fiercely collided with each other. A second later, Guan Kai stretched out his hand, and a crescent blade appeared in his hand. The moment the stellar energy shield shattered, the long blade slashed down in a mysterious trajectory, easily leaving a white mark in the air. Seeing this, a long sword appeared in Zhao Xinghuai's hand. A terrifying sword will condensed and shot out, directly neutralizing Guan Kai's attack. At the same time, the long sword's soft hum resounded through the heavens, as if an invisible long sword had pierced through the sky. As the boundless sword will erupted, an immeasurable amount of sword chi poured out, completely covering Guan Kai. Starry sword path. Guan Kai's expression turned serious. He slashed out with the crescent blade in his hand, using the Tao of breaking all techniques to forcibly extinguish the sword chi. There weren't many famous divinity realm martial arts in the world. The starry sword path of the Zhao family of the White Yong estate was one of them. As a divinity realm martial art, the starry sword path was enough to reach the peak. Guan Kai had always heard of the starry sword path's name, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Now, in the hands of Zhao Xinghuai, he finally saw this famous divinity realm martial art. Zhao Xinghuai held the sword in one hand, like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Every move and stance was natural, and the sword chi was like a river of stars. Amidst the brilliance, there was endless killing intent. Guan Kai, if you surrender to me, this Marquis can let you retain your current position. Zhao Xinghuai, why waste your breath? If you surrender without a fight, this general can still report to His Majesty and let you live. A rebellion is a matter of life and death. How can I surrender without a fight? Zhao Xinghuai shook his head, a look of regret on his face. This Marquis has always admired you. Now that I've given you a chance, don't blame this Marquis for not taking into account our past relationship. H. The Zhao family's starry sword path is indeed not weak, but you, Zhao Xinghuai, must be dreaming if you think you can defeat me. Fine, then I'll let you see what the true starry sword path is. After Zhao Xinghuai finished speaking, the smile on his face completely disappeared. The long sword was engraved with 6 Tao seals. When the long sword slashed out, it seemed to divide the void between heaven and earth, evolving into a myriad of stars. The power of the sword path was like a river of stars descending. The terrifying power directly crushed the void and caused Guan Kai's expression to change. He had already expected Zhao Xinghuai's strength, but the starry sword path that he displayed after using the 6-seal Tao artifact that suppressed the White Yong estate was truly shocking. Facing this move, Guan Kai did not dare to relax. Guan Kai did not dare to relax at all. When his true essence erupted, a layer of frost covered the crescent blade, and he immediately slashed out. The blade slashed down, and a terrifying chill instantly erupted, as if it wanted to completely freeze the river of stars. The two exchanged blows for only a few breaths of time, but the vast power had already swept out in all directions, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Just as the two were exchanging blows, the rebel army and the imperial court's army no longer watched from the sidelines, and they directly charged at each other. As the role of the players was slowly revealed, each side would give the players corresponding missions when marching to war. Gathering the players to participate not only increased one's strength, but also reduced one's losses. The moment the two armies moved, their blood shook the clouds. It was like a fierce beast that had completely awakened from its slumber. The bloody and austere aura caused the other players, who had not participated in the war, to suddenly change their expressions. Their hearts trembled, and their bodies seemed to be frozen. At this moment, the two armies finally clashed, and a shocking massacre completely erupted. Chapter 452. The sword split the void between heaven and earth and evolved into a myriad of stars. The momentum of the sword was like a river of stars. The force of more than 1,000,000 katis directly bombarded the void and collapsed it. This divinity martial art that was only known in the world but few people had seen before, the stellar sword principle. This time, Zhao Xinghuai finally displayed it in his hands. In the firmament, the myriad of stars emerged. The frosty blade energy occupied everyone's sight. As for the ground below, it was the battle between the army and the powerhouses of the two armies. Although the focus of this battle was on the victory or defeat of Zhao Xinghuai and Guan Kai. But in reality, in addition to the victory or defeat of the two, the result of the battle between the two armies was also very important. What kind of conspiracy? But now, it was useless. On the plains, the battle between the two armies was the real battle of strength. As for the players who were participating in the battle, they were like sailboats that were swept into a huge wave. They would be easily crushed by this destructive force. Bang! As the arrow pierced through the air, one of the players instinctively activated his protective aura barrier and blocked the arrow outside of his body. However, just as he blocked the arrow, a squad leader who was fighting with him had already slashed with his blade. The powerful force instantly tore apart the protective aura and overflowed with killing intent. Damn! The slash came extremely fast and from a very tricky angle. It gave the player a big fright. He had no choice but to retreat to avoid the slash. However, as soon as he retreated, the other side had already closed in. Although each slash seemed simple, it was actually the most useful killing move. It forced the player into a corner. In the same realm, compared to these NPCs who had experienced hundreds of battles, the players were still far behind. The difference was in the blood-licking blade technique and the exquisite combat skills. These things. They were not things that could be learned overnight. To learn these things, one would need a lot of time and years of fighting to accumulate them bit by bit. These things could not be imparted to others except for one's own personal understanding. Although the players had been killing monsters and leveling up over the years, their cultivation realm had improved rapidly. However, in terms of combat experience, they naturally could not be compared to these old soldiers in the army. Moreover, the army that Guan Kai brought with him was the elite of the imperial court. Every one of them had been trained with a lot of effort. Therefore, it had only been a few rounds since the start of the battle. In a one-on-one battle, unless the player had the advantage of a higher realm, they would be crushed. Boom! Just as the player was forced to the point where he could only parry the attack, a powerful Kai exploded from the side and headed straight for the squad leader. Facing such an attack, the 10-man squad leader twisted his body and pulled his saber back. The saber energy was attached to his weapon, giving it the ability to cut through everything. Thus, it easily cut through the gang chi. However, it was also because of this that the original player was relieved. After regaining his senses, he immediately launched an attack. Chaos. It was extremely chaotic. When the two of them clashed, there were only people in sight. Blades flashed and swords flashed as blood rained down. In order to distinguish between friend and foe, the only way was to rely on the different outfits on both sides. There was no other way. Retreat, retreat. Be careful, there are arrows. The players were making a big fuss as teams were formed one after another. This was the first time many of them had encountered such a situation. Both sides had many players participating in the battle. However, although the players were participating in the battle, it meant that the players' opponents had to be other players. If they were both players, they could still fight back and forth as rookies pecked at each other. However, if they were to encounter those old soldiers in the army, the players would be crushed if they could not defeat them in terms of realm. All of a sudden, many players could not adapt to the situation and were eliminated at the fastest speed. Of course, this was not the case for all players. Boom! The stars in the sky dispersed and turned into a shocking sword that slashed down. The long sword turned into a galaxy and fell. Its target was Guan Kai. The saber energy that could freeze everything slashed out in an attempt to freeze the galaxy. However, the disparity in strength caused the saber energy to collapse in the face of the galaxy. Soon after, Guan Kai's body fell instantly and blood splattered all over the sky. Zhao Xinghuai held the sword in one hand and stood in the void. His eyes were cold as he looked down at the battle below and Guan Kai who had fallen. Guan Kai has been defeated. You don't have to struggle anymore. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Instantly, the morale of the imperial court side fell by more than half. On the contrary, the morale of the rebel army was high. Guan Kai and Zhao Xinghuai were the core figures of this battle. The defeat of either of them would cause a huge change. Now that Guan Kai had been defeated so quickly, it was a serious blow to the imperial court's morale. Below, Guan Kai fell to the ground. A wound so deep that his bones could be seen appeared on his shoulder. Blood kept flowing out of it. Even with the recovery ability of a celestial, the wound could not be healed immediately. Until now. He could not believe that he would be defeated so quickly. 6th level of the celestial being, a half-step grand sage. Guan Kai seemed to have thought of something. There was a hint of horror in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Xinghuai. Zhao Xinghuai was already a celestial being 1,000 years ago. However, he did not expect that Lin Huang would only use 1,000 years to go from a beginner celestial being to the 6th level of the celestial being. He was only one step away from breaking through to the grand sage level. After understanding Zhao Xinghuai's strength, Guan Kai knew that he was going to lose this battle. 6th level of the celestial being, a half-step grand sage, coupled with the 6-seal Dao artifact. Unless the imperial court sent out a real grand sage, it would be possible to suppress Zhao Xinghuai. Or else, no one in the Baiyong residence would be a match for Zhao Xinghuai. Retreat. Guan Kai endured his injuries and immediately gave the order to retreat. No one could keep Zhao Xinghuai in check. If they continued to fight, they would suffer more losses. It was not that the imperial court did not send people to test Zhao Xinghuai before. At that time, Zhao Xinghuai only showed that he was about the 4th level of the celestial being. He did not reveal too much of his strength at all. But now, Zhao Xinghuai had been hiding his strength at that time. Kill. Guan Kai wanted to retreat. How could Zhao Xinghuai just sit and watch him retreat? He swung his sword, and the universe evolved. Endless killing intent had already been revealed. Seeing this, Guan Kai endured his injuries and slashed out with his saber to block the sword. But at the same time, under the rebound of this power, his injuries immediately worsened by a few more points. Roar. The army formation changed, and the army spirit immediately condensed. The terrifying army spirit that was hundreds of feet tall roared at the sky, blocking Zhao Xinghuai's attack and also blocking the attack of the rebel army spirit. Even if the army retreated, at this moment, they were still able to maintain the same formation and defend, fighting as they retreated. Regarding this, Zhao Xinghuai could only watch coldly, but he did not attack. It was true that grand sages were powerful. However, the army formation formed by the army could not be underestimated. The top army formation of the Great Zhao was enough to contend against grand sages. The army in front of him could be considered the elites of the Great Zhao. Even if he wanted to break through the army formation, it would not be easy. Not to mention Guan Kai's existence. Although Guan Kai was not as strong as him, he was still a 4th-level celestial being grand sage. As for the injuries on his body, although they seemed serious, he would not lose much of his combat strength. However, for Zhao Xinghuai, as long as the imperial court's army retreated, he would be able to use the momentum of his victory to further invade the Great Zhao's territory. Once he controlled the entire Baiyong prefecture, there would not be many people in the world who would be able to threaten him. By the time the news had spread out, everyone else had yet to react. No one expected that Zhao Xinghuai, the Marquis of Baiyong, would choose to attack the Great Zhao at this time and completely disregard the threat of the demon disaster. Just as this news spread out, Yi Zichen's expression changed. Almost at the same time, the Fallen Moon Prefecture and Nanfeng Prefecture also attacked violently. While the imperial court was distracted by the demon disaster, they expanded their advantage with lightning speed and did not give the Great Zhao any chance to react. By the time everyone came back to their senses, Yi Zichen had already finished speaking. More than half of the 3 prefectures had already fallen into the hands of the rebel army. As for the imperial court, they were retreating step by step and had no way to resist. For a time, the world, which had originally calmed down because of the demons breaking the seal, was once again filled with the flames of war. Many people thought that under the threat of the demonic disaster, the rebel army would not take any drastic actions given the urgency of the situation. After all, once the demon disaster spread, it would not be as simple as just a city or a region. If they did not pay attention, it was not impossible for the entire world to be turned into a land of demons. In the eyes of some people, what the 3 prefectures were doing now was no different from killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Middle State Prefecture, Imperial City, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. After receiving the news, Shi Yong was furious. He sat on the emperor's throne and flew into a rage. He did not hide the power of a diviner as it spread throughout the imperial court. In response, the civil and military officials all lowered their heads and maintained a silent attitude. Shi Yong's eyes were filled with boundless anger as he coldly stared at the people below. He had the intention of leaving the imperial city immediately and killing Zhao Xinghuai and the others. There was nothing he could do about it. In order to deal with the demons, the imperial court had mobilized a large amount of manpower and resources. Not only did they mobilize the experts of the imperial court, but they also forcefully mobilized the experts of the other sects and a large number of players. The amount of resources needed to do this was not something that could be described with simple numbers. But now, the various rebel armies took advantage of this time to launch a large-scale attack on the imperial court. For a time, the imperial court suffered heavy losses. Although no diviner experts died, many cultivators below the diviner realm died. As for the cities and lands, they lost even more. In the 3 prefectures of Luoyu, Baiyong, and Nanfeng, the imperial court's control over this was instantly weakened to a freezing point. After venting his anger, Shi Yong forced himself to calm down, but his face was still gloomy. He looked at the officials and said coldly, "Dear officials, do you have anything to say?" As soon as he finished speaking, one of the officials stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, now that the 3 prefectures have attacked us while we are dealing with the demon disaster, such actions are against the world and should be condemned by everyone. However, there is one thing to be aware of, and that is if the other prefectures follow suit, I'm afraid they will be in danger." After that person finished speaking, he retreated. He did not say too much, nor did he specify which prefecture it was. After all, although some of the prefectures were rebelling, there were still some people who stood on the imperial court side. Among the officials in the imperial court, there were also factions of these feudal lords. Some things could be said vaguely, but could not be said completely. Or else, that would be an arduous and thankless task. Thousand Mountains Prefecture has not made any moves yet, but we do need to be vigilant. Jiyu Changqing is a decisive person. If there is a chance, he will not miss it, another person added. Hearing this, Shi Yang looked at Yang Caizhe and said, "General Yang, in your opinion, what should we do?" "Your Majesty, the 3 prefectures' attacks are surprisingly consistent. They must have planned this beforehand. Although Jiyu Changqing has not made any moves yet, we still have to be vigilant. I think we should station troops in Thousand Mountains Prefecture to prevent the rebels from attacking. The other 3 prefectures also need to send troops to suppress them as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be other troubles in the future." Yang Caizhe cupped his hands and replied. There were only so many feudal lords who had rebelled. The other feudal lords were either on the imperial court side or had an ambiguous attitude. Under such circumstances, if the imperial court showed a slight disadvantage, it might attract other feudal lords to side with them. If it really reached the point where they were surrounded by enemies, the imperial court would be in a terrible fix. Shi Yang nodded and said, "General Yang, you're right." At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. "In that case, pass down my order. General Yang will be the commander-in-chief and lead the troops to Thousand Mountains Prefecture to guard against more chaos." In his opinion, Yang Caizhe had fought with Jiyu Changqing many times and was quite familiar with Thousand Mountains Prefecture. He was the best person to deal with Jiyu Changqing. After receiving the order, Yang Caizhe did not refuse. Instead, he bowed and accepted the order. "Yes, Your Majesty." Also, Dong Fengmao, Duan Zun, and Luo Jing, these 3 generals, listen up. "Yes, Your Majesty. With Duanzun in the lead, the three of them cupped their hands and stepped forward. Seeing this, many people's hearts skipped a beat. There were 5 generals in the imperial court. They were the leaders of the military officials. In the past, they had followed the human emperor to conquer the world and suppress the demons. Duanzun and the others were 3 of them. General who pacifies the east, Duanzun. General who pacifies the south, Dong Fengmao. General who pacifies the west, Luo Jing. It could be said that the 3 people that Shi Yang mentioned were equivalent to mobilizing half of the military officials' forces. There are many rebels now. I hope that the 3 generals can take action and suppress this chaos. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Good. Shi Yang nodded and said in a deep voice, General Pingnan, send troops to Fallen Moon Prefecture. General Pingshi, send troops to Nanfeng Prefecture. As for General Duan, send troops to Whiteyong Prefecture. Hearing these words, Yi Zichen smiled. Duanzun and the others looked normal as they cupped their hands and accepted the order. As for the other civil and military officials, they did not show any strange expressions. Among the 3 prefectures, Whiteyong Prefecture was currently the strongest. The news of Zhao Xinghuai, the Marquis of Whiteyong, being a half-mighty figure, had already spread. Among the 5 generals, only Dingyuan General Dan Hao and Dong Pingdong General Duanzun could reach this level. However, Dan Hao had already gone to various places to suppress the demon disaster. The only one he could mobilize was Duanzun. General Duan, Zhao Xinghuai has reached the 6th level of the heavenly human realm. Your Majesty, don't worry. Your Majesty, my hands have been stained with the blood of half-mighty figures. Zhao Xinghuai's head will definitely be taken, Duanzun said with a resolute expression. Seeing this, Shi Yang was also quite satisfied. He nodded and smiled faintly. With General Duan's words, I can rest assured. At this moment, another person stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, it's rumored that Marquis Baiyun has reached the half-mighty figure level. Why don't you summon him and let him follow the army? This way, Zhao Xinghuai will definitely die. As soon as he finished speaking, many people's expressions changed slightly. At this time, mobilizing a marquis to fight against another marquis was obviously not a wise choice. Therefore, when this person finished speaking, someone immediately objected. Your Majesty, although Baiyun Prefecture is stable now, it still needs an expert to suppress it. Once Marquis Baiyun leaves, I'm afraid others will take advantage of the situation. Now, our great Zhao can't suffer any more turmoil. When he said the word turmoil, his tone was obviously heavier. Shi Yang frowned slightly. He also had some thoughts in his mind. If the situation in the Great Zhao was stable now, it was probably only Baiyun Prefecture and a few other prefectures. He was also a little wary of Marquis Baiyun. If it were not for the exposure of the demon race, the imperial court would not have known that Marquis Baiyun was already a 7th-level heavenly human realm expert. Similarly, since Shi Yang could reach this position, he was not a stupid person. He naturally understood how stupid it was to mobilize Marquis Baiyun to suppress Zhao Xinghuai. If he did this, there were only 2 choices in front of Marquis Baiyun. One was to go to war with the army. The other was to directly rebel. This method was equivalent to forcing the other party to take a side. There was no difference. If it was a normal day, the imperial court would not be afraid of a marquis. However, in the current situation, the side of a marquis was too important for the imperial court. Shi Yang did not require the other party to stand on the side of the imperial court. It was enough as long as the other party remained neutral and did not add insult to injury. Or else, the situation that he had just taken over had not stabilized much yet, and it would be chaotic again. Therefore, after hearing this, Shi Yang shook his head and said, "We will discuss the matter of Marquis Baiyun in the future. With General Duan's strength, suppressing Zhao Xinghuai is not a problem. Moreover, Baiyun Prefecture cannot be chaotic now. After all, Baiyun Prefecture borders the demon race. If there is no expert suppressing it, it will inevitably be coveted by the demon race. Although the demon race is now living in the endless mountain range, they have been coveting our great Zhao for thousands of years. If there is an opportunity, They will definitely not let it go easily. Your Majesty is wise. When the officials heard this, they all cupped their hands and replied. Seeing this, the person who spoke first could not say anything else. He could only bow in agreement and then retreat. Shi Yang said, in addition, transfer the forces in each prefecture to suppress the demon disaster and increase the offensive against the rebel army. We cannot let the same thing happen again. Your Majesty, if we do this, won't we be allowing the demon disaster to wreak havoc? Your Majesty, although the rebel army is serious, the demon disaster cannot be underestimated. If the demon disaster is allowed to spread, I'm afraid the human race will be in danger. Your Majesty, you must not. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in the imperial court changed. Although the rebel army did not care about the danger of the demon disaster and attacked the imperial court, they could not just throw away the broken jar. After all, the world was still under the control of the Great Zhao. If they transferred forces to suppress the rebel army, by the time they turned back, the demon disaster would definitely be on a large scale. At that time, it would not be as simple as millions of people dying. If it was not handled well, the foundation that the human race had built over countless years would be completely destroyed. The threat of the demon disaster. It was not an existence that could be ignored. Thus, as soon as Shi Yang spoke, he was immediately met with opposition from the crowd. This matter concerned the human race, so they had to oppose it. Seeing the vehement opposition of the officials, Shi Yang was not angered. He shook his head slightly and said, "My beloved officials, there is no need to be anxious. Although I am transferring forces to suppress the demon disaster, it does not mean that I will ignore the demon disaster. These are two different matters, and they cannot be discussed together." As soon as he finished speaking, some people looked confused, while others looked thoughtful. In front of the civil officials, an old man in embroidered robes opened his eyes and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, are you planning to transfer the forces of the Inhumans?" Fu Guogong is right. Shi Yang nodded. Inhumans. These words caused some people to look at each other. They could see the realization in each other's eyes. After receiving Shi Yang's affirmation, Fu Guogong continued, "The Inhumans are undying and their numbers are not much smaller than the human race of the Great Zhao country. Moreover, the Inhumans are generally in the true martial realm. Although they do not have a top expert, they cannot be underestimated. The biggest advantage of the demon disaster is its transformation and erosion. In this regard, the Inhumans can restrain it very well. In addition, the true martial realm in the true dominion is already considered the top, so dealing with the demon disaster should not be a big problem." In his opinion, although the demon disaster was comparable to an expert who had condensed the universal skylock, there was still a limit to how strong it was. An expert who had condensed the universal skylock could deal with 10 or 100 ordinary true martial realm experts, but it was impossible for him to deal with 10 or 10,000 ordinary true martial realm experts. Not to mention, there were no less than 100 million inhuman true martial realm cultivators. Such a number would be enough to fight against the demon disaster. However, Fu Guogong suddenly changed the topic and said, "The Inhumans value benefits. If Your Majesty wants to transfer the Inhumans of the world, I am afraid that the amount of resources expended will be far greater than what we are currently using. These resources will not be a problem as long as we can quell the chaos." Shi Yang waved his hand, not caring about the expenditure at all. The foundation of the Great Zhao country, which had been accumulated for thousands of years, was not something that others could imagine. Only after he had assumed this position did he know how much resources the imperial court had. With these resources, it would not be a problem even if the number of Inhumans of the world was doubled, let alone transfer the Inhumans of the world. This was why Shi Yang was so confident. Upon seeing this, Fu Guogong did not say anything else. After cupping his hands, he fell silent again. As for the other civil officials, when they saw this scene, they did not say anything else. In their opinion, transferring the Inhumans to quell the demon disaster was indeed not a problem under the premise that they did not have to worry about the expenditure of resources. Meanwhile, these people had some vague guesses about the imperial court's foundation. Chapter 453. Boom. A demon the size of a small mountain was sent flying. Its huge body smashed the ground, and the remaining walls of the fortress were completely destroyed. Human, you talk too much. Qin Shujian used the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal to shut his opponent up. Then, Qin Shujian and the evil demon disappeared the moment the 27 array discs landed and covered the area with the Great Array. Within the formation, the red lotus of purgation burned and swallowed the demon. What the hell is this? No, impossible. Just like evil Lord Sun Soul, the evil spirit displayed extreme fear when it came into contact with the red lotus of deliverance. Inside the red lotus of purgation, he felt the fear of death. This was not as simple as returning to the demon abyss to be reborn, but really dying. Death. To the nefarious devil tribe, this was something they didn't dare to imagine. In the vast thousand domains, apart from the Zhu Bing that could truly kill demons, there was nothing else that could threaten them. But how rare was the Zhu Bing? Each and every ancestral armament would only be born after tens of thousands of years. According to his understanding, only the great Zhao royal family had a Zhu Bing, and that Zhu Bing was sealed by the demon abyss and could not be used without permission. Not taking that ancestral armament into account, Chu Feng's expression changed drastically. There was nothing in the world that could threaten them. But now, this demon felt the threat of death from the red lotus of purgation. It had truly fallen and had no chance of being reborn. Human, my race will not let you off. After uttering the last threat, the demon was finally burned to ashes by the red lotus of purgation. In the void, only a red lotus was left standing there quietly. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand to summon the red lotus and devoured the energy inside. This wicked demon was only at the second level of the sky human stage. It was much weaker compared to heretic Lord Yang Soul. Thus, the amount of life force it could contribute was only around 60 million. The amount of energy it could absorb was enough to raise its spiritual god to a height of 213 zhongs. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was quite satisfied. When the red lotus of purgation was refined, it was impossible to obtain the complete power of the celestial being. Otherwise, when he absorbed the first red lotus, he would have either exploded from the power or advanced to the celestial being realm. In the process of refining, more of the energy dissipated. What was left behind was only an extremely small portion. But even so, it could still be of great use. Especially after the spiritual deity broke through to its current stage, every bit of improvement was a considerable transformation of its strength. However, Qin Shujian was more concerned about what the demon said before it died. The demon clan is immortal, but there is Zhu Bing in the world that can threaten them. Maybe there were many things that could really kill the demon, but now, Zhu Bing is the only one left. Putting himself in the demon's shoes. If he was a member of the nefarious demon tribe, he would definitely not tolerate anything that could threaten him. He would definitely think of ways to destroy it. Of course. These were just Qin Shujian's personal guesses without any basis. But he was sure. Once the demon abyss knew about the existence of the red lotus of purgation, the demons in the demon abyss would definitely not let him go easily. By then, he would really be the target of public criticism. Thinking that one day, he might be hunted down by thousands of demons of the celestial being realm, Qin Shujian felt a chill run down his spine. By then, even a mighty figure would have to kneel down. Suddenly, Qin Shujian was even more determined not to expose the existence of the red lotus of purgation. After completely absorbing the red lotus, he dispersed the large array and put away the array disk again. The second one, Qin Shujian secretly said, then glanced at his life source, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He only saw that there were now more than 290 million life source. Among them, 260 million was contributed by the two demons, and the remaining life source was contributed by the disciples of the sect. As for the luck points, at this time, there were already 200 points. After glancing at the life source, Qin Shujian's thoughts moved, and the 200 luck points instantly turned into 20 million life source. Subsequently, on the original basis, the life source directly broke through to more than 310 million. At the same time, except for the special martial arts and the rite of passage martial arts, all the martial arts on the attribute panel had a plus sign that could be upgraded. For this situation, Qin Shujian naturally would not hesitate too much. Although the divine martial arts were powerful, after all, the realm was the foundation. As long as the realm was higher, martial arts were floating clouds, and by then, with a fist, he could sweep the world. Qin Shujian did not doubt this at all. He had always believed in the realm as the foundation, and the other martial arts were just auxiliary functions. With a thought, 300 million life source was consumed, and in its place, the Guyuan ancestral canon was upgraded to the 3rd level of the divine martial arts. Guyuan ancestral canon 33rd level, divine level upper ancient immortal body level 3, impenetrable level 3, red lotus of purgation level 3. Upgrade by 1 level. Qin Shujian found that his divine spirit had grown a lot again, and a pure energy gushed out from his body, and in the blink of an eye, it opened a secret in his body, making his strength even more powerful. After the upgrade of the realm, his strength also increased a lot. His mood suddenly became good. At this time, with the death of the demons, the demonic clouds that covered the sky had retreated, and as for those demonic skeletons that relied on the demonic qi to survive, they seemed to have lost their support at this time, and all of them turned into bones and scattered on the ground. Only the ground below that was eroded by the demonic qi showed what had happened here. However, Qin Shujian also did not plan to set up an array to purify this demonic land. After all, this was not the Baiyun mansion, and he was not from there. Sometimes, it was not necessarily a good thing to do too much. Moreover, the problem of the demonic qi was not a problem for the imperial court. As long as one was a high-grade array master, one could set up a purification array, but to purify the demonic qi, one had to be at least a master. But for the imperial court, there was more than one array master, not to mention others. So, these things could be left to the imperial court, and it was not his turn to intervene. And how much money he was paid to do it. Under normal circumstances, Qin Shujian did not want to get involved in any trouble. After taking a look at the situation around him, he immediately flew into the air and left the place. While flying in the air, he could sense that there was a murderous aura in the distance. To this, Qin Shujian secretly shook his head, and then changed his position, according to the location of the demons given by the imperial court. The world is going to be in chaos again. He had already received the news when the feudal lords launched a large-scale attack. After the Yuan Pavilion was opened, the Yuan sect's intelligence network was even more powerful, and a lot of secret information could not escape their eyes. So when something like this happened, someone had already sent a message to Qin Shujian. As for this news, he did not plan to get involved. The Yuan sect did not lack resources now, and it did not lack most things. It only lacked time to settle down. A sect had to give birth to enough experts and accumulate a deep foundation. Other than needing a lot of resources, the rest depended on time. The Yuan sect had the former, and now it only lacked the latter. From Qin Shujian's point of view, he did not want the great Zhao country to be in chaos again. Instead, he hoped that the world would be more peaceful and give the Yuan sect enough time to recuperate. But there were many things that he could not control. Even when the human emperor was still alive, he could not stop others from rebelling, let alone him. No one knew what he was thinking. Qin Shujian suddenly shook his head and laughed. Let it be chaotic. Since it is already chaotic, the more chaotic it is, the better. Given the Yuan sect's current strength, even if it is not aggressive enough, it is more than enough to protect itself. He still had a lot of confidence in this. Given the Yuan sect's current strength, unless it was facing the forces of the imperial court or a feudal lord or other rebel forces. Otherwise, there was almost no one in the cultivation world who could threaten the Yuan sect. Even if there were a few sects whose strength was comparable to the Yuan sect's, they were still far from being able to destroy the Yuan sect. But if this is the case, the luck points that I get later cannot be used casually. Now that the imperial court exists, the sect cannot be promoted immediately. But if the great Zhao country cannot stabilize the current situation, then I have to think of a way to protect myself. Qin Shujian's thoughts turned, and he already had a plan in mind. What he needed to do now was to harvest as much life force as possible and then raise his cultivation level. At the same time, he would accumulate a large amount of luck points and directly raise the Yuan sex level when necessary. Based on the current situation, this was the safest way to go about it. Now that the imperial court was still around, the sect could not be promoted to a 6th grade force casually. But if the true rebel forces expanded and completely overthrew the Great Zhao country's rule, then this hidden danger would be completely eliminated. When that time came, Qin Shujian could then raise the Yuan sex level without any worries. But even so, he did not want the Great Zhao country to collapse so quickly. After all, in the end, his current strength was still a little too weak. The 3rd level of the Divine Martial Realm was comparable to the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. Although this seemed very strong, it was actually circling around the Divine Martial Realm and did not surpass this realm at all. Although Qin Shujian had not fought with a diviner at his peak, he could understand how big the gap between the two was. A difference of 1 step was the difference between heaven and earth. Under the situation where he did not use the methods of a formation grandmaster, if he met a diviner in the spirit domain or a large region, he would definitely turn around and run. Whether or not he could escape was also a question. This was the difference between the two. If he could kill a diviner at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm, he would have to flee when he met a diviner. If he fought with a diviner without permission, he would not have any chance of survival. Once the Great Zhao collapsed, other than the various rebel forces, the demons who were watching from the sidelines would definitely not be willing to stay in the endless mountain range and not come out. When that time came, even if Baiyun Manor had a powerhouse guarding it, it might not be safe. After all, no matter how strong a powerhouse was, he was still a powerhouse and not invincible. Marquis Baiyun was not the only powerhouse in the human race. There must be powerhouses in the demon race as well, and it was not as simple as 1 or 2. If the situation really developed to that stage, he would still have to rely on himself. In the depths of the demon abyss, all the demon gods were inside, and a vast aura as deep as the abyss filled the air, interweaving into a domain of death. Even ordinary demons did not dare to come here without permission. Although demons were immortal and indestructible, there was a price to pay for each rebirth, and that was that their strength would be weakened. And in the demon abyss, every bit of strength was very important. Once it was weakened, the situation would become very difficult for the demons. Another demon's aura has disappeared forever. Our demon race is immortal and indestructible. The things that could threaten us in the past have been destroyed long ago. Only Zhu Bing is difficult to destroy, so it was left behind. Could it be that the Great Zhao has used Zhu Bing to start slaughtering our race? That's impossible. Zhu Bing of the Great Zhao is still there, and the seal at the entrance is not broken. At most, they have divided some of Zhu Bing's power. In the depths of the demon abyss, terrifying divine thoughts were transmitted back and forth. Low buzzing voices sounded as they conversed with each other. A demon god of unknown height suddenly trembled. The demonic aura of the entire demon abyss instantly fluctuated, and a loud voice accompanied it. You all feel that aura, right? Soon, the demon abyss will collide with the Great Thousand World. When that time comes, it will be our chance. Now that the human race is weak, unlike in ancient times, when the demon abyss and the Great Thousand World connect, it will be our chance to officially leave the dark demon abyss. Ha ha. A low and tyrannical laughter shook the stone walls of the demon abyss. Whether it was the demons at the demon lord level or the demon god level, they all hated the demon abyss. Although this place gave them the chance to live forever, it was also the same. This place had imprisoned them for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. There was no chance for them to leave. The demon abyss was both a protection and a cage. For these demon gods, they had lived in the demon abyss for a longer time. It was an eternal silence. During this long time, not only did they not adapt, but their hearts became even more tyrannical. At this moment, a vast aura erupted from the depths of the demon abyss. It was incompatible with the tyrannical demons of the demon abyss. The moment the aura erupted, the shadow of a halberd appeared in the demon abyss. When the shadow of the halberd appeared, the demons above the demon abyss were all shocked. Zhu Bing. How can Zhu Bing exist in the demon abyss? The sky-breaking halberd. This is the sky-breaking halberd of the ancient tribe. Seeing the halberd's shadow, some of the demons were shocked and frightened, while others recognized the halberd's identity after recovering from their shock. For the demons, some had existed for countless years and were even lucky enough to take advantage of the evolution of heaven and earth to rush out of the demon abyss and go to the great thousand world. What they had seen and heard was not something that the other demons who had been imprisoned in the demon abyss could compare to. Therefore, after seeing the identity of the halberd, some demons immediately unlocked their sealed memories as if they had recalled something terrifying. One had to know. In the current world, Zhu Bing was the only thing that could threaten the demon race. However, no one would have thought that. The sky-breaking halberd was not in the great thousand world or in the hands of the human race. Instead, it was in the demon abyss. When they saw the source of the aura, the hearts of these evil spirits trembled. In the depths of the demon abyss. That was the place where the demon gods were. Even the most powerful demons in the upper level did not dare to take a step into the depths of the demon abyss. At this moment, another wave of aura that was as vast as an abyss erupted, transforming into a giant hand that forcibly suppressed the halberd. How dare you be so arrogant after falling into the demon abyss for tens of thousands of years? Let's see if you can still be like this when the demonic aura corrodes and turns you into a demon weapon. In the depths of the demon abyss, the demon gods were furious. The sky-breaking halberd had fallen into the demon abyss for tens of thousands of years, but it had not been corroded by the demonic aura and turned into a demon weapon. Regarding this, while these demon gods were angry, they also understood how difficult it was to deal with Zhu Bing. A demon god said, "During this period of time, the sky-breaking halberd has been acting strangely. Could it be that immortal Lord Hao Kang has reincarnated again? Maybe. So what if immortal Lord Hao Kang comes again? Now that the sky-breaking halberd is in the demon abyss, even if the human emperor is reborn, he can't enter here." That's right, since the sky-breaking halberd has fallen into the demon abyss, it has no chance of seeing the light of day again. It's fine if immortal Lord Hao Kang doesn't come, but if he dares to come, I will devour him. The demon gods' divine thoughts intertwined, but there was not much emotion in their words. And in the eyes of all the demon gods, there was a black lotus blooming at the bottom of the demon abyss, and in the middle of the lotus was a bronze halberd. There were specks of golden blood on the halberd, showing off its vast divine power. At this moment, the halberd was not moving, but there was an invisible force spreading out. The surrounding demonic aura surged endlessly, but it could not get within 3 feet of the halberd. This was Zhu Bing's sky-breaking halberd. It was also something that the demon gods in the demon abyss had been suppressing. For such a supreme treasure that could truly threaten the nefarious demon tribe, the nefarious demon tribe would not release it at all. And when the shadow of the halberd disappeared, after a short moment of shock, the nefarious demons in the upper levels of the demon abyss quickly recovered and entered a new round of killing. The way for the nefarious demons to increase their strength was very simple. Kill. Devour. When nefarious demons were born, they were already at the heaven realm. And if they wanted to increase their strength, they would have to spend a long time absorbing demonic aura bit by bit, or they would have to kill other nefarious demons and devour their flesh and blood. And this was also the fastest way for nefarious demons to increase their strength. Roar. With an earth-shattering roar, 1,000 feet tall evil spirit grabbed a giant greenish-black arm, raised its head, and swallowed it. Then, a terrifying force erupted from his body, forcing the other nefarious demons who were about to besiege him to retreat. When they looked at the 1,000 feet tall nefarious demon again, they only saw that the 1,000 feet tall nefarious demon had grown to 15,000 feet tall. Damn it, he actually devoured the Azura demon god's arm. A huge snake body coiled around. The blooming water demon lord looked at the huge nefarious demon hatefully, but he did not dare to recklessly step forward. He was only at the 3rd level of the heaven realm. And after that nefarious demon god devoured the Azura demon god's arm, he had at least broken through to the 6th level of the heaven realm, or even reached the peak. With such strength, if he went forward, there was no other possibility but to die. If he joined forces with other nefarious demons, he might have a chance to fight. The blooming water demon lord's body coiled around, his scarlet eyes staring coldly at the nefarious demon, but he was thinking of a countermeasure. Although nefarious demons were naturally bloodthirsty, it did not mean that they were brainless. And when the blooming water demon lord did not move, the surrounding nefarious demons also temporarily stopped, not daring to recklessly step forward. After devouring a demon god's arm, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Even if he did not reach the demon god level, ordinary nefarious demons could not contend with him. Ever since the Azura demon god returned to the demon abyss with heavy injuries, he was directly intercepted by other nefarious demons, not giving him a chance to return to the depths of the demon abyss. If he was at his peak, these nefarious demons would naturally not be a match for the Azura demon god. But with the demon god heavily injured and surrounded by so many nefarious demons, the Azura demon god could only meet his end. After a fierce battle, the Azura demon god's flesh was finally divided among the nefarious demons. And after the Azura demon god died, the demon abyss once again erupted into a fierce and prolonged battle. This time, they were fighting for the demon god's flesh. To reach the level of a demon god, the first step was to break through to the 7th level of the heaven-human realm, and the fastest way to break through to the 7th level of the heaven-human realm was to devour the power of the demon god's flesh. Like the nefarious demon before them, whose strength skyrocketed after devouring a demon god's arm, was not the first case in the demon abyss. After all, there was a lot of demon god's flesh. There were many nefarious demons who were fortunate enough to get a portion of the flesh. After devouring the demon god's flesh, these nefarious demons' strength exceeded their original limits, reaching a higher level. If we wait until he digests the power of the Azura demon god's flesh, we won't have a chance. The blooming water demon lord looked at the other nefarious demons and said eerily, "Why don't we take action now, while he has just devoured the demon god's flesh and has not fully absorbed it, and directly kill him and divide him? Anyway, there is no difference between devouring the demon god's flesh and devouring his flesh." Hearing that, the surrounding nefarious demons also had some strange movements. That's right, the nefarious demon god had indeed devoured the demon god's flesh, but the power still remained in his body. As long as the nefarious demon's flesh was divided, they might be able to obtain even more power. But now that the nefarious demon lord's strength had increased, if he wanted to take action, the other nefarious demons were not confident. Therefore, no matter how the blooming water demon lord persuaded, none of the nefarious demons took action. Seeing this, the blooming water demon lord was also a little anxious. His huge snake tail kept swinging back and forth on the spot, showing his wavering heart. In his view, the longer he delayed, the faster the nefarious demon god would digest it. When he really completely absorbed the Azura demon god's flesh and blood, the chances of him snatching the flesh and becoming a demon god would be even slimmer. On one hand, he was afraid of the nefarious demon's strength. On the other hand, he was eager to become a demon god. Swaying left and right, the blooming water demon lord finally could not hold back the desire in his heart. His huge body suddenly moved and pounced on the demon god. The moment he took action, the other nefarious demons immediately followed. Chapter 454. The slaughter began again. The entire demon abyss buzzed and trembled violently, as waves of terrifying power bombarded continuously. Blood. Slaughter. At this moment, it spread throughout the demon abyss. The blood moon hanging in the sky seemed to be watching all of this happen. Bang! A huge body fell to the ground, and blood spurted out from the snake's 7 inches. The head of the Gui Shui evil lord was directly grabbed by the 2,000 feet tall evil demon, and his scarlet eyes were full of horror. He wanted to kill and devour this evil demon. But the strength of the other party was obviously beyond his expectations. In the end, the besieging evil demons were all killed, and even he could not escape the fate of being killed. In the end, the evil demon grabbed the head of the Gui Shui evil lord, opened his mouth and swallowed it. After swallowing the Gui Shui evil lord, this evil demon seemed to have broken some kind of shackles, and his aura instantly skyrocketed, like a roaring tide, sweeping across the world. I am the undying evil lord. A roar, as if announcing something. A battle sword that was burning with dark red flames appeared in his hand. All the evil spirits that sensed this terrifying might retreated one after another, not daring to face it head-on. Not long after, in other parts of the demon abyss, there were bursts of aura that were not weaker than the undying evil lords, stirring up the demon chi. Kill. The soul fire in the undying evil lord's eyes flickered, and in the next moment, he had already left the place and rushed into the distance. After devouring the flesh of demon god Azura and many evil demons, he had officially broken through to the 7th level of the celestial human realm. However, the 7th level of the celestial human realm was just the threshold to becoming a demon god, and only by entering the depths of the demon abyss could he be considered to have the title of a demon god. But with just the strength of the 7th level of the celestial human realm, it was not enough to safely enter the depths of the demon abyss. So, he still needed more power. When I become a demon god and step into the great thousand world, I will definitely kill you. The undying evil lord thought of the scene in the undying plains, and the killing intent in his heart was even more awe-inspiring. To fall in the hands of a basic realm cultivator, this was a shame that could never be erased. Even so, however, the undead demon lord also understood that with Qin Shujian's ability to transform his qi and blood into a dragon at basic realm, he would definitely be a powerful figure among the human race in the future. Therefore, he was not worried that he would not be able to meet him in the great thousand world in the future. When that time comes, it was time for him to avenge himself. However, before that, he still needed to advance to a demon god so that he could possess greater power. When the undead evil lord moved, the other sinister devils also made their move. These evil demons were all experts who had devoured the flesh and blood of the Azura Fiend Celestial and had emerged victorious despite being besieged by other evil demons. At this moment, the other evil devils extinguished the thought of snatching the flesh and blood of the demonic god. They only watched as the undead evil lord and the other evil devils gathered together before erupting into a terrifying battle. If he wanted to become a demon god, he needed to be even more powerful. As for the undying evil lord, the other existences that had devoured the flesh of the demonic gods were his targets to increase his strength. Boom. Boom. More than 10 figures that were 20 to 30,000 feet tall were fighting in the demonic abyss. The power that erupted from each of his attacks caused the other evil demons to feel a lingering fear. Soon, some of the weaker evil spirits were killed and divided among the evil spirits. Subsequently, after the remaining evil demons divided up the flesh and blood, their strength became even more tyrannical. The battle lasted for an unknown period of time. In the final battle, there were only 2 evil demons left. The undead evil lord risked his bone armor to break. When his battle sword slashed down, he immediately beheaded the evil demon. Following that, he grabbed the other party's body and opened his mouth to devour it. Until now, all the evil demons that participated in the battle had fallen. Only the undead evil lord was left. When the other evil demons that were surrounding him saw the broken bone armor of the undead evil lord, their eyes flickered uncertainly. Scram! The undead evil lord roared, immediately scaring away many evil demons. Immediately after, he retracted his gaze and held his battle sword as he headed towards the depths of the demonic abyss. Boom! The moment the undead evil lord moved, those evil demons that were secretly coveting could no longer hold back their desire and launched an attack on him. Although the other party had devoured the flesh and blood of many evil demons, his strength was also severely depleted. At this time, if he did not make a move and allowed the other party to enter the depths of the demonic abyss, then his hopes of becoming a demon god would be completely cut off. Therefore, under the temptation of becoming a demon god, these evil demons finally could not hold back and wanted to take this opportunity to kill the undead evil lord. The moment these evil demons attacked, the undead evil lord's footsteps paused. Then, his battle sword absorbed a huge amount of demonic chi and slashed down. Evil spirit slash. With one slash, Blood spilled over the demonic abyss. Several evil demons that attacked had their bodies torn apart and were forced to retreat. Seeing this scene, the other evil demons that wanted to attack all stopped their actions. Their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at the undead evil lord. Strong. The other party's strength was not much weaker than a demon god, heavily injuring several evil demons with one slash. Such strength was definitely not something a 6th-level celestial being could achieve. Even an average 7th-level celestial being could not reach such a level. And in the depths of the demonic abyss, those demon gods watched all of this silently. After seeing the might of the undead evil lord, a demon god's divine sense immediately spread out. There was a slight ripple in their hearts. The Azura demon god's position fell, and another demon god was born. It seems that his strength is much stronger than the Azura demon god. Isn't it better to be strong? This way, our foundation will be strong enough. That's true. No demon god intervened, allowing the evil demons in the upper levels of the demonic abyss to continue killing. After seeing the undead evil lord enter the depths of the demonic abyss, 100,000 feet tall demon god appeared. He looked at him and said, "Welcome to the depths of the demonic abyss. To become a demon god, there is still one last step." What last step? The undead evil lord looked at this demon god cautiously. He held his battle sword tightly as a strong fear rose in his heart. With his current strength, although there were not many evil demons in the upper levels of the demonic abyss that could contend with him. But here, a demon god was the foundation and also the pinnacle. His strength in the depths of the demonic abyss was not the weakest, but he was definitely not the strongest. Just this demon god in front of him made the undead evil lord feel a strong pressure. This pressure, it would only occur when facing an opponent of the same level or stronger. The demon god said, "It's simple. Use your own strength and leave your own mark on this demonic abyss stone tablet." While talking, the demon god pointed forward. The undead evil lord followed his line of sight and saw 100,000 feet tall stone tablet standing tall. At first, he only thought that it was a mountain wall. But after hearing the demon god's words, he realized that it was not a mountain wall, but a huge stone tablet. After saying that, the demon god retreated to the side and opened up a path to the stone tablet. Seeing here, the undead evil lord held his battle sword tightly and walked towards the stone tablet. When he stepped into the range of the stone tablet, an invisible pressure suddenly fell. But it was stimulated by the power in his body and forced out the pressure. It did not take long. He was already in front of the stone tablet. The 100,000 feet tall stone tablet seemed to be connected to heaven and earth. It made the undead evil lord's 50,000 feet tall body seem small in front of it. And on the stone tablet, they were engraved with titles, each of which exuded a terrifying aura. At the same time, they represented the existence of a demon god. Leave your name on the stone tablet and you can get the demon god title. The names engraved on the demon god tablet are the names of all the demon gods in the depths of the demon abyss. Once you lose the demon god title, your name will automatically disappear from the demon god tablet. A thunderous voice sounded, answering the doubts in the undead evil lord's heart. At this moment, he looked at the demon god tablet and felt an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. Demon god! The undead evil lord's mind was in turmoil. His soul fire was also flickering crazily at this moment. In the demon abyss, the greatest wish of all the upper echelon demons was to get the demon god title. Although the demons and demon gods were immortal and indestructible. But in comparison, the demon gods were more like the upper echelons of the demon abyss, dominating everything in the demon abyss. Soon, the undead evil lord waved the battle sword in his hand and erupted with the power of the 7th level of the sky-human realm. He directly engraved his name on the demon god tablet. The moment he left his name, the blood moon in the sky turned dark red, and a pure and vast energy fell from it, directly acting on the undying evil lord. After receiving this pure energy, the undead evil lord's body instantly expanded and stretched. 60,000 feet, 70,000 feet, 80,000 feet. 90,000 feet. 10,000 feet. After his body broke through 10,000 feet, the undead evil lord felt that the energy in the blood moon had not stopped. It had the intention of bursting his body completely. After feeling this change, the undead evil lord's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he waved the battle sword and erupted with a powerful force, cutting off the connection of this energy. Boom! A vast power erupted and swept through the entire demon abyss. In front of this power, all the demons in the upper echelon of the demon abyss were trembling in fear. They did not dare to move at all. At the same time, a 10,000-foot phantom appeared in the demon abyss. It immediately crossed the sky above the demon abyss and roared at the sky. "I am the undead demon god." It was like a declaration and also like a proof. After hearing this, all the demons in the upper echelon of the demon abyss bowed their heads and greeted the undead demon god. In the depths of the demon abyss, on the demon god tablet, the words "Immortal Demon God" were engraved on it, as if they were naturally formed. As for the other demon gods hidden in the depths of the demon abyss, at this time, they also conjured their divine sense incarnations and congratulated in a deep voice, "Congratulations, undead demon god. Greetings, demon gods." The undead evil lord put away the battle sword and looked at the demon gods who had revealed themselves. He also returned the greeting. After that, he directly left the range of the demon god Steely and found a place that was not occupied by any demon gods as his future residence. Thousand Mountains Prefecture. After receiving Shi Yang's order, the imperial court once again sent Yang Tsaizhe to guard. The movement of the army was not small. Naturally, it could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of others. Marquis Zhao Xinghuai sent a message. He hopes that we will attack together and take this opportunity to defeat the forces of the Great Zhao Empire. In the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, a general cupped his hands and said. On the main seat, Jiyu Chongqing was silent. After a while, he waved his hand and motioned for the other to sit down. Then he looked at Bu Tianhua and asked, "In your opinion, what should we do? Now that the forces of the Great Zhao Empire are suppressing the demon disaster, it is just right for us to attack now. But now that Yang Tsaizhe has led the army to guard against Marquis, it is obvious that he is wary of you." Bu Tianhua thought for a while and said, "Now that Yang Tsaizhe has just arrived, the army must be tired from the journey. If Marquis is willing, we can attack the city while the army is tired and expand our advantage." Hearing this, Jiyu Chongqing nodded and said, "Bu Tianhua is right. But now that the demon disaster is rampant, if we attack the Great Zhao Empire, the demon disaster will be a big problem. Those who achieve great things do not care about small things. Small sacrifices are necessary. I believe that even if others know, they will understand your good intentions. And now that the experts are rampant, we can also mobilize the experts to stop the spread of the demon disaster. Just like what the Great Zhao Empire is doing now." Bu Tianhua said. Now that the Great Zhao Empire was gathering the experts in the world to fight against the demon disaster and then mobilizing the forces that were suppressing the demon disaster, although the latter was not completely leaked, it was not difficult for some people to find out the truth. The matter was settled quickly. Not long after, Jiyu Chongqing had already given the order. Next was the mobilization of the army. In the study, only Jiyu Chongqing and Bu Tianhua sat facing each other. "I have a bad feeling. This time, the Great Zhao Empire will not let us succeed so easily." "Marquis, what do you mean?" When Bu Tianhua heard this, his eyes flickered. Then, he asked with a serious expression. Jiyu Chongqing glanced at him and said, "I hope to get reinforcements from the demon race." "Isn't this too risky?" Bu Tianhua frowned and asked in a low voice. No matter what, the Great Zhao Empire was still human territory. Humans and demons had never been on good terms. If they wanted to take over the Great Zhao Empire, they had to have a good reputation. Now, the other party had gathered many talents. If news of them working with the demon race was exposed, the people's hearts would be in chaos. This time, the demon race had joined forces with Jiyu Chongqing because they wanted to take over this territory. But the demon race did not plan to appear directly. Instead, they wanted to wait for the human race's internal conflict to end before they came out to clean up the battlefield. So when Jiyu Changqing spoke, Bu Tianhua instinctively wanted to reject. But when he considered the other party's status and power, he changed to a more tactful way. Now that the human emperor was gone, the demon race could still defeat the humans without Jiyu Changqing's help. But even so, they could not really do that. Because Jiyu Changqing knew too many secrets of the demon race. If they left the other party behind and fought alone, they might end up in a life and death struggle. And now, the demon race could not leave Jiyu Changqing. At least, before the great Zhao Empire was completely divided, this Marquis Qianshan was still very useful. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the demon race could not fall out with the other party. As for Bu Tianhua's inner thoughts, Jiyu Changqing understood, but he also had his own plans. I hope that a demon saint can help. A demon saint? Bu Tianhua frowned deeply. A demon saint was a powerful figure of the human race. A cultivator of this level was considered the top of the demon race. Now, a demon saint was in charge of the heavenly demon temple. Now, Jiyu Changqing meant that he wanted a demon saint to help. Thinking of this, Bu Tianhua's expression was difficult. He refused tactfully. If a demon saint does not come out, I have no right to ask a demon saint to help. A demon saint is in charge of the heavenly demon temple to fight against the human emperor. Now that the human emperor is dead, a demon saint does not need to be in charge of the heavenly demon temple anymore. Since the demon race wants to cooperate with me, you should at least show some sincerity. Marquis, we have already shown you a lot of sincerity. Ch, is the so-called sincerity the 12 netherworld emissaries are talking about? Or do you think that I lack a few half-step heavenly humans? Jiyu Changqing huffed coldly. His face was full of disdain. Now that we are fighting against the great Zhao, it is my people who are risking their lives. If the demon race wants to take advantage of us without paying a price, they must be dreaming. If you want to cooperate, show some sincerity. Otherwise, I find it hard to believe that the demon race can show any sincerity. Or do you want me to fight with the great Zhao until both sides suffer losses, then profit from it and use me as a weapon? Jiyu Changqing's words were calm, but Bu Tianhua's expression was solemn. He sensed a hidden murderous intent in his words. This murderous intent. It was directed at him and the entire demon race. Bu Tianhua understood that Jiyu Changqing was unhappy with the demon race's way of slacking. Although the 12 netherworld emissaries were from the 12 heavenly demons, they were only half-step heavenly humans. Their so-called noble status was given to them by the heavenly demon temple. If these 12 demon race could become the 12 netherworld emissaries, then other demon race could also become the 12 divine emissaries and 12 demon emissaries. In general. Or was it because the demon race had not sent out any decent experts until now? Now that Jiyu Changqing had spoken at this juncture, it seemed like he wanted to fight to the death. Hearing this, Bu Tianhua immediately explained, Marquis, please don't misunderstand. Since we are willing to cooperate with you, we are naturally sincere. However, the demon saint's matter is very important. This is not something that I can decide. If you can't decide, then go back and tell someone who can. No problem. I will send a message back. 7 days. I will only wait for 7 days. If the demons do not show their sincerity, then our cooperation will end here. Jiyu Changqing gave his ultimatum. He did not give Bu Tianhua any chance to shirk his responsibility. Seeing this, Bu Tianhua could only nod in agreement. After receiving an affirmative answer, Jiyu Changqing's solemn expression relaxed. He smiled faintly. Military advisor, you should know that both sides should show their sincerity. If only one side is willing, then we cannot cooperate. Marquis, you are right. It's good that you understand. After saying this, Jiyu Changqing did not discuss this matter further. The next day, the Thousand Mountains Prefecture's army was reorganized. Soon, they attacked the Great Zhao city. This time, the rebel army had mobilized in full force. However, As soon as they moved, the news spread. Yang Caizhe immediately received news of Jiyu Chongqing's army's movements and made corresponding arrangements. He knew very well. Jiyu Chongqing's attack was definitely not a small matter. Yang Caizhe was facing such a decisive battle as soon as he arrived at the Thousand Mountains prefecture. Although he felt pressured, he was more eager to fight. He never thought that he was weaker than Jiyu Chongqing. In the previous battle of the Thousand Mountains prefecture, he had forced Jiyu Chongqing to a dead end. If the human emperor had not passed away and the other prefectures had not rebelled and threatened the central state prefecture, he would not have retreated at that time and given Jiyu Chongqing a chance to breathe. Or else, the Thousand Mountains prefecture had already been pacified. Jiyu Chongqing, you were lucky last time. This time, you dare to attack again. I will make sure that you do not return. In the city lord's residence, Yang Caizhe crushed the letter in his hand. His tiger-like eyes were filled with coldness. At this moment, Bu Tianhua's message officially fell into the hands of the Heavenly Demon Temple. Ever since the Heavenly Demon Temple appeared out of nowhere a few months ago and wiped out all the strange voices of the demon race, the Heavenly Demon Temple once again ruled the demon race and became a supreme sacred ground. In the Heavenly Demon Temple, the 12 demon saints were still in charge. Even now, they had no plans to leave the Heavenly Demon Temple. It was not that they did not want to. They were just more cautious. Jiyu Chongqing dares to ask our demon saints to come out. A mere Marquis of Qianshan dares to be so presumptuous. He really doesn't know what's good for him. After receiving the message, a demon saint sneered disdainfully. The Marquis of Qianshan Prefecture was nothing in his eyes. Unless he was also a powerful figure, no matter how noble he was, he would not pay attention to him. Moreover, in terms of status, the 12 demon saints were not lower than the Marquis of Qianshan Prefecture. In fact, they were even higher. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, this demon saint did not take Jiyu Chongqing seriously. Another demon saint shook his head and said, Jiyu Chongqing is in charge of a prefecture. His strength is not that simple. If we don't cooperate with him now, it will not be so easy to take over the great Zhao Empire in the future. Moreover, this person knows many of our secrets. It's hard to guarantee that neither side will win. In your opinion, Saint Ze, should we agree to this matter? The demon saint finally looked at Saint Ze and asked. For them. If there was anything they could not be sure of, they could let the other party calculate. Basically, everything would be clear. As soon as he finished speaking, the other beast saints also looked at Ze Sheng. Saint Ze closed his eyes and was calculating something. After a while, he opened his eyes again and shook his head. Now that Shi Yingtian has fallen, the great Zhao Empire is in chaos. People's killing intent has caused the celestial pole to be mixed up. I can't calculate anything. But this also proves that the world is in chaos. Our chance has come. Shi Yingtian has fallen. There is no need for us to guard the Heavenly Demon Temple. Since Jiyu Chongqing wants a demon saint to come out, we will fulfill his wish. Chapter 455. The demons did not reject Jiyu Chongqing's request. The Heavenly Demon Temple existed to defend against the human emperor. Now that the human emperor had fallen, there was no need for the 12 demon saints to guard the Heavenly Demon Temple. So, the Heavenly Demon Temple not only agreed to send 2 demon saints to help. In the Marquis of Qianshan's residence. In the banquet hall. One of them was Marquis of Qianshan, Jiyu Chongqing, and the other was Bu Tianhua. There were 2 others. Bu Tianhua introduced, Marquis, this time, our clan heard of your request and specially sent 2 beast saints to assist you. Speaking of this, he pointed to a silver-haired middle-aged man and said respectfully, this is Eagle Saint. Then he pointed to a middle-aged man in a blue shirt and said, this is Ghost Saint. During the introduction, the 2 monster saints saluted Jiyu Chongqing as if they were ordinary people. In response, Jiyu Chongqing returned the salute and smiled faintly. Greetings, demon saints. Marquis, you're too polite. Ghost Saint smiled. When will the Thousand Mountains Prefecture need me to make a move? Sage Eagle asked calmly with an indifferent expression. Jiyu Changqing said, since the two demon saints are here, our army can attack immediately. However, the relationship between the humans and the demons is delicate now. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you two should stay in the army. If the Great Zhao Empire sends out a mighty figure, we'll need your help. There was nothing wrong with this statement. The Eagle Saint and the Ghost Saint didn't say anything either. Just as Jiyu Changqing said, the humans and the demons were not on good terms. If their identities were exposed, Thousand Mountains Prefecture would instantly become the target of public criticism. As for the other party's concerns, the two demon saints now understood. The banquet was simple and there was not much publicity. After the banquet, Jiyu Changqing sent people to settle the two demon saints down. What do you think of Jiyu Changqing, Eagle Saint? He's not bad. He's at least a cultivator above the 5th level of the heavenly human realm, but I don't know if he's a mighty figure. Eagle Saint shook his head. His expression did not change much. Although he sounded uncertain, he did not think that Jiyu Changqing could really become a mighty figure. To a demon saint. If he was not a mighty figure of the human race, he was not worthy of his attention. If it were not for the fact that Jiyu Changqing controlled the Thousand Mountains Prefecture and had a lot of power in his hands, he would not even give Jiyu Changqing face. The Ghost Saint said, the human race is no longer the same as before. If it wasn't for the appearance of Shi Yingtian, this world would have belonged to my demon race. Watch your word. Eagle Sage, you are too cautious. Those powerful cultivators have long since fallen. What is there to fear? Even if they reincarnate, we of the demon clan have nothing to fear. It's always good to be careful, to avoid being tainted by too much karma. Eagle Sage shook his head, clearly not wanting to discuss this topic any further. However, he agreed with the Ghost Saint's words. The strength of the demon clan had never been weak since ancient times. First-level demon saints had always been the top experts of the demon clan. She used to be. It was the same now. With his status as a demon sage, he indeed didn't need to worry too much. In the world, unless it was someone at the level of a human sovereign or a demon sovereign, there was no one worth being afraid of. After the two demon saints arrived, a fierce battle broke out on the Thousand Mountains Prefecture's side. As if he had the support of the two demon saints, Jiyu Changqing suddenly became very confident. He no longer had any scruples in his actions. Instead, he waged war on all fronts and officially seized control of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. In the face of the rebel army's attacks, the imperial court also responded. However, compared to Jiyu Changqing, who had been running the Thousand Mountains Prefecture for hundreds of years, the imperial court's army was still at a disadvantage. Even with Yang Tsaizhe's command, they could only retreat. In the end, they switched from offense to defense, trying to forcibly stabilize the situation in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. As for the players, after the Imperial Court issued the mission to suppress the demonic disaster, 90% of the players fought with the demonic disaster all day long. This was a very normal thing. After all, there were not many missions that lasted as long as suppressing the demonic disaster and had such generous rewards. This was because there were simply too many players. There were so many that the competition to accept a mission was fierce. Therefore, many players devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the Imperial Court's quests. As for the players, at this stage, they could only fight on a small scale in the ordinary realm. Compared to the Imperial Court or the rebel army, the players' strength was nothing. Now, Qin Shujian was wholeheartedly focused on the great cause of exterminating the evil demons. In a true dominion, an intense battle was breaking out. A huge array was set up. 3 giants that were hundreds of feet tall fought with each other, causing a huge commotion that shook the surroundings. Boom! The evil demons retreated. Qin Shujian activated the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth to its current limit, causing his strength to soar. Even though he was fighting 1 against 2, he still had the upper hand. As for the 2 demons, they were in a state of confusion. Ever since they had met Qin Shujian, they had felt as if they were living in a dream. The evil demon race, which was known to be unrivaled among those of the same level, was now in the hands of a human. He was fighting 1 against 2 without any ability to fight back. It was hard for anyone to accept such a difference. "You deserve to die, human," the evil demon roared like a ferocious beast. Then, the power of the entire Devil Earth was drawn over, causing the aura on his body to soar, causing the void to buzz. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Shujian's eyes flashed coldly. He used his hand as a saber and slashed out. A terrifying wave instantly spread out. Spirit severing. In the face of this saber, the evil demon felt its spirit god tremble, as if it had encountered a powerful attack. This caused its absorption of the Devil Earth's power to pause for a moment. But that was all. Although spirit severing could directly kill a spirit god, Qin Shujian's current strength was not at the level where it could kill a heavenly man or spirit god. Just being able to shake it a little was already an indication of his extraordinary strength. To this, Qin Shujian felt a little regretful. Among the 3 divine ascension martial arts, this spirit-severing technique was the least useful. Whether it was the 9 tribulations' immortal body or the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, they complemented each other's strength. Spirit-severing, however, did not. This divine ascension martial art was completely based on the cultivator's body. If one's strength was insufficient, using this martial art would be the same as what was happening right now. It wouldn't have much effect. But for him, temporarily hindering the evil demon's movements was enough. Great Desolation Devil Suppression Seal. As the seal struck out, the true intent of sealing erupted. The evil demon instantly felt the power within its body stagnate, as if it had encountered some kind of terrifying seal. True intent. Boom. Without waiting for the evil demon to speak, Qin Shujian had already punched out, shattering its body. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Only when the first evil spirit retreated did the other evil spirit react. Soon, the other evil demon immediately attacked, attempting to neutralize Qin Shujian's attack. Seeing this, Qin Shujian swiped his right hand in the air. It seemed as if something within the Great Formation had been touched. In an instant, one could only see the stars moving and the void changing. The entire Great Formation split into 2, swallowing the evil demon. Within the formation, Qin Shujian was the absolute master. As long as he wanted to, he could split the formation at any time, separating the unnecessary opponents. In this situation, either he had absolute power to break the formation, or he had the means to do so. Apart from these 2, he could only obediently endure. From now on, there's nothing else to disturb me. After Qin Shujian split the evil spirit apart, his gaze fell on the evil spirit in front of him. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face that he believed to be amiable. But in the evil demon's eyes, this smile sent a chill down its spine. Next, the battle began once again. When the 2 evil demons joined forces, they were still no match for Qin Shujian. Now that there was only one left, there was even less of a chance for them to fight back. From the beginning of the battle to the end, it only took a little more than 10 minutes. When the red lotus of purgation ignited, the evil demon let out a mournful howl and finally died. After this evil demon died, Qin Shujian activated the formation once again, releasing the other evil demon. "You killed him." After seeing Qin Shujian, evil Lord Sharong's eyes were filled with shock. Just a moment ago, he had sensed the aura of the other evil demon disappear. At that moment, evil Lord Sharong could smell the scent of death. But as far as he knew, the only one who could kill an evil demon was Zhu Bing. But on Qin Shujian, he could not sense Zhu Bing's aura. So, even though some bad thoughts arose in evil Lord Sharong's mind, he did not think too much about it. As for what would happen next, he was mentally prepared. "Human, today, I've fallen in your hands. When I get out of the demon abyss, I'll have a real showdown with you." Evil Lord Sharong was not too afraid of death. At most, he would return to that dark place of the demon abyss. Even though he had stayed there for countless years, it was somewhat unbearable. But for him, it wasn't something that was hard to accept. In response to evil Lord Sharong's threat, The red lotus of delusion ignited in Qin Shujian's hand. He calmly said, "If you have the chance to return to the Devil Abyss, I, Qin, will respectfully await your arrival." As his words fell, Red Lotus appeared. Evil Lord Sharong did not resist. He could not be bothered to put up a futile struggle. Since he could not win, he might as well accept his fate. But, when he touched the Red Lotus of delusion fragmentation, the expression on his face, which was originally unafraid of death, suddenly changed. What in the world is this? The moment Evil Lord Sharong touched the Red Lotus of purgation, he could feel his entire body melting away. That melting was not just a simple melting, but an eternal disappearance. This feeling, it gave him a feeling of impending doom. He was truly going to die. Even with the demon abyss behind him, there was no chance for him to revive. If he had known that Qin Shujian had such a killing weapon in his hands, Evil Lord Sharong would definitely not have accepted his death so obediently. But it was too late to say anything now. After the Red Lotus of purgation was ignited, his demon chi had been exhausted. He did not have any extra strength to extinguish this power. He could only let the Red Lotus burn and devour it completely. A minute or two passed. Evil Lord Sharong had completely disappeared, leaving only a red lotus floating in the air. Then, Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and sucked in the two red lotuses. These two demons. One was a second-level celestial being, while the other was a third-level celestial being. The life source that the two of them contributed was exactly 100 million points. And after devouring the two celestial beings, his strength had increased by a lot. Soon, I should be able to accumulate enough life source to upgrade to the 4th level of the Guyuan Ancestral Classic. Based on the current speed, I should be able to reach the peak of the Divine Martial Realm or even break through to the Celestial Being Realm in a month or two. Combining his own situation, Qin Shujian had a rough estimate. On the other side, while Qin Shujian was constantly hunting down the demons, the experts of the Imperial Court were dealing with the devil disaster in other regions. Although the Imperial Court had deployed many of its troops to suppress the devil disaster, the top-notch experts who were dealing with the demons were not deployed. On the contrary, in order to kill as many demons as possible, the Imperial Court deployed even more celestial being experts. A long spear pierced the sky. Dan Hao transformed into a golden-armored divine general and was engaged in an intense battle with an evil demon. As one of the 5 great generals of the Imperial Court, his strength was not ordinary even though he had not attained the Almighty Realm. Even though he was suppressed by the True Dominion, Dan Hao was still able to crush an ordinary evil demon. As his body grew bigger, the weapon in his hand also changed along with his body. The long spear, which was nearly 100 feet long, swept across and struck, causing the void to tremble. When the spear landed, it easily shattered the mountain rocks. Roar. A tyrannical roar was heard as the demon chi surged like black clouds. The evil demon controlled the demon chi and was not at a disadvantage against Dan Hao's attack. "Human, your strength is not weak. Why don't you submit to the demon abyss and have a chance to live forever?" Chumph, a group of worms that rely on the demon abyss to survive. "How dare you ask me to submit to you?" Dan Hao smiled disdainfully, but his attacks became more and more fierce. He was not tempted by the eternal life that the evil demon mentioned. After all, eternal life also came with a price. Although the evil demon was immortal, the price was to be imprisoned in the demon abyss forever. Only by coincidence could he be qualified to leave the demon abyss and go to other worlds. It could be said that, when the evil demon obtained eternal life, he would be bound by the demon abyss forever. Dan Hao only felt disdain for the eternal life that was exchanged for freedom. Hearing that, the evil demon was not angry, but shook his head and said, "Mortals will always be mortals. They can't understand the use of eternal life. If I want eternal life, I can do it alone. Why should I submit to the demon abyss? Arrogant. Even the human emperor can't live forever." Do you think you are stronger than the human emperor? Although not as strong as the human emperor, it is enough to kill you. Dan Hao did not intend to continue the evil demon's words. While the two were talking, the attacks in their hands did not stop. The two bodies that were hundreds of feet tall and looked like small mountains were fighting. The aftermath of the battle had already flattened everything around them. Only the ground was cracked, leaving behind indelible cracks. Both sides were not weak. In terms of real realm, Dan Hao might be a level higher than the evil demon in front of him. However, in the Demon Abyss's home ground, this advantage was reduced to a negligible level. Boom! The fierce battle lasted for half a day, and neither side gained any advantage. Dan Hao relied on his strength to remain undefeated. On the other hand, the evil demon relied on the almost endless demon chi to recover from his injuries, making him invincible. Someone is coming. He thrust his spear, and the spear cut through the void and forced the evil demon to retreat. Dan Hao frowned slightly and looked in a direction to the side. The aura that came from afar made him feel a little pressured. Moreover, this aura, he also felt a sense of déjà vu. The moment this thought came to his mind, Dan Hao was also puzzled. Could it be that the Imperial Court has sent another heavenly being to help me? That was the first thought that came to his mind. It was a familiar aura. It could make him feel pressured. Then, the person who came was definitely not weak. At least, he was at the 4th tier of the heavenly being realm. The only people who could make him feel a sense of familiarity were people he had met in the past. However, Dan Hao asked himself. Among the experts at the 4th tier of the heavenly being realm that he had met, apart from his colleagues in the Imperial Court, there were no others. However, among these people, he remembered every wisp of aura clearly. Compared to the aura in front of him, it did not match at all. Dan Hao was puzzled. The evil demon was the same. Dan Hao alone was already difficult for it to deal with. Now that there was another expert of the same level, the situation suddenly tilted in its favor. At this moment, the evil demon was already considering if it should take the opportunity to retreat. With Dan Hao's current strength, if it wanted to leave, the evil demon would not be able to stop it. With that thought, the evil demon did not hesitate. It immediately rose to its feet and ran quickly into the distance. Want to leave? It's too late. Dan Hao sneered. Now, he did not care who the person was. Anyway, it was one of them. This evil demon also felt threatened, which was why it wanted to turn and run. If the other party was allowed to escape, it would be a huge hidden danger. If a powerful evil demon went to the spirit domain or the major domains, it would definitely be a situation of misery and suffering. Therefore, no matter what, Dan Hao would not allow the other party to leave just like that. Boom! The 10-foot-long spear fell like a mountain, bombarding the evil demon heavily. When the long spear crushed the void, there was a shocking explosion in the air. Under the pressure of the power, before the spear body smashed down, the terrifying pressure had already attacked. In response, the evil demon had to stop temporarily. It punched out with demonic chi. The fist aura collided with the long spear, and a strong aftershock spread out. Then, its body shook, and it took advantage of the recoil to pull away again. Seeing that the evil demon was about to escape, suddenly, a stream of light shot over from afar. Before it completely stopped, dozens of cold flashes shot out. Then, a huge array landed and surrounded the evil demon. The sudden unforeseen event made Dan Hao have no choice but to temporarily stop. The evil demon in front of him had disappeared. There was only a subtle force lingering in the empty space. He was very familiar with this scene. It was the power of an array formation. Then, he looked at the figure that appeared after the stream of light disappeared. He did not look surprised. Sect Master Qin, General Dan. Qin Shujian cupped his hands in the air and said with a faint smile. Dan Hao's 100-foot body dissipated and returned to its normal size. There was also a faint smile on his face. I was wondering which expert had come to make the evil demon flee. It's actually Sect Master Qin. He was no stranger to Qin Shujian. Back in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, Dan Hao had been paying attention to this array formation Grandmaster. When he had found out that Qin Shujian had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks to break through the shackles of the True Dominion and attain the Spirit Martial Realm, he had not underestimated him. The imperial court had invited Qin Shujian to help in the fight against the demon disaster. This was something. Dan Hao knew about it too. If he had not been sure who this person was when he had sensed the familiar aura, he had already gotten the answer when he saw the array formation. However, he was surprised that Qin Shujian had come at such a coincidental time. Dan Hao did not think too much about it. Instead, he said, "Sect Master Qin, you have come at the right time. If we join forces, we will definitely kill this evil demon. I alone am enough to deal with this evil demon. There is no need to trouble General Dan. It's not that I don't believe you, Sect Master Qin. However, this evil demon is of great importance. We definitely cannot let it escape," Dan Hao said seriously. Qin Shujian could not find a reason to reject Dan Hao's insistence. Thus, he had no choice but to release the array formation and let Dan Hao and him enter together. After entering the array formation, Qin Shujian immediately said, "General Dan, please hold the line. If I am no match for you, you can help me." "That's good too." Upon hearing this, Dan Hao did not reject him. He also wanted to see how powerful a cultivator who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks was in the true dominion. Was he really comparable to a top-notch almighty like the rumors said? After receiving Dan Hao's reply, Qin Shujian immediately executed the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. His body became more than 300 feet tall. The 4 universal heavenly locks pierced the void and a vast aura spread out. When he sensed this aura, Dan Hao was shocked. All the hair on his body stood on end as though he had encountered a terrifying existence. However, before he could be shocked, he saw Qin Shujian punch out. The evil demon had just raised his hand when he was sent flying by this violent force. His valiant body cracked and blood gushed out crazily. SSS. When Dan Hao saw this, he gasped silently. He knew that Qin Shujian was very powerful in the true dominion. However, he had never expected him to be so powerful. An evil spirit that wasn't much weaker than him was sent flying in a single exchange. Furthermore, it seemed to have sustained heavy injuries. This kind of strength was completely overwhelming. This also meant that if he had been in the evil demon's place, he would definitely not have been Qin Shujian's match in the true dominion. This is a cultivator who has condensed 4 universal heavenly locks. He is really terrifying. Dan Hao's thoughts churned. Meanwhile, the evil demon was also completely suppressed. However, after a few minutes of fighting, it was severely injured by that violent force. It was already lying on the ground, struggling with all its might. It could not even get up. Upon seeing this, Dan Hao did not have time to think too much. He immediately shouted, "Sect Master Qin, please wait." Qin Shujian had originally planned to divide the array formation and separate the evil demon from Dan Hao. Then, he would refine the evil demon alone. However, after hearing Dan Hao's words, he instinctively paused. Chapter 456. Qin Shujian paused for a moment. Dan Hao took out a stone spear. A deep and ancient aura filled the air, causing one's mind to shake uncontrollably. Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian was bewildered. Just as he was about to open his mouth to stop him, he saw Dan Hao's spear pierce through the demon. Subsequently, in his line of sight, the body of the evil lord had already turned into bone powder and fell to the ground. As for the stone spear in Dan Hao's hand, it was once again dyed with a touch of black, occupying half of the stone spear. Seeing this scene, Qin Shujian's fingers trembled. It was not because he was frightened by Zhu Bing's power, but because he was simply angry. He was robbed again. A single evil demon had at least 100 luck points, tens of millions of life force, and pure energy. These things added together, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were priceless. Thinking about how he, Sect Master Qin, had been roaming the world for so many years. Although he had the experience of being robbed, he had never been like this. The other party called out to him and then openly robbed him. Angry. Very angry. Qin Shujian suddenly had the urge to kill Dan Hao. However, he could only think about it and could not really do it. No matter what, Dan Hao was still a member of the imperial court. In addition, the other party had a stone spear suspected to be Zhu Bing in his hand, so he was not easy to deal with. If they really fought, even if he could kill Dan Hao, he was afraid that he would have to pay a heavy price. Just as Qin Shujian's heart surged with killing intent, Dan Hao also felt an inexplicable chill in his body, but it quickly disappeared. To this, he looked around and did not find any problems, so he was too lazy to care. Then, he kept his stone spear and looked at Qin Shujian with a smile. Sect Master Qin, the evil demons are known to be undying and indestructible. If they are killed using other methods, they will be reborn in the demon abyss. Only ancestral armaments or divine armaments infused with the power of ancestral armaments would be able to kill them. He was worried that Qin Shujian did not know anything and would be dissatisfied with his actions, so he specially explained. Hearing this, Qin Shujian squeezed out an ugly smile. I naturally understand General Shan's good intentions. No matter how angry he was, he had to put a smile on his face. When Dan Hao saw this, he smiled and said, however, Sect Master Qin's strength is truly shocking. With the strength of the demons, it is impossible for them to contend against you. In my opinion, why don't you and I join forces and quell the demon disaster together? After witnessing Qin Shujian's absolute strength, he was shocked. An idea formed in his mind. Qin Shujian would crush the evil spirit, and he would deal the final blow with his spear to eliminate all future troubles. Dan Hao thought about it and realized that this idea was really impeccable. In this way, the devil calamity in the world would be greatly alleviated, and it would not be impossible for the demons to be completely wiped out. However, Qin Shujian's face stiffened. What was the meaning of this? He wasn't satisfied after stealing one monster from him and wanted to steal more. With regards to Dan Hao's suggestion, he naturally disagreed 10,000 times in his heart. However, if he were to directly refuse, he would need a proper reason. Or else, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. After thinking for a while, Qin Shujian said, I'm more used to acting alone. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint General Shan's good intentions. Sect Master Qin should understand that if Zhu Bing didn't kill them, the demons would all return to the devil abyss. This is an endless hidden danger. Only by truly killing them can this problem be solved. Dan Hao said in a deep voice. I naturally understand Sect Master Qin's thoughts, but I still suggest that the two of you join forces. He did not deny Qin Shujian's strength, but he did not think that the other party had the means to truly kill the demons. If Yuanzong possessed an ancestral armament, it would definitely not be as simple as a top sect. With Zhu Bing, it was enough to establish a dynasty and even suppress the fate of a clan. Yuan sect. This was absolutely impossible. May I ask if the thing in General Shan's hand is the rumored Zhu Bing? If it was Zhu Bing, he would have already killed this demon. This is just a weapon stained with a trace of Zhu Bing's power. To be honest, it's even inferior to a Dao artifact in some aspects. Dan Hao's words made Qin Shujian understand a little. The stone spear was only stained with Zhu Bing's power, so it could kill the demons. However, after killing the demons, there was a touch of black on the body of the spear. That should be Zhu Bing's power being consumed. In other words, the stone spear could kill demons, but there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said, if I'm not wrong, the stone spear in General Shan's hand should also have a limit to the number of times it can be used. Even if you and I join forces, the number of demons that we can kill with this stone spear is not many. Why don't you and I separate and try our best to alleviate the demon disaster in front of us? That's the most appropriate thing to do. Hearing this, Dan Hao frowned slightly. This was something that he had overlooked. After all, the stone spear in his hand was not Zhu Bing, and it couldn't kill demons without any scruples. Just as Qin Shujian said, if he wanted to kill all the demons in the world, unless he asked Zhu Bing to help him, there was no other way. In that case, I was wrong. Dan Hao no longer insisted. Moreover, in his opinion, Qin Shujian was also young and impetuous and wasn't willing to join forces with others. For such a genius, it wasn't the first time Dan Hao had encountered such a situation. Although the other party was the reincarnation of a mighty figure, the previous life was the previous life, and the present was the present. The arrogance of a young man still existed. Therefore, he didn't mind too much. If he were at Qin Shujian's age, he might be even more arrogant than the other party. After dispelling Dan Hao's thoughts, Qin Shujian originally wanted to turn around and leave, but he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Dan Hao and asked, "General Dan, have you heard of the name of the chaser?" "The chaser?" Dan Hao looked confused before he shook his head and said, "I haven't heard of it. If Sect Master Qin can give me some specific information, I can help you check it out." "That won't be necessary. I was just asking casually." Qin Shujian shook his head and didn't discuss this further. The reason he had thought of this was because the Sky Origin sect had been searching for information about the chaser but hadn't found anything. Therefore, he had asked casually. After all, Dan Hao was a member of the Imperial Court and had many things in his hands. However, based on his expression, his answer didn't seem fake. This meant that Dan Hao didn't know about the chaser either. This made Qin Shujian's heart sink slightly. A dharma I could cut off one's luck. It was impossible for a person with such ability to be a nobody. However, there was no information at all. This made Qin Shujian feel a little uncomfortable. This was because he was a little afraid, but also because he wanted to explore and learn about the unknown. Soon, Qin Shujian separated from Dan Hao and headed to the other True Dominion to hunt demons. He had just lost a kill, so he didn't want to stay with Dan Hao any longer. The chaser. Dan Hao frowned as he watched Qin Shujian's departing figure. He didn't think that Qin Shujian's words just now were spoken casually. However, it was just as he had said. He really hadn't heard of the chaser before. Soon, Dan Hao took out a jade talisman and sent this information back. After doing this, he took out a few jade stones from his storage ring and crushed them. A vast array covered the demonic land. The heaven-earth spirit chi swarmed over. It kept expelling the demonic land. The purification array. This was an array that had to be set up in every place where a demon calamity had occurred after the demons had been eliminated. The biggest problem with the demon calamity was the demonic chi that could destroy all living things. The demons were easy to eliminate, but the demonic land was difficult. This was an important reason why everyone was afraid of the demon calamity. Fortunately, there were a few array grandmasters in the Imperial Court. It wasn't difficult to set up a purification array. On the other side, after Qin Shujian bade farewell to Dan Hao, he immediately rushed to the next place. When he saw Dan Hao, he already knew that the Imperial Court had sent many experts to kill the demons. If he was a little slower, there might not be many demons left for him. No, I have to hurry up. Qin Shujian focused his mind. Soon, he rushed to the next True Dominion. Boom! A terrifying wave spread. A group of players was besieging a demon that was hundreds of feet tall. Ants. The Nether Ghost Lord's eyes flashed coldly. A wave spread from his eyes and instantly destroyed the consciousness of a few players. He was very annoyed now. He was really annoyed. These people didn't seem any different from the human race. However, they seemed to have an immortal body like the evil demon race. At least in the eyes of the Nether Ghost Lord. He had already seen a few people who had clearly been killed by him, but then reappeared not long after. Immortal and indestructible. Fearless of death. There were many of them. These three attributes added together were enough to make the Nether Ghost Lord feel annoyed. In terms of strength, these players naturally couldn't be compared to him. However, there were too many of them. Moreover, everyone was in the True Dominion and was suppressed by the shackles of the True Dominion. Therefore, although the gap between the two sides was huge, it wasn't so big that it was difficult to cross. Boom! As the demonic chi palm descended, it obliterated many players. However, other attacks landed on the Nether Ghost Lord's body, causing his body to break apart and some blood to flow out. Since the start of the battle, this was not the first time that he had been injured like this. Although there was a large amount of demonic chi supporting him, the demonic chi wasn't endless. It could be consumed continuously. This boss doesn't have much strength left. Increase the intensity of your attacks. This time, we will be the first group of players to defeat the demons. We will definitely become famous, Luo Jinan shouted, his face full of excitement. Defeating the demons. This was the first time they had opened up a new territory. Ever since the demons had been born, no player had ever been able to kill the boss of this race. To him, if he could kill the demons this time, he would become famous among the players. As for the consumption during the process of defeating the demons, in Luo Jinan's opinion, it was nothing. After all, as long as he had money, it wouldn't be difficult to hire a group of players who weren't afraid of death. Coincidentally, he was the kind of person who had money. Although the spirit chi in the real world had recovered, causing the cultivation level in the game to become especially important, it was still a matter of money. In order to kill the Nether Ghost Lord, Luo Jinan had already spent a lot of money. However, as long as he could kill the Nether Ghost Lord, it wouldn't be a problem. The battle on the field continued. The hill-like evil Lord of Phantoms could unleash unparalleled power with just a wave of his hand, easily breaking through the players' protective auras. However, it was still the same thing. There were too many players. There were more than 1,000 players, each of whom was no weaker than the 4th stage true martial realm. With so many players gathered together, even a peak true martial realm expert would be killed instantly. As for the experts who had formed the universe Heavenly Lock, they were much stronger than peak true martial realm experts. However, in the face of such a large number of attacks, it was difficult to continue. In particular, the players could revive after death. More than 1,000 players could unleash the power of 2,000 to 3,000 people. This way, the Nether Ghost Lord was even more uncomfortable. This was the first time he had encountered the players. Before this, he had been sealed in the array altar for thousands of years. He had no chance to see the light of day again, let alone fight with the players. After so many years, the seal was finally broken. The Nether Ghost Lord had planned to wash away his shame. However, as soon as he came out, he encountered a group of players who completely blocked his plans. As time went by, the players would revive every 10 seconds or so. However, the injuries on the Nether Ghost Lord's body were also increasing. As his body continued to recover, the consumption of demonic chi became more and more serious. Seeing this, Luo Jinan's mind calmed down. According to this trend, it wouldn't be long before he could defeat this evil demon. Boom! The 27 array discs fell, and a killing array was instantly activated. With the Nether Ghost Lord as the center, everything within 100 feet radius disappeared. This sudden change, Luo Jinan was stunned in place. 1 second. 2 seconds. F***CK, how dare you steal this father's monster? Luo Jinan looked at the empty scene and was about to go crazy. In order to kill the Nether Ghost Lord, he paid a big price. If they succeeded in killing the boss, that would be fine. They would have to pay the price. But if he didn't kill the boss, he would suffer a loss for nothing. That would be really uncomfortable. He had suffered a double loss. No matter where it was hard to accept. Not only Luo Jinan. Even the other players didn't expect to encounter such a thing. They all looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Luo Jinan angrily shouted, "Is there anyone who knows about arrays? If there is, find a way to break this array. There will be a reward after this." Hearing this, suddenly, some players were eager to try and show off. In addition to cultivation, alchemy, casting, and arrays, there were also many people who dabbled in them. Especially in the Tao of formations. If used properly, it could greatly increase one's strength, so there were many players who were willing to learn. However, when these players looked at the array in front of them, they were directly dumbfounded. This was because they found that they couldn't understand it at all. In just a few minutes, before the players could figure out the clues of the array, the large array suddenly broke, revealing Qin Shujian's figure. He glanced at the players present. Qin Shujian directly flew into the sky and left. This time, he was in a very good mood. Originally, Dan Hao had stolen his monster, which made him a little depressed. Now that he had stolen another group of players' monsters, it could be considered even. Stealing monsters is much more comfortable than fighting monsters, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. He was still very enthusiastic about this kind of thing. He came quickly and left quickly. The only difference was that the Nether Ghost Lord was no longer there. Seeing this scene, Luo Jinan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In the following period of time, Qin Shujian almost didn't stop for a moment. He had been rushing to the various prefectures of the True Dominion, constantly hunting evil spirits. On the other side, Nanfeng Prefecture. Two armies were at war. Marquis Wuan, you and I are both marquises of a prefecture. When the human emperor was alive, it was nothing much for us to work for the imperial court. However, the human emperor has fallen. How can a mere Shiyang make us bow down to him? Now that the great Zhao dynasty's destruction is inevitable, why do you have to do such a heaven-defying thing? Marquis Nanfeng Zhongyi, who was sitting in a carriage, looked at the imperial court's camp in front of him and shouted sternly. This was supposed to be a war between the Nanfeng prefecture and the great Zhao dynasty. However, the Wuhan prefecture had intervened, which surprised Zhongyi. Given his current strength, it was not a problem to deal with the experts of the great Zhao dynasty in the Nanfeng prefecture. However, if the Wuhan prefecture joined in, the problem would be serious. As soon as he finished speaking, in the imperial court's camp, an old man in embroidered clothes heard this and reprimanded, "We are loyal to the imperial court. How can we do such an unloyal and unjust thing? If you surrender now, I can still ask the emperor to be lenient." Marquis Wuan is righteous. Luo Jing smiled faintly, then looked at Zhongyi and shouted coldly, "The Zhong family has been loyal to the imperial court for generations. Marquis Nanfeng, why do you have to ruin the Zhong family's thousands of years of reputation at this time? If you do this, you will not let down the ancestors of the Zhong family when you go to the underworld." Zhongyi smiled disdainfully. He did not look at Luo Jing and looked at the Wu and Marquis. He said in a low voice, "Shen Hong, do you really want to be enemies with me? Anyone who betrays is a traitor, and everyone has the right to punish traitors." Shen Hong shouted in a righteous manner. Luo Jing nodded in agreement. The Wu and Marquis is right. Zhongyi, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving you face. Kill. After he said this, the army moved abruptly and charged over. If it was in the past, Luo Jing would not dare to start a war so easily. However, it was different now. The Wu and Marquis had suddenly led troops to help, which gave him great confidence. Of course, it was not that Luo Jing did not have his guard up against this kind of action. However, the Wu and Marquis was different from the others. He was the official who had followed the human emperor for the longest time. In terms of loyalty, there were not many officials in the imperial court who could compare with the Wu and Marquis. Therefore, Luo Jing was not worried that the Wu and Marquis would betray the imperial court. After all, if even the Wu and Marquis betrayed, then there would not be many people left in the imperial court. Kill. Zhongyi's face was gloomy. He waved his hand and commanded the army to charge forward. Although the Wu and Marquis had intervened, they still had to fight. If they retreated in fear, then there would be nothing left. The army charged together. The sound of fighting shook the heavens. Arrows and swords flew everywhere, splashing blood. In just one exchange, no less than hundreds and thousands of people died. This was war. The number of people dying every second was in the hundreds and thousands. At the moment when the army charged, the generals of the various armies also flew into the air and fought in the air. The army fought. In addition to the soldiers at the bottom, the victory of the generals at the middle and high levels also played a big role. At this moment, Luo Jing's body suddenly shot up into the sky. A vast power spread out, causing the heavens and earth to hum violently. "Zhongyi, do you dare to fight?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Zhongyi said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared from the carriage. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Luo Jing. The moment Zhongyi appeared, Luo Jing brazenly attacked. A long spear pierced through the air, and a terrifying power instantly erupted. Facing such an attack, Zhongyi was not afraid. He pointed his finger in the air. Like a rainbow piercing through the sun, his finger collided with the long spear. Just as the two attacks were about to destroy each other, Zhongyi did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, and a fiery red flag appeared in his hand. The flag was waved in the air, and thousands of flames swept out. The sky turned red, and even the surrounding clouds were instantly evaporated. Burning mountain raging flame flag. Luo Jing's face was solemn. As the body of the spear trembled, countless spear flowers spread out. Each flower was lifelike and contained a terrifying killing intent. When the thousands of flames swept over, the spear flowers bloomed and completely swallowed the flames. Boom! The spear flowers exploded in an instant, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. Luo Jing approached at an extremely fast speed. His long spear exploded with a biting cold attack. The snow-white tip of the spear seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the terrifying sharpness was enough to destroy everything. Seeing this, Zhongyi took a step back and waved the burning mountain raging flame flag in his hand. Amidst the endless flames, a vicious beast Cheline rushed out to meet the tip of the spear. Boom! The two exchanged blows at an extremely fast speed, and the power they contained was also extremely powerful. As the Marquis of Nanfeng, Zhongyi's strength had already reached the acme of perfection. As for Luo Jing, as one of the 5 great generals, he had always followed the human emperor on his expeditions, and his strength could not be underestimated. The exchange of blows between the two was like the sun and the moon competing for glory. It made people's minds shake. Burning mountain raging flame flag. Below, the Marquis of Wu and Shen Hong had not made a move. However, when Zhongyi took out the burning mountain raging flame flag, a trace of graveness flashed across his eyes. Every Marquis had a 6-seal Dao artifact in their hands. This was the supreme treasure bestowed by the human emperor when he established the world. The burning mountain raging flame flag in Zhongyi's hand was one of them. However, as the West-conquering general, Luo Jing also had a supreme treasure in his hand, so seriously speaking, he was not much worse than Zhongyi. The battle between the two was destined to be a fierce struggle. After a long time, Shen Hong suddenly shouted, "General Luo, don't panic. Watch as this Marquis subdue this traitor together with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. In the next second, a shocking aura erupted. A long rainbow streaked across the sky, and Shen Hong appeared directly in the battlefield where the two were fighting. Chapter 457. Luo Jing didn't stop Shen Hong from intervening. Zhongyi was very strong. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that he couldn't take him down alone. Not to mention that he couldn't take him down. With Zhongyi holding the burning mountain raging flame flag, he might even be defeated. So, after Shen Hong made his move, Luo Jing laughed. "Zhongyi, now that Wuan Marquis and I have joined forces, what do you have to fight against us? Just surrender." While speaking, the spear didn't slow down at all. "General Luo, you and I will take sides. Don't give him a chance to escape." "Okay." Luo Jing nodded and immediately attacked Zhongyi separately with Shen Hong. It was different from Luo Jing. Wu and Marquis Shen Hong used a halberd. When the halberd appeared, a dormant power was awakening and a strong killing intent was stimulated. Boom! The two of them flanked Zhongyi from the left and right. Zhongyi's expression changed. He waved the burning mountain raging flame flag in his hand, and the flames that could burn the mountains and boil the sea swept across the sky and attacked the two of them. At this moment, the flames were monstrous. The halberd tore the sky and the earth apart and the violent power erupted. Zhongyi's expression changed again. Among the two of them, Wuan Marquis was the most worthy of his fear. As the head of a prefecture, Wuan Marquis was actually 1 generation higher than him in terms of seniority and was on the same level as the previous Marquis Nanfeng. He was also the most senior Marquis in the Great Zhao 13 prefectures. Similarly, Wuan Marquis had the most seniority. Before Marquis Baiyun revealed his almighty strength, his strength was also the most unfathomable. However, Marquis Baiyun had become an almighty now. Among the 13 prefectures, Marquis Baiyun was the most respected. However, after Marquis Baiyun, Wuan Marquis Shenhong was still a powerhouse that couldn't be underestimated. Although Luo Jing's strength was extraordinary, in terms of true strength, he was slightly inferior to Shenhong. Zhongyi's strength was also not bad. However, it was easy to deal with Luo Jing, but if Shenhong was added to the mix, it would be difficult. No matter what, Zhongyi didn't plan to retreat. In addition to the victory and defeat of the heavenly beings, the victory of the army below was also very important. Since he couldn't win, Zhongyi had already planned to delay the two of them to buy enough time for the army. Boom! Crack! The power of the battle between the three of them could be said to be earth-shattering. Every time they collided, it caused the sky to rumble, as if it was a bolt from the blue. Wuan Marquis looked old. However, his strength was still at its peak. The battle halberd in his hand was also the Wuan Marquis Mansion Protection Dao treasure. Traces of sharpness seeped out, causing ripples in space. General Luo, don't hold back anymore. We need to end this battle quickly. Otherwise, if the army suffers too many casualties, it won't be good. The halberd extinguished the raging flames. Shenhong's hair stood on end as he shouted loudly. Hearing this, Luo Jing also noticed that they were at a disadvantage. It had to be said that the Zhong clan had been doing well in the Southwind Prefecture all these years. They had secretly trained many elite soldiers. Even if the imperial court had the help of the Wuan Prefecture's army, they still did not have much of an advantage. He understood a little about Shenhong's thoughts. It was just that the Wuan manor had lost too many soldiers, and this Wuan Marquis felt heartache. Thinking of this, Luo Jing didn't intend to drag things out for too long, so he nodded and said, "All right, Wuan Marquis, please help me suppress this fiend." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jing no longer hid anything. He gathered all his strength together and then displayed his trump card. He shot out a spear. Heaven and earth trembled. It was as if it had swept through the entire world, causing people's hearts to tremble. At the same time, Shenhong also made his move. The battle halberd tore the sky and earth apart, as if it could destroy everything. It directly erupted with a terrifying attack. However, just as the attack was about to hit Zhongyi, it suddenly changed directions and went straight for Luo Jing. As for Zhongyi, it was as if they had already discussed this beforehand. The power that was originally attacking Shenhong was just for show, while the real power was all directed toward Luo Jing. In an instant, the situation had undergone a drastic change. "Shenhong, how dare you betray the imperial court?" The sudden change made Luo Jing both shocked and angry. He didn't expect that Shenhong would betray the imperial court at this time. He also didn't expect that the Wuan Marquis would betray the imperial court. If Luo Jing had been a little vigilant at the beginning. But now, he didn't have any vigilance against Shenhong. Everything seemed to happen very slowly, but in fact, it happened in a flash. The air trembled. An arm holding a spear fell off. Blood wildly gushed out. Luo Jing's face paled as he retreated in defeat. The sudden change caused Luo Jing to be injured and defeated. "I didn't expect you to secretly ally with Zhongyi. You're also a traitor." Luo Jing coldly stared at Shenhong and Zhongyi. His heart was filled with both shock and anger. However, after the shock passed, he still maintained his calm. As for the wound on his shoulder, the blood had already stopped flowing. Flesh began to grow from the wound, and not long after, a new arm appeared. Limb regrowth. Nothing more. However, the new arm had just been regenerated and hadn't been tempered too much. It couldn't compare to the original arm. At the same time, the long spear that had fallen along with his arm was now pulled back into his hand. Hearing Luo Jing's question, Shenhong didn't become angry. He smiled faintly and said, "The Great Zhao has suppressed the world for more than 6,000 years. Its fate has long since been exhausted. This old man is just following the will of the heavens. On the other hand, General Luo, now that this old man has joined forces with Marquis Nanfeng, you no longer have any chance of resisting. Why don't you abandon the imperial court and join our alliance? Why do you want to die with the imperial court? Damn it. I, Luo Jing, Was blind to have trusted you. Luo Jing was so angry that he laughed. However, he was already thinking of a way out. Although he didn't agree with Shen Hong's words, he knew one thing. The Marquis of Wu An had betrayed them. The Imperial Court's original advantage was gone. If they continued to fight, they wouldn't have any hope of winning. As for his own strength, even if Luo Jing was at his peak, he wouldn't have the confidence to resist. Not to mention that he was now heavily injured. As if he could see Luo Jing's plan, Shen Hong took a step forward and appeared behind him. Together with Zhong Yi, they blocked his path of retreat. General Luo, if we let you go, then we'll be incompetent today. At this point, Shen Hong's expression turned solemn. Suddenly, he roared, Wu An army, listen to my order. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the Wu An army, which was fighting with the Nanfeng army, suddenly turned their muzzles and attacked the Imperial Court's people. Faced with such a sudden change, the soldiers of the Imperial Court were also bewildered and confused. Many of them didn't expect that their comrades would suddenly backstab them. For a moment, many of the Imperial Court soldiers died tragically under the Wu An army. In just a few minutes, the Imperial Court's army was completely at a disadvantage. With Shen Hong's betrayal, the situation that the Imperial Court had been maintaining collapsed. Luo Jing didn't expect Shen Hong to betray them. The others also didn't expect Shen Hong to betray them. Even the Nanfeng army, except for the high-ranking generals, didn't know that the Wu An army, which they had been fighting to the death, was their ally. By the time they realized it, the situation had changed. As for the generals of the Nanfeng army, they immediately commanded the battle to prevent the soldiers from attacking the Wu An army and creating an awkward situation. In the sky, the battle had broken out again. It was different from the previous time when Zhong Yi was attacked from both sides. This time, the person who was attacked from both sides was Luo Jing, the general of Pacifying West. Luo Jing's strength was slightly weaker than the two of them. Now that he was heavily injured and had to fight against both of them, he was at a disadvantage almost as soon as he attacked. Raging flames burned the sky. The halberd shattered the void. Luo Jing was forced to retreat with his spear, and he kept coughing up blood. It wasn't that he didn't think of escaping, but Shen Hong and Zhong Yi were determined to keep him here. Therefore, every time Luo Jing wanted to retreat, he would be forcefully intercepted, not giving him any hope of leaving at all. As time went by, Luo Jing's injuries were getting worse and worse. Shen Hong and Zhong Yi had already gained the upper hand in the battle. Boom! After taking a blow from Shen Hong's halberd, the flesh on Luo Jing's chest was torn open, causing his injuries to worsen. At this moment, Luo Jing didn't attack again. Instead, he threw the long spear in his hand behind him, and it instantly streaked across the sky and disappeared. Then, he pulled a huge amount of spirit chi of heaven and earth over, and it surged into his body like a tide. Oh no! He's going to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, Zhong Yi and Shen Hong were both shocked and furious. They didn't expect that Luo Jing would be so ruthless as to self-destruct so decisively. When a cultivator self-destructed, it was equivalent to destroying everything, including spirit gods. Once a cultivator self-destructed, he would die completely, and he wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate in the future. In the face of this, the first reaction of the two was not to escape, but to stop Luo Jing from self-destructing. The self-destruction of a diviner supreme cultivator. In particular, the self-destruction of an expert at Luo Jing's level was powerful enough to move mountains and overturn seas, and destroy the world. Even if they could escape, the army below would definitely suffer heavy losses. Therefore, neither Shen Hong nor Zhong Yi thought of escaping. Instead, they unleashed their strongest attacks the moment Luo Jing was about to self-destruct. Let's die together. Luo Jing's eyes were filled with madness. He didn't resist the attacks of the two, allowing the attacks to hit his body. Almost at the same time, boom, the sky shook. The earth cracked. With Luo Jing as the center, a destructive force suddenly erupted and swept out in all directions. Shen Hong and Zhong Yi were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Without thinking, the two of them waved their hands and set up layers of energy defenses around their bodies. Then, a powerful force blasted out in an attempt to completely block the aftermath of the explosion. It only lasted for a moment. The energy defenses set up by the two of them were like paper in front of this force. They were completely useless. As for the attack that erupted, it was destroyed when it collided with the aftermath of the explosion. Zhongyi and Shen Hong coughed up blood and fell from the sky. At the same time, a vast wave of spiritual deity energy swept through the world, and all the living beings that were affected by it suffered a destructive blow. As for the great cultivators of the god martial arts realm, they screamed and fell from the sky, no longer able to stand in the air. The aftermath of the explosion lasted for almost an hour before it finally stopped. When Shen Hong and Zhongyi came to their senses, they saw that 70 to 80% of the millions of soldiers below had been attacked by the spiritual deity, causing their divine consciousness to be completely destroyed. Puff! Seeing this, Zhongyi spat out another mouthful of blood. Looking at the situation in front of him, his eyes were about to split open. Good, very good. This Marquis misjudged you. I didn't expect you, Luo Jing, to be so ruthless as to drag millions of soldiers down with you. After all, the Nanfeng and Wuan armies were not the only ones who had died. The Imperial Court's army had also died. Luo Jing's self-destruction had caused them to suffer heavy losses, but it had also caused the Imperial Court's army to suffer heavy losses. After all, self-destruction was an indiscriminate attack that did not distinguish between friend and foe. Shen Hong's expression was also gloomy. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and coldly said, "Injuring the enemy by 1,000 but losing 800 of our own men. This time, we have fallen at Luo Jing's hands. However, with Luo Jing's death, one of the great Zhao 5 great generals has also fallen. This time, we did not lose out." Then, he looked at the soldiers below who had yet to come to their senses, and the killing intent in his heart soared. "Marquis Nanfeng, we will first destroy these remnants of the great Zhao army. Then, you can completely unify the Nanfeng prefecture. After that, it will not be your turn to assist the Wuan prefecture. Marquis Wuan, rest assured. This Marquis will keep his word. That would be for the best." Shen Hong's expression was still gloomy. He was not afraid that Zhongyi would go back on his word. At this time, their greatest enemy was the great Zhao army, not the other Marquis. If Zhongyi went back on his word, he would be seeking his own death. Very quickly, Shen Hong and Zhongyi organized the remaining soldiers and surrounded the remnants of the Imperial Court's army. However, the two did not kill them all. Instead, they gave them a chance to surrender. Luo Jing self-destructed. The army had suffered heavy losses. In the view of the remnants of the Imperial Court, there was no chance of victory in the current situation. Not everyone was unafraid of death. Not everyone was afraid of death. Thus, when faced with the threat of two armies, some people did not fear death and refused to surrender, while others simply threw away their weapons. As for the remaining method, it was much simpler. Those who were unwilling to surrender were all killed. Those who were willing to surrender were left behind and incorporated into the original army. All soldiers, listen to my order. Take down Nanfeng Prefecture as quickly as possible. Marquis Nanfeng Zhongyi's eyes were like torches as he loudly ordered. The greatest power of the Imperial Court in Nanfeng Prefecture was Luo Jing and the army under him. Now that Luo Jing was dead and the army had either died or surrendered, the defenses of Nanfeng Prefecture had fallen into a state of weakness. This could be said to be the best time to take over Nanfeng Prefecture. They would not give the Imperial Court any chance to react. Therefore, Zhongyi did not need to worry about the existence of the surrendered soldiers in the army, nor did he need to worry about the possibility of a rebellion. Betrayal. That was only possible if they had enough confidence. Without sufficient strength to support them, these people who had already surrendered would not be able to betray them. After all, those who could surrender were almost all cowards who were afraid of death. After receiving Zhongyi's order, the generals of the Nanfeng army immediately accepted the order. On the same day, the news of Marquis Wuan's rebellion and the death of General Luo Jing finally spread. Instantly, the world was in an uproar. Shenhong, that old bastard, you've gone too far. If I don't kill him and his entire family, how can I face General Luo and those soldiers who have died? Shi Yang was furious and roared in the imperial court. This news. Compared to the time when the various marquis took advantage of the situation to attack, he was even more furious. Although the imperial court suffered heavy losses when the marquis took advantage of the situation to attack last time, it was still within an acceptable range. Moreover, they only lost some cities and land, which was not a big deal. However, this time was completely different. Luo Jing had died. The 5 great generals had once fought alongside the human emperor and were now the leaders of many military officials. Luo Jing's death was not a small loss to the imperial court's strength, but it was also a huge shock to the people's hearts. Moreover, they had completely lost control of a marquis. This was not a small matter. Not to mention, Marquis Wuan had also betrayed the imperial court. This was an even bigger blow to Shi Yang. A person who could not possibly die had died. A person who could not possibly betray him had betrayed him. For a moment, Shi Yang felt that some things had broken free from his control and were spreading in an uncontrollable direction. Faced with such things that were out of his control, he could not help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. However, this trace of fear had just been born when it turned into fuel for his anger. As for the other civil and military officials, their expressions were also grave at this moment. Not only was Shi Yang furious, but they were also completely caught off guard by this news. Marquis Wuan had rebelled. Luo Jing was dead. These things were completely out of anyone's expectations. He said slowly, "Order the other Marquis of Wu and to pay attention to any unusual movements. If there are any clues, they must report immediately. Otherwise, they will be sentenced as rebels and their families will be implicated. In addition, suppress Nanfeng Marquis and Wuan Marquis. Shenhong and Zhongyi must die." When he mentioned these 2 names, a strong killing intent appeared on Shi Yang's face. In addition to Wuan Marquis. Now, in the huge Great Zhao, 5 Marquis of Wuan had openly rebelled. The power of the imperial court had been reduced by almost half. But now, in addition to these places, the remaining Marquis of Wuan was also an unstable factor. However, it was just as the other officials had said. A guess was just a guess. If he wanted to make a move on the other Marquis based on a guess, he would be digging his own grave. But when these unstable factors would erupt, Shi Yang himself was not sure. Even the Marquis of Baiyun was also a thorn in his heart. If an almighty who had hidden his strength could be used by him, it would naturally be a great thing. But if he couldn't be used by him, then it would be a great disaster. Shi Yang suddenly felt very tired. After his father died, what he left behind was a mess. Demon disaster, mutants, rebel Marquis. There was also the Yarrow clan eyeing him covetously. All these things piled up together and exploded, making him mentally and physically exhausted. But now that he was sitting on the throne, there was no way out. He could either sit tight, or he could die. Shi Yang had never thought that he would give up the throne. For his current position, he had waited for too long. I heard that the Yarrow clan is also making strange movements in Thousand Mountains Prefecture. There are also rumors that there are Yarrow saints among the Yarrow clan who are preparing to intervene. Just in case, I'll have to trouble Zhennan King to go to Thousand Mountains Prefecture and help Yang Caizhe stabilize the situation. In addition, there will also be experts from the Imperial Astronomer. I accept the order. Zhennan King Luo Feiyu, who had been silent all this time, cupped his hands and accepted the order. As for the others, when they heard Shi Yang mention the Imperial Astronomer, they were shocked. The Imperial Astronomer. It was an organization established when the human emperor was alive. In terms of mystery, the Imperial Astronomer was number 1. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.